Selamat pagi, Pak Menteri.
Selamat pagi.
Terima kasih, Pak.
Ya.
Apa bisa dimulai, Pak?
Ya, silakan.
Ya, silakan, Mbak Aulia. Masih di mute, Mbak Aulia.
Baik, Bapak. Ladies and gentlemen, we will initiate the webinar. The Honorable Professor Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro, PhD, Minister of Research and Technology, Head of National Research and Innovation Agency, the Republic of Indonesia. Dr. Laksana Trihandoko, Chairman of Indonesian Institute of Sciences. Honorable Professor Dr. Oki Karnarajasa, Deputy for Earth Sciences, Indonesian Institute of Sciences. Nurtri Aries Suswestining Tias, Executive Secretary, Indonesian Institute of Sciences. Director of Research Centers and Head of Bureau, Indonesian Institute of Sciences. Distinguished speakers and moderators, representative from ministries, institutions, and universities, and all distinguished participants. Good morning. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome every one of you to the International Symposium on Coastal and Marine Biodiversity, ISCOMBIO 2020, Present and Future of Indonesian Coastal and Marine Biodiversity as a National Treasure. ISCOMBIO 2020 is a collaboration between Indonesian Institute of Sciences and the Ministry of Research and Technology, National Research and Innovation Agency as a part of 25th years of Harteknas, or National Technology Day. ISCOMBIO is to gather the national and international scientific experts in an attempt to stimulate a healthy discourse in managing Indonesian coastal and marine biodiversity. This international symposium will try to bring up current status of Indonesian coastal and marine biodiversity, as well as their role in the future as our national treasure and a legacy in the next future generation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, ISCOMBIO will also be one of the initial coastal and marine scientific for out to many to come to showcase Indonesian commitment in achieving socio-economic and environmental sustainability in the ocean. This is in accordance with the United Nations designations of the Decade of Ocean Science and Sustainable Development 2021 until 2030. This international symposium is conducted live from Zoom meeting and also official YouTube of Indonesian Institute of Science. Ladies and gentlemen, please be prepared for our first agenda for today, National Anthem Indonesia Raya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to begin the International Symposium with the welcome remarks from the Chairman of Indonesian Institute of Sciences. Please welcome Dr. Laksana Trihandoko.
Terima kasih, Mbak Aulia. The Honorable Minister of Research and Technology, Professor Dr. Bambang Brojonegoro, distinguished speakers, distinguished representative and colleagues from ministries, non-ministerial institutions, universities, research institutions, and also media partners. All participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and maybe good afternoon or good evening for some of you at another part of the globe. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera, salam sehat untuk kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. It is a great honor for me on behalf of LIPI, the Indonesian Institute of Sciences, to meet you all even virtually and to welcome and to greet you all at the International Symposium on Coastal and Marine Biodiversity 2020, with the theme Present and Future of Indonesian Coastal and Marine Biodiversity as a National Treasure. Today, we come together and join to the symposium to exchange new insights about the scope of research activities that have been carried out and expected to be conducted related to the coastal and marine biodiversity in Indonesia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the symposium is actually organized jointly by the Ministry of Research and Technology and the the Indonesian Institute of Sciences to celebrate the 75th Indonesian Independence Day and also the 25th of Technology Awakening Days. We call it as the Teknas, and also the 53rd of LIPI's anniversary. First of all, please allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to our today's keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Jamaluddin Jompa, our long-life colleague from Hasanuddin University, some distinguished international speakers. I can mention some of them. Dr. Mark Edman from the CI, Conservation International, Professor Dr. Paul Barber from UCLA, Professor Dr. Peter J. Mumbai from UQ, Australia, and also Mr. Juan Pablo Costaneda from the World Bank. And I think there is also Dr. Kim Friedman from FAO, Dr. Philippe Borsa from UMR IRD France, Dr. Laurent Poyot from ISM IRD, also France, and Regis Hope from Marbec IRD France. Again, thank you all for your enthusiasm, support, and participation for this event. Ladies and gentlemen, so talking about the coastal and marine biodiversity, we understand that Indonesia is well recognized as the hotspot of marine biodiversity in the world. So far, we have more than 1,700 species of marine fauna and flora, besides the countless marine microbes. Marine fish is also the highest number in species found in Indonesia seas, about more or less 3,200 species, following with more or less 2,500 species of mollusks and 1,500 crustacean species. So there are yet so many unexplored coastal and marine biodiversity across Indonesia. So the aim of the symposium is actually to gather national and international scientific experts and also the public audiences in order to stimulate scientific discourse in managing Indonesian coastal and marine biodiversity. This is in accordance with the UN designation of the Decade of Ocean Science and Sustainable Development 2021-2030. So the symposium will be hopefully one of the coastal and marine scientific forum to show our commitments Indonesia's commitment in conserving and utilizing our ocean in a sustainable way. So some issues are expected to be highlighted during the symposium. That is, I can say, for instance, how to identify the rare, endangered, and underexplored coastal and marine biodiversity of Indonesia. Also, what is the current status and future role of Indonesian coastal and marine biodiversity in terms of to keep sustainable socio-economic development and environment. Also, maybe how to understand the concept and applications of coastal and marine biodiversity evaluation and sustainable natural resource management. Distinguished guests, speakers, and participants, I would like also to take this opportunity to encourage young scientists to join us to explore coastal and marine areas in Indonesia, in particular deep sea. That means deep sea is the seawater below 200 meters in depth and the sea floor. We have a very limited data and information regarding the deep sea and also the sea floor in Indonesia water. So LIPI has really committed to support the biodiversity research and development in Indonesia by upgrading our research facilities related to the biodiversity study, including what we already started construction, the KHT laboratory, the biodiversity laboratory, big data facility, and also the next coming fleet of research vessels, including the ocean-going research vessels. So LIPI strongly encourages collaborative research with local and global partners, involving our researchers and also our research infrastructures, and keep all research infrastructures open for public use. Finally, the Minister of Research and Technology, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform all of you that LIPI and Lee Kong Chian Natural History Museum from the NUS, National University of Singapore, already jointly conducted the South Java Deep Sea Expedition on March 2018, 2 years ago, more or less. And LIPI and NUS scientists had collected more than 12,000 during the expedition, 12,000 creatures during their 14 days voyage with LIPI research vessels Barunajaya 8. The expedition was the first concerted deep sea biological exploration conducted to study the deep sea marine life in the unexplored deep seas of the southern coast of West Java, Indonesia. So that was actually the first expedition in the southern coast of West Java. And the team already collected samples across 63 stations at an average depth of 800 meters, with the deepest one was around 2,100 meters, and using trawls, dredges box corers, and also multi-corers. Ladies and gentlemen, this collaboration has benefited for both sides, for LIPI and NUS, for Indonesia and Singapore as a neighboring countries, of course. And up to now, our marine taxonomists have been working hardly to identify those specimens, collected specimens, and so far, 5 of them, 5 new marine species have been identified and have been published on highly reputed scientific journals. So during the expeditions, the young scientists in particular were exposed to new scientific techniques and also methodologies in an environment that presents a different set of challenges from their own specialties. So in this sense, the expedition provided very highly valuable field experience and network among scientists involved in the expedition, and particularly the young scientists. On this occasion, the symposium, I think, is definitely a great momentum for all of us to witness the announcements of new species of marine organisms collected from the expeditions 2 years ago. Before concluding my remark, I would like to again emphasize that collaborative works among marine scientists are very, very essential, very, very important to improve our skill and knowledge on exploring the marine biodiversity, in particular across Indonesian water. So I do believe the symposium should be one of the platform to know each other, and more than that, to discuss the common interests and problems, and to strengthen partnership among scientists in developing any programs related to coastal and marine biodiversity. So last but not least, I would like to convey my sincerest appreciation to the speakers, panelists, participants for your valuable time to participate in this symposium. And of course, I also thank to the organizer for making this event happen. Before concluding my remarks, I would like to again kindly invite Minister of Research and Technology, Professor Bambang Brojonegoro, to deliver the opening speech and launch the new species discovered from our marine waters during the the expeditions 2 years ago. So thank you all for being part of the symposium. Have a nice meeting and fruitful discussion. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Handoko, for the very warm welcome. And for the next, we will have a keynote speech from Minister of Research and Technology and Head of National Research and Innovation Agency, the Republic of Indonesia. But before that, I would like to read his short biography. Professor Bambang Brojonegoro started his career as an academia in University of Indonesia as a lecturer, researcher, and also faculty dean. Professor Bambang Brojonegoro obtained his bachelor degree from University of Indonesia, majoring economic studies. And he continued his master degree and PhD degree, majoring urban planning at University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. The opportunities to contribute to his country as the Minister of Research and Technology, Minister of National Development Planning, and also Minister of Finance have established Professor Bambang Brojonegoro career firmly in integrating Indonesia's research, technology, innovations, development planning, financing, and also economic stabilizations. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro, PhD.
Thank you, Ibu Maftuha. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you, and also very good afternoon, very good evening for participants, speakers from different parts of the world. Pak Handoko, Chairman of LIPI, all the distinguished panelists, speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. As Pak Handoko mentioned, Indonesia is clearly a biodiversity hotspot. In fact, when we combine both terrestrial biodiversity and marine biodiversity, Indonesia is clearly the largest in the world. In terms of terrestrial biodiversity, Indonesia is second after Brazil. But since we also have marine biodiversity that combining both marine and terrestrial, Indonesia is clearly number one. I think this map really shows that Indonesia is agriculture country, as we know since we learned in elementary school. And then this status of agriculture country is enhanced by the richness of biodiversity. On the next page, it's quite clear that Indonesia needs to utilize the status of archipelagic country. Indonesia has the second longest coastal line in the world, only second after Canada. And then clearly we are the largest archipelagic country in the world with more than 18,000 islands, most of them still uninhabited. And then giving the size, especially from west to east, that is comparable with the size of European continent as well as North American, then Indonesia should really utilize the richness of biodiversity, both terrestrial and marine biodiversity. And if we look our marine biodiversity, it's quite amazing that we have so many species. For example, even for seagrass, 16 species for seagrass, and then more than 2,000 for reef fish, and then 850 for ponds, mangrove also 45 species, crustacea 1,500, mollusca 2,500, and others. And I think this is not the final number, because as we know that our researchers are still working very hard to find new species for different type of marine biodiversity. And then if we look at taxonomy, both coastal and oceanic, yes, Indonesia is very strong in coastal taxonomy, but in ocean, we might not be that strong, but combining those two, then Indonesia, as you can see in the map, has a solid red. That means that we are really rich in terms of mangrove, seagrass, corals, and then squids, fishes, and also sharks. So different type of animal, different type of plantation on the sea that has been our biodiversity richness. And then if we look on the seagrass, then you can see in the map that Indonesia is quite dominating. Yeah, the deep green color really shows that Indonesia is very rich of seagrass, and seagrass now becomes one of the hot economic commodity because there is quite significant demand for the seagrass itself. For reef corals, again, Indonesia is quite rich, and the solid red color showing that Indonesia has been a hotspot for reef corals, and whenever we have discussion conference about ocean, usually when they are talking about Indonesia, their focus is about corals. And then, of course, when we are talking about the marine biodiversity, we have to talk about the fish. And even Indonesia has specific ministry for fish management. And then if we look at our fish variety, then we can see that Indonesia again is very rich compared to any other part of the world. This again, the solid red shows that Indonesia is really on the top. However, our richness in biodiversity is not yet safe. In fact, it is one of the most threatened regions. On the next page, you can see the projected loss of reef coral species. And I think this is the reason why international community always pays attention to Indonesia when it comes to the reef coral, because they think that the richness of Indonesia in reef coral needs to be secure, needs to be maintained. Otherwise, the world or the earth will lose some of their treasure in terms of reef coral. And then we can also look at species and habitat status of different type of our marine biodiversity. And then if we look one of our most economic commodity from the marine, which is seagrass, unfortunately, our seagrass status in Indonesia, only 5% categorized as excellence, meaning the others is threatened in terms of quality, maybe also in terms of quantity. And of course, we have to take a look across Indonesia. The green one, which is the good one, I think mostly located in eastern part of Indonesia, while the one that's not in the good condition mostly located on the western part of Indonesia. And I think this is related to the intensity of economic activity on the western part that has threatened our seagrass, while on the eastern part, since it is less explored or exploited compared to the west, then the seagrass is still in the excellent condition. And then don't forget about mangroves. When we are talking about coastal taxonomy, mangrove, I think, is very important in Indonesia. And since Indonesia is on the ring of fire, then we have a lot of tsunamis, and the tsunami usually impacted, of course, people on the coastal area. However, if the area well protected by mangrove, usually it can reduce the number of fatalities, and it has been proven in different parts of Indonesia. And so far, Indonesia contributed around 23% of the global mangrove area, and we have around 50 mangrove tree species. Of course, this is good, meaning Indonesia is one of the hotspot for mangrove, but at the same time, we need to make sure that most of the coastal area in Indonesia that is vulnerable to tsunami needs to have, I think, a good or the solid mangrove area to protect the residents, the people who live in the coastal area from the worst impact of tsunami. And then if we look in 2100, of course, from now, around 80 years from now, then our ocean might not be the same as today. The ocean could be warmer, more acid, less oxygen, and then there could be anomaly in salinity. And of course, the ultimate question with those kind of situation, warmer, more acid, less oxygen, and also anomaly in salinity, what will be the impact on marine biodiversity? Of course, we have to think the worst. The worst means our marine biodiversity will be less in terms of quantity, and especially less in terms of quality. And of course, it will hurt not only Indonesia, but it will hurt the global situation. It means we need to protect our marine biodiversity even from today in order to avoid the worst condition in 2010. So what could be the impact in the future from the potential situation of the ocean? So one thing that will affect Indonesia quite significantly is the potential of the loss of the seagrass. Again, seagrass is not just part of biodiversity in Indonesia, but seagrass already a very important commodity when we are talking about marine commodities. So aside from fish, usually people talking about seagrass. And if we look at the potential loss of seagrass, of course, there could be some scenario, but for sure, for Indo-Malay archipelago, which is our archipelago, the potential loss is quite significant. The red bar shows that Indonesia might lose quite significantly. And then, of course, we can see that the area with the potential seagrass will be less and less. And once we are losing our competitiveness in seagrass, meaning our competitiveness in fishery in general will also be lost, because then we only depend on the fish. But later we can see that our fish is also under threat. And then the other potential problem is shift in distribution. After local extinction, there could be also shift in distribution, in which forward latitudinal shift across species and SDMs at a rate of 15.5 and 25.6 kilometers per decade for a low and high emission climate change scenario respectively. So if the climate change is relatively mild or low, then the latitudinal shift is only 15.5, but it could be worse at 25.6 when climate change produce high emission. Distribution shift resulted in hotspots of local intensity in high latitude regions while local extinction were concentrated near the equator. And of course, Indonesia is located on the equator. So between 10 degrees north and 10 degrees south, 6.5 species would become locally extinct. So we might talk about, a small number here, 6.5 species, but they will extinct per 0.58 latitude under representative concentration pathway 8.5. So again, this model shows that the impact for the potential emission on our ocean could have negative impact on our marine biodiversity, and we cannot afford to lose our marine biodiversity, and it means that we need to protect the environment for sure. And then what could happen if the future projection really happens? Number one, the ocean will be emptier, the empty ocean, meaning that the fish will be much more scarce. It will be hard to get the fish as a source of food. As a result, there will be food shortage, especially if it's combined with the issue of climate change on terrestrial biodiversity. If there is problem with our agriculture productivity. And as a result, there will be hunger in the world. While if you remember the Sustainable Development Goals, one of the main goals is about zero hunger. But in this case, if we don't protect our ocean, if we don't protect our environment in general, then the hunger will be back. And you know very well, if there is hunger, there will be anger. If people will be angry because they cannot get their basic needs of food, and part of the source of the food coming from the ocean. So this is the importance why we need to protect or maintain our ocean. As a result, because of the scarcity of fish, there will be fishing wars coming. Of course, when we are talking about wars, we are talking about how a country trying to get another country's territory, or if there is disagreement between countries, there will be wars. In this case, the context will be different. Simply, every country in the world looking for the source of food, and part of that coming from the marine biodiversity, which is the fish. And everybody will try to get the fish. And before hopefully we don't have this kind of fishing wars, but even today, if we use our satellite to monitor what happened in the Indonesian Ocean area, I believe we will witness some of the so-called illegal, fishing boats coming to Indonesia. I don't know from which countries, mostly, unfortunately, from our neighbors in Asia. So they are coming to Indonesia and they're trying to get the fish illegally. Of course, they do that because of, number one, economic reason, business reason, but number two, because they want to secure the supply of the fish itself. So fish really becomes a very hot commodity that could trigger, of course, quote unquote, the war or the rivalry, I believe, between countries. And then if we look further on the impact on marine biodiversity, we can see that coral triangle will suffer the most. And we know in every, for example, if we go to COP, the International Conference on Climate Change, there are always some sessions talking about coral triangle. And Indonesia always be involved in this coral triangle issue. And the reason simply because people are worried that coral triangle will be the first casualty of this climate change if we do not do seriously about how to mitigate the climate change itself. So again, there are so many threats coming from different angles for our marine biodiversity. While I believe we haven't had, explored really at the optimal level about the richness of our biodiversity. either for medicine, either for food. So while we still have time, I think our colleague researchers at LIPI and others from universities should also explore other potential richness of our marine biodiversity. So, of course, still a big question, for how long this region remain hotspot of marine biodiversity, especially our region, Indonesia, Philippines, Papua New Guinea. So, of course, we are on the hotspot right now, but at the same time, we are worried whether this hotspot or this potential will last long or will be short-lived. And of course, to deal with this marine biodiversity or potential of marine biodiversity, our research focus in our ministry, Kemenristek BRIN, trying to catch up with that. Our innovation is intended to produce technology that will be available for majority of Indonesian people at low cost, user-friendly, and of course, the technology that meets their needs. And then our activity also intended for creating the value added and commercialization. I think the research and innovation related to biodiversity comes into this area, trying to create value added, like in the seagrass, for example, on the fish, and trying to commercialize in terms of exporting the product or using the product locally. At the same time, we also trying to reduce our import dependence in many things, including the products that based on marine biodiversity. And at the same time, we are trying always to adopt the frontier technology. And if you look at some of the example related to marine biodiversity, I think one of them related to the food that will be relevant. The other would be related to the salt. Of course, Indonesia has the second longest coastal line in the world, but unfortunately, we still import a lot of industrial salt, and we need to reduce that kind of import using the technology. Meaning, we introduce the technology that can increase the natrium chloride of the salt from the farmers in order to increase their quality of salt into industrial salt quality. So as a result, the farmers will get a better income, and at the same time, we can reduce the needs of importing industrial salt. And of course, I really appreciate what LIPI has been doing in terms of the research related to marine biodiversity. We are going to announce some new species discovered during the last expedition. But more importantly, the expedition is done with international research collaboration on the next page. So we really welcome the international research collaboration because at one point we need to increase our research capacity in a very short period of time by improving the network and the links. And at the same time, we are in the middle of global competition. We have to be in the race of global innovation. Competitiveness is very high today. And you know, the fishing wars actually comes from the spirit of competitiveness in getting the source of food. But at the same time, especially for the researchers or academician, we need high research quality that, of course, publishable in the highly respected journal. And then we need to overcome the global challenges. And at the end of the day, when we are talking about our national interest, we want economic growth. And economic growth partly could come from our richness in our marine biodiversity. So collaboration is very much welcome, and I expect LIPI can extend their collaboration with different parts of the world and with all the experts that is their interest is in the marine biodiversity. And of course, because Indonesia is archipelagic country, when we are talking about marine biodiversity, then there are a lot of hotspot of research destination. Not only on marine biodiversity, it's also on the terrestrial biodiversity. And I think LIPI is well informed about this and can attract the collaboration with other parts of the world, universities, research institutions, to explore more about our biodiversity in general, and especially on marine biodiversity. Of course, we have a deep sea research center in Ambon, in Maluku, in which LIPI can really utilize Banda Sea as one of the best laboratory for marine biodiversity research. And I think participation of other countries is very much welcome, because Indonesia cannot do alone when it comes to the deep sea ocean research, deep sea research, because we need, of course, collaboration with people who have expertise, and also institution that has specialization in the deep sea research. Last but not least, our marine resources and ecosystem now under threatened. So as a summary, after looking at our potential, but also the threat, then the summary, our marine resources and ecosystem are under threatened. And of course, we need to enhance research for scientific reason, as well as to protect the loss. So it's not just research for academia or research for science. This is research to protect our biodiversity, especially potential loss, both of coastal and marine ecosystem and biodiversity. And again, joint research is one of the solutions and very essential due to the less number of marine taxonomies or biologists. Many countries, especially Indonesia needs maybe many marine taxonomies or marine biologists. But unfortunately, we don't have that many. We have less. So cooperation, collaboration with other experts in marine taxonomies or biologists will be needed. And again, Indonesia very much welcome. And of course, we have all the rules and regulation about international research collaboration. But I believe our ministry is in a position to facilitate this kind of collaboration smoothly. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Bambang Brojonegoro. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to our next agenda, announcing new species of marine organism collected from South Java Deep Sea Biodiversity Expeditions, or SHADES, in March 2018. This expedition is a cooperation between LIPI and also National University of Singapore. And now, may I invite Minister of Research and Technology, Head of National Research and Innovation Agency, the Republic of Indonesia, kindly to deliver speech and also to officially announce the new species of marine organism.
Yeah.
Kindly invited Professor Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro, PhD.
Distinguished speakers, researchers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my appreciation to Indonesian scientists' enthusiasm in collaborating with international partners for scientific research. The current research trend is about collaboration and higher communication. We need to create a bigger network, both national and international, in an effort to increase Indonesia achievements globally. By collaborating with international partners, in particular with our partner here in Singapore, or National University of Singapore, we hope that both countries can exchange more knowledge and have progress in advancing the knowledge, especially in the fields of research, science, and technology. And today, I would like to congratulate our scientist team from LIPI, Indonesian Institute of Sciences, and Lee Kong Chiang, Natural History Museum, National University of Singapore, for their achievement of the South Java Deep Sea Expedition, or SJADES, conducted on March 23, 2018. LIPI and NUS scientists had succeeded collecting more than 12,000 creatures during the 14 days voyage and added to the richness of Indonesian marine biota species of sponge, jellyfish, mollusca, starfish, urchins, worms, crabs, prawns, and fish. The discovery was found at the depth average 800 meters and the deepest depth at 2,100 meters. Special thanks are due to the government of Singapore, especially Singapore Ambassador to Indonesia, for great support to make this expedition to be fully completed and succeeded. 10 new species discovered are as follows. Deep Secaster Fishery, Land and Fimono 2020, Pteraster jadenis, Land and Fimono 2020, Platygobiopsis, Hadiati, Larsen, Jafar, Tan, and Peristiwadi 2020, Chelidopersa flavolienata, Matsunuma, Tan, and Peristiwadi 2020, Typhlocarcinops, Atrox, Eng and Rahayu 2020, Batinomus raksasa Sidabalok, Wong and Eng 2020, Lebius Java Komai, Chang and Chan 2019, Metacrangon latirostis, Komai and Chan, Simonomus Java Ahyong Mitra and Eng 2020, Nephrosis Rahayuai Chang, Chan and Kumar 2020. This is an achievement that must be appreciated as an effort to increase the diversity of Indonesian coastal and marine biodiversity. We hope the cooperation will continue to strengthen, and we look forward to continuing an excellent cooperation in the future. I hereby officially announce new species of marine organism with the following video. Thank you very much.
Indonesia is one of the world's largest maritime nations. Located in the most diverse coastal ecosystem in the world, called the Coral Triangle area, Indonesia is rich in coastal and marine biodiversity. In collaboration with the National University of Singapore and Lee Kong Chian Natural History Museum and Tropical Marine Science Institute in South Java Deep Sea Expedition, or SGADES 2018, Research Center for Oceanography of the Indonesian Institute of Sciences, LIPI, has succeeded to find other 5 new species of marine biota from the waters of Sunda Strait, Indonesia. 2 new species of starfish, Dipsecaster fishery, which can only be found in the Sunda Strait in the mesopelagic depth zone of 379 to 409 meters. Pteraster jadesensis can only be found in the Sunda Strait in the mesopelagic depth zone of 92 until 103 meters. 2 new species of fish, Platygobiopsis hadiatii. In the world, this species has only been found in 3 locations, namely Flores, Indonesia, southern Japanese waters, and central Vietnam waters, while most recently found in the Sunda Strait. Chelidoperca flavolienata, a rocky seabed animal who lives in the mesopelagic depth zone of 200 meters. There are only 15 valid species scattered in the southeastern Indian Ocean and western Pacific Ocean to date. 1 new species of crab, Typhlocarcinops hydrotas, a deep-sea crab found at a depth of 163 to 269 meters in Pelabuhan Ratu Beach and the southern part of Cilacap. These new findings complement the 5 other new species that have been published previously, namely Libius java, Cymenemus java, Metacrangon latirostris, giant Batinomus, and Nepropsis rahayuai. All these species were discovered during the 2018 SGADES expedition.
Thank you, Professor Bambang Brojonegoro, for officially open the ISCOMBIO 2020 and also announcing new species of marine organisms from Shades expeditions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Bambang Brojonegoro has another agenda and have to leave this meeting room. Thank you, Bapak Bambang Brojonegoro, for joining this morning session. And ladies and gentlemen, please give warm appreciate and round of applause for Professor Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro.
Terima kasih, Pak Bambang.
Thank you, pamit, Pak Noko.
Ya.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, we will have a keynote speech, Sustaining Marine Biodiversity for Food Security and Economic Development in Indonesia, Scientific and Management Challenges. This speech will be delivered by Professor Dr. Jamaluddin Jompa from Hasanuddin University, Indonesia. But before that, I will read Bapak Jamaluddin Jompa's curriculum vitae. Professor Jamaluddin Jompa decades of experience, both national and international, and his consistency in developing marine and fisheries science in Indonesia made him a professor at his alma mater at Hasanuddin University.
Yeah.
And he also becoming one of the most important fisheries and marine figures in Indonesia. Throughout his career, he has served as a dean of Hasanuddin University Postgraduate School and Minister Advisor of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. He obtained his Bachelor of Fisheries in Aquaculture at Hasanuddin University, Indonesia, and then continued his Master of Science as well as Master of Management in Marine Ecology at McMaster University, Canada. He also obtained his PhD degree at James Cook University, Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Jamaluddin Jompa.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning for everybody. My college, my friend, Kapus Lipi, Prof. Handoko, and deputy directors and others. Allow me to share screen. But before that, I would like to congratulate also Lipi for the funding of new species. We do hope this is the spirit for all scientists in Indonesia to also find more species. So thanks again for the announcement. I think that's good for Indonesia. Is my screen okay? Again, I'd like to thank the organizing committee and head of LIPI and giving me this privilege to deliver experience on the given topic by the committee about how to, especially in the context for food security and
I'm sorry, Bapak Jamaluddin Jompa, please unmute your voice. Thank you.
Okay, someone is unmuted me. Okay, good. I would like to repeat again that I would like to congratulate LIPI for the announcement of the new species. I think when we talk about biodiversity, then we really need to have more scientists in Indonesia, especially from Indonesia, to discover more species. Is my screen being shared already? Hello?
Wait for a moment, Pak. We will share the screen in a few moments.
No, I'll share my own screen.
Okay, already, Pak.
Thanks again for your patience about this technology. I'm so glad to be able to share my presentation from Makassar in my office. I know I have many colleagues here as speakers and also as participants. In the next 30 minutes, I would like to mention again, maybe some of this has been mentioned very well by our ministers, Menristek, Prof. Bambang. I will start from the spirit of all presidents in the past and marine biodiversity research of Indonesia. This has been mentioned many times from Pak Menteri. And I also wanted to touch upon biodiversity-based economy, food security for marine, as well as challenge what we are facing at the moment. And if we have more time, I would like to discuss also about science technology for solutions in maintaining or sustaining marine biodiversity. And it is my privilege also to share recommendation from the book of Science for Indonesian Biodiversity in the last slide of my presentation. Let me start from the former presidents of Indonesia. Maybe we didn't really aware that all of former presidents has really committed to many issues on marine, especially realizing the Indonesia as a maritime nation. Let's start from Sukarno. When he say, let's be a great maritime nation again. Yes, a maritime nation in a wide perspective. I think this really challenges from our first president. And then our second president emphasizing on food sovereignty. Our third president, Prof. Habibie, actually announced the new term for Indonesia as an Indonesian maritime continent, Benua Maritim Indonesia. And the third president, Gus Dur, actually what we call established a new department of marine exploration. Ibu Megawati announced the day of what we call Hari Nusantara, Archipelago Day. The next presidents, SBY, actually the one who lead the CTI summit in 2009 in Manado. And our last presidents, Jokowi, announced at the time what we call Global Maritime Fulcrum, or what we call Poros Maritim Dunia, which is really ambitious. And I think this is really expressing the highest political commitment for us. So this, I think, a gift from the nature for Indonesia, as Prof. Bambang mentions just recently, that this is again marine mega biodiversity that we need to understand, but we also need to utilize for our food security and for economy. But of course, we have a lot of challenge. But let's see actually why the Indonesia have this a gift from the nature. We have the three theory of this highest biodiversity in the world, especially in marine. We understand what we call a center of speciation and center of accumulation and also center of overlapping. So I think this is why Indonesia is so lucky to have this position. In terms of number of species, I have friend here in the participants, I think from Australia. Sorry to say that Australia is so proud for the GBR, the Great Barrier Reef, having so many fishes, but actually that's only half for Indonesian reef fish, especially Indonesia here. I combine with the Coral Triangle, of course, and many others scientific data convincing us actually that there is no doubt that Indonesia is at the center of the Coral Triangle and also the center of mega biodiversity of this planet. Again, why this is so sexy for this is what we call comparative advantages. We don't need to be too serious in promoting Indonesia. It is already promoted by the nature that there are only three biodiversity hotspots in the world. Amazon, Congo Basin, and only one in marine with what we call a coral triangle. So again, this is something that Indonesia need to really utilize. Many scientists has expressed in many different forms, from genetic and to cryptic species, all concluded that Indonesia is no doubt really the richest biodiversity, marine biodiversity of the world. But then our challenge really is how to translate this, biodiversity to real economy, to support food security. Although this is the data for the coral triangle, especially that being studied, this actually support more than 50 million people around the area. For Indonesia, about 30 million people actually rely on this marine food economy, and the habitat worth so much, including actually ecosystem services, shore protection, and so on. Tourism, especially, I think also been mentioned by the ministers. We have a lot of charismatic species. I hope Mark Edmund will mention some of these, from whale shark to manta ray to pygmy seahorse, nudibranchs, and you name it. A lot of actually charismatic species, all over Indonesia, that potentially become very good source of income from tourism. Live fish, of course, especially groupers, also very high value, being exported to Hong Kong, tuna, and so on. We actually haven't really calculated yet how much value for pharmaceutical potential, especially for drug discovery. And I think this is the challenge for our scientists to be able to translate this into real economy. So when we announced this Indonesian science agenda, actually the Minister of Finance asking at the time how to translate this to economy and what is the best value of this for our economy, and the idea at the time is to start with our comparative advantages, which is biodiversity. And in terms of resilience, I think we desperately need now to have, with COVID-19, we all understand this is part of the Mother Earth, who is upset to so many degradation, and so that we need to develop ecosystem resilience. And for us, ecosystem resilience really means also economic and also social resilience. Let's have a look for fisheries as a source of food. Indonesia needs this desperately to be able to also increase economy in this recent situation where our economy growth, I think global economic growth will be minus, and also Indonesia. And I think some sectors, including fisheries, can be one of the supporting sectors to be able to really improve our economic gain. And globally, we understand that fish production for capture fisheries actually already steady, not improving at all. But for supporting food security, the fish production is rely on aquaculture development. And for Indonesia, I think this is also something that we need to develop. And in terms of food consumption, we need to understand that globally, around 156 million tons of fish to be consumed by the whole planet's people, and that's on average only 20.5 kilograms. Indonesia now, luckily, we have about 50 kilograms, and I think we can always improve this, because as our all presidents say, we are actually, this is our destiny as a maritime nation. We need to have a source of protein from fish, especially from marine fish. In terms of Indonesian fisheries productions, it is not yet very good news in terms of production. We at the moment, the production that being explored for Indonesian capture fisheries is about 7 million tons per year, and many of these actually for internal or national consumption. But I underline here that actually we have a lot of potential for seaweed At the moment, we only utilize 3 to 4 different seaweeds. We produce, this is algae for live weight, about 10 million produced by Indonesia, but this mostly dominated by Capapicus and also Gracilaria. We still have a potential for many other marine algae, and I think this is also related to diversity of our marine algae that quite a lot, including from sargassum to caulerpa to many other potential seaweeds. So let's have a look at the challenge. This actually already mentioned also by the ministers today, and I think we need to, as a scientist, we need to carefully really consider this as something that scientists also need to be addressing in our scientific questions. For coral reef, this is very bad and sad news that we are still struggling to overcome destructive fishing and overfishing. But lately, bleaching came along and become very serious in many places in Indonesia, and we haven't been able to really tackle sedimentation. At the same time, pollution also still there, and actually all of these trigger also caloriferous from crown of thorns, starfish, and many other coral diseases. In the development of human population, it is inevitable that also nutrient loads become higher in the coastal area, creating eutrophication. And in many places, we start seeing many area that being overgrown by algae, and we don't even count here of natural disaster like tsunami, earthquake, and storm. So in terms of science and technology, I think we need to address this. Of course, bleaching is global problems, but we need to create what we call adaptation strategies, especially to increase the resilience of the ecosystem in responding to more frequent bleaching event happening in Indonesia. Coastal threat, as I mentioned already, this is something that not only by our marine people, but this is mostly what we call land and watershed-based pollution. So we need to be acting as a nation as a whole. And the impact of global warming really beyond our capacity to address in one or few agency, because especially for the sea level rise, I think this is something that really serious. We need to understand the consequences, and also the modeling need to be developed. Ocean acidification, ocean circulation, all of this, I think, really need a lot of scientific data, and I do hope that LIPI will take lead here in bringing this issue in the national level, so we can work together to be able to address some of this global issue. Just for you to know that bleaching event has started especially starting to be serious in 2010, although the mass bleaching event happening around the globe in 1998, starting again in 2000. Indonesia at the time was not that very serious yet, but in 2016 and also 2018, we start to worry that a lot of this area that did not get bleached in the past, starting to get bleached. And many of them actually in 2010 only pale and can recover. In 2016, we recorded a lot of them actually already dead and covered by macroalgae. And some of the scientific questions also quite mysterious that has not been addressed by scientists or understood by scientists, especially where we found actually more bleaching event happening in the deeper area. This is my picture in the Spermonde archipelago, where there is no bleaching in this, on the shallow reefs. We only found bleaching taking place in the depth of 8 to 15 meters. And I think this is something that we need to understand better to be able to create a solution, or maybe adaptive solution in improving resilience of the ecosystem toward a bleaching event. Ocean acidification is something that we need to understand earlier before that's really happening. Although we don't have very good measure yet on pH for whole Indonesian marine, but I think in the near future, I hope also from LIPI, take the lead to have a good monitoring on pH, especially to address the impact of ocean acidification in Indonesia. At the laboratory level, it is very clear that this ocean acidification has very big impact for not only coral growth but also increasing the susceptibility to bleaching event. This is the model I think has been shown by our ministers this morning. For coral disease, we need to develop actually group from Indonesia, aquarium scientists, maybe combined with biologists. I also hope that my college from LIPI will be also part of this group to be able to really monitor, because in the past, maybe back to 1990s, early 2000, even like 2004, we have a survey and we didn't record a lot of coral disease yet, but in the recent records that we conducted a very intensive survey on coral disease, we found a lot of coral disease that actually killing coral quite intensively because we found this, for example, black bean disease we monitor every day, and we found that actually can kill corals up to 5 centimeters per week, which is very serious. So we do need a lot of studies here to be able to understand what is the cause of this coral disease outbreak and high prevalence at the moment. Sea level rise, of course, this is something not related directly to biodiversity, but in many studies, actually, one study that I really like when they said that if you have a good biodiversity, good ecosystems on coral reefs and seagrass and also mangroves, then maybe this system will be able to adapt and also keep up with the sea level rise, because they can produce calcium carbonates to be able to produce sand in order to maintain the height of the island so that it's not going to sink. So we have a lot of problems. It's not good to talk about many problems, especially in this pandemic time. But anyway, this is the challenge. And if we classify this challenge in marine biodiversity management, we can actually say that for Indonesian, especially example of coral reefs, 85% of this threat actually dominated by local threat, integrated local threats, and only 5 to 10% this is under global or climate change threat. That means we need to really also adjust our management strategy to address many of these at the local scale, while we are really we need to contribute for the global, addressing this global thermal or climate threats. I like this picture, and I'm so happy today that LIPI announced the new species that we found, and I think biodiversity loss is inevitable, but we really need to do our best to be able to understand this and appreciate this biodiversity, and we cannot really manage them before we understand. And I think we need a lot of taxonomies. In my last slide, in the recommendation session, I do hope that human resources need to be supported from Indonesia, Mas Handoko, to be able to really become taxonomies. We need a lot of taxonomies to be able to find many of these species, especially in Indonesia as a center of biodiversity, before this biodiversity get lost. Go back to people around the biodiversity. This picture, you can see these old ladies actually processing Isis hipuris. It wasn't part of any management strategy in the past. It wasn't really the object of scientists, because these Isis hipuris were actually exported to China and Hong Kong without being noticed. We just put them as others, and that means we don't know how much this being produced and how much this being exported. And what we know exactly now, that actually these ladies here only pay so little, only about 1,500 rupiah, which is less than 10 cents to produce 1 kilogram of Isis hipuris. I think in terms of biodiversity, again, without knowing the value of this all of these species, without knowing the condition of all of these species, we might really not only lost them, but if we use them, we don't optimize the utilization of these. While this seafood is actually very high value in Hong Kong and China. So we need to be able to address many of these, hundreds and maybe thousands of these issues that need to be addressed well. In growing population in small islands, this is also another challenge, because we understand well about tragedy of the common. When the resources is limiting or very limited now, population is increased, they are going to fight with the limited resources. And if there is no management strategy, scientists need to understand also about biology, ecology, but also need to understand about the people and management strategy. Otherwise, this tragedy of the common will ruin everything what we're proud of, which is the highest, the richest biodiversity of this planet. So we need to address this issue also in terms of sustaining the biodiversity for food security and economy. Of course, many activities in the coastal area, seaweed now as one of the very favorite livelihood for small scale, because this is what we call has very high value in terms of cost for labor. So it takes only 40 days. And that's why a lot of this happening actually on top of the reefs. So the challenge there is how to maintain the biodiversity of rich coral reefs at the same time really allowing this economic development to be happening. And my students actually had data on this, and actually without proper management, without proper strategy, there is a sign that this seaweed culture on top of the reefs will reduce coral growth. In the long run, I think they will also reduce the biodiversity of all of our coastal ecosystems. Plastics, of course, as mentioned by Minister Alilbi, I think this also need to be addressed well, because we found this has been published in Science that this plastic is not only covering and make corals to die, but also actually improving coral disease around the world. This is maybe some of this being repeated. For live reef fish, as I mentioned in the beginning, the value is very high. If this grouper is sell for alive, we can have like 500,000 rupiah per kilogram. But if it's only dead fish, it's only like maybe 25 to 30,000 rupiah per kilogram. So there is what we call a very high value when we have added value. Unfortunately, in this context, we need to have what we call a good ecosystem-based reef management. And I think based on study by WWF and KKP, we have red colors all over our coral reef in terms of utilization of coral fish. So this need to be understand well, the production, supply chains, and also we need to make sure that there is no vulnerable species being traded without knowing them. Of course, we have scientists, we have IUCN and so on, but we still need to have our national status of groupers, and at Ministry of Marine Affairs and Research now is drafting and finalizing minister decree for managing live reef fish. For economic value of other fish like angelfish also need a lot of scientific based regulation, because this population is depleted close to the collectors. That means we need to be able to really apply what we call quota and size restriction. Another challenge is for MPA management. We have now issue based on the law number 2032/2004, where management authority being transferred to provincial government, and this is really a big issue at the moment. We are struggling to handle this. I do hope that our college all over Indonesia need to participate in this study to be able to understand how to manage this more than 100 locally design and manage what we call in the past KKLD, Kawasan Konservasi Laut Daerah, or district-based marine protected area. But now all of this status been transferred to provincial without a good preparation, and now actually most of them left no management at all. So we need to participate on this, resolving this dilemma. The last challenge that I really conclude here, that when we talk about the center of biodiversity, actually is overlapping with the center of poverty. So that means this is really need a complex and smart solution. Yeah. And including one of the alternative solution is, although it still is pro and cons about selling corals, especially for aquarium trade. Actually, as long as we put science and technology there, we should be able to win-win solution to protect corals, but at the same time give alternative income for the locals. We cannot just allow to ban all exploration and exploitation and without proper solution for the locals to be able to improve their economy. I just wanted to remind everybody, LIPI was the one who initiated Core Map 1 and continued by KKP and in collaboration with other agencies, including LIPI and Kementerian Kehutanan and Forestry Ministry at the time. So I do hope that the simple principle from Core Map at the time, that the bigger fish has more eggs, the smaller fish has very small eggs, and the very small fish has no eggs. And that's actually need to be understood by everybody, so that when we go to the markets, please, we need to care about this, because a lot of these fish, when you go to the market, actually has no eggs yet. They have not yet reached maturity. Maybe 70% or more actually coral fish being caught by the fishermen without knowing that we need to have a size limitation to be able to maintain the population of coral fish. And of course, we need a lot of local wisdom participation in developing no-take area. This is also part of the Core Map in the past, and we do hope that this can be continued again in the future. And Mas Handoko, please bring our LIPI people. They are so good in making concept. Maybe we need to continue finding out the solution for maintaining this biodiversity with local wisdom and local participation. Including the participation from private sector. This is just an example. Mars is a big company who developed this strategy, and I think this is now the largest coral restoration in the world. They restore now about 4 hectares by their own funding, and including involving a lot of local islanders. And in terms of ecological impacts, we found out this is actually really changing coral cover from only like 10%. Many places actually now become 70 to 80%, which is although only like 4 hectares, but that's large enough to be able to really repeat it in many places. And I do hope that science and technology solution can be developed together with all marine scientists and fishery scientists, so that we are not only doing what we call passive management strategy, but also proactive restoration strategy. In the long run, we need to integrate these people, nature, and resources in what we call strategic management for marine biodiversity hotspot, from ecosystem approach for fisheries management, APA, and so on. So we need to integrate this into what we call ecosystem-based management goals. I think I'm run out of time, so I will move on to this slide. Actually, just to remind us that green turtles has no international border, has no passport, has no doesn't understand about borders. So that we need to work together, because many of these fish actually are borderless. So we need to manage this properly. So as Pak Menteri, our minister say, we need to develop international collaboration, because indeed the nature of this biodiversity also internationally connected. So marine connectivity, marine connections need to be also expressed in international marine research collaboration, both international and also at the national level. So I need to emphasize and appreciate what LIPI has put into map, what we call this coral reef status with color code. Thanks, teman-teman, my colleagues from P2 or LIPI. I think we need to update all of this and socialize this to all kepala daerah, gubernur, bupati, to be able to really develop what we call science-based conservation and prosperity for Indonesia. This is strategy that I hope maybe we can read it later, because I'm running out of time. But this is the recommendation. You can read it from the books, Science untuk Biodiversitas Indonesia. We have an English version for this. But what these books finally recommend, if we have a investment strategy need to be prioritized, then what we call the low-hanging fruit is science-based ecotourism development. We need to develop this because it's low-hanging fruit. We can develop these tourisms because we have a lot of charismatic species. But on the same time, to move up a little bit, we need to also develop bioprospecting and drug discovery, especially for medicine and energy. And as Pak Menteri say, we need to be able to really also play roles internationally for deep sea exploration, because this will create the technology and also understanding a lot of marine creatures, especially because we know that 90% of Indonesian is actually in the deep sea area. My last slide for recommendation, this is for developing science and technology. I have a 6 recommendation. Sorry that I'm going a little bit further for my time, but we need to develop science technology to understand these basic characters of biodiversity, so we don't lose because we don't understand. Community participation and also increasing utilization and economic value. Even some of them are related to what we call biomimicry that we don't really understand yet, and this is a very high value for economic ecosystem services. Of course, developing and improving effective for conservation and the human resources development that I mentioned. My college, I think we need to be serious on this because we need to develop a scheme for maybe postgraduate, as Lipi already developed. I think I would like to see this more. I'm the Dean of Graduate School. I'm the actually coordinator of the Forum for Dean of Graduate School in Indonesia. And I think we need to really develop stronger human resources to be able to sustaining marine biodiversity in Indonesia. The last but not least, I think strengthening institution and funding strategy. This is including many things, strengthening local institution, national institution, and also developing international collaboration, and so on. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Sorry for my slides more than 1 minute. Thanks. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning in Jakarta and noon here in Makassar. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Bapak Jamaluddin Jompa, for the insightful keynote speech this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, later, the official committee will inform the attendance list through the chat feature. Please make sure to fill your name correctly to produce e-certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, before moving to the main agenda, we would like to watch a documentary video produced by Lipi about oceanographic expeditions of Simulu Island. Please enjoy the video.
Sahabat Lipi, pernah dengar pulau yang bernama Simelu? Tahun 2004 silam, pulau kecil yang terletak di Samudra Hindia ini menjadi salah satu pulau yang diterpa tsunami. Pulau Simelu merupakan salah satu pulau di Provinsi Aceh. Pulau ini terpisah dari Pulau Sumatera dan berjarak sekitar 200 mil dari Melaboh, Aceh. Sebelum 2004 silam, Pulau Simelu juga pernah dihantam tsunami pada tahun 1907. Sejak saat itu, cerita, syair, dan lagu lokal yang biasa disebut nandong mulai dilafalkan secara turun-temurun. Isi syairnya memuat banyak hal, mulai kehidupan nenek moyang mereka hingga bencana alam. Kearifan lokal ini yang menjadikan masyarakat Simelu cepat sadar dan tanggap terhadap tanda-tanda bencana alam. Ini terbukti saat tsunami 2004 lalu. Tak ada korban jiwa di pulau ini. Pulau yang dalam dialek lokal disebut Simelur ini juga merupakan tempat surfing kelas dunia loh. Bahkan, ajang International Surfing Championship diadakan setiap tahun di pulau ini. Banyak turis lokal maupun mancanegara datang untuk menantang ombak Simelu. Ombak tinggi yang bergulung menuju pantai itulah yang menjadi tujuan para peselancar. Salah satu alasan mengapa ombak-ombak itu tercipta dikarenakan posisi Pulau Simelu yang berhadapan langsung ke Samudra Hindia. Sebagai dataran kecil di salah satu samudra terbesar dunia, menjadikan pulau ini menarik bagi para peneliti dari berbagai disiplin ilmu. Di antaranya para peneliti oceanografi atau ilmu yang mempelajari tentang lautan. Tertarik untuk menjadi peneliti laut? Di tahun 2017 lalu, para peneliti oceanografi LIPI melakukan ekspedisi di Pulau Simelu. Tujuannya adalah mengumpulkan data ilmiah tentang kondisi dan kekayaan alam dan laut Nusantara yang nantinya akan berguna bagi ilmu pengetahuan. Para peneliti ini terbagi dalam beberapa bidang keilmuan, seperti bidang geologi, oceanografi, pencemaran laut, dan biodiversity. Wah, terdengar rumit ya? Kalau kamu penasaran pekerjaan peneliti itu seperti apa, dan apa saja yang mereka lakukan di lapangan, yuk kita ikut meneliti bareng mereka. Di bidang geologi, para peneliti yang biasa disebut geologis ini akan mempelajari karakter endapan tsunami. Mungkin sahabat LIPI sudah pada tahu kalau tsunami terjadi karena gempa bumi bawah laut. Selain itu, peneliti juga mempelajari geokimia, mineral berat, fosil foraminfera, dan sebagainya, yang nantinya kesemua data tersebut akan dianalisis lebih lanjut untuk perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan. Di bidang oceanografi, para peneliti mengambil sampel air di kedalaman tertentu menggunakan CTD. CTD itu merupakan sensor yang mampu merekam data terkait massa air, seperti tekanan dan kedalaman, temperatur, serta mendeteksi nilai konduktivitas air atau sifat daya hantar listrik di suatu perairan. Selain itu, para peneliti juga mempelajari pencemaran yang terjadi di Pulau Simelu, antara lain melalui studi biogeokimia logam berat, serta dampak mikroplastik terhadap kesehatan lingkungan dan perairan. Hasilnya akan menentukan seberapa berat pencemaran di perairan Simelu ini. Peningkatan konsentrasi gas rumah kaca di atmosfer mendorong perubahan iklim global. Perubahan ini memiliki efek multidimensi bagi iklim dan kondisi terumbu karang Indonesia. Bagi peneliti, terumbu karang ibarat kamera yang merekam aktivitas laut di masa lampau. Dari sinilah para peneliti mempelajari jejak rekam lautan kita. Jejak rekam pada terumbu karang itu berupa data perubahan pengasaman air laut dan dampaknya pada klasifikasi karang selama beberapa dekade yang lampau. Data ini didapat melalui analisis geokimia dan tomografi karang. Biodiversitas atau lebih dikenal keanekaragaman hayati merupakan studi tentang keanekaragaman organisme pada satu daerah. Nah, pada penelitian biodiversitas kali ini terdiri dari beberapa objek studi antara lain megabentos dan makrobentos. makroalga dan mikroalga, epifiton dan zooplankton, serta spons laut. Mengenal dan mempelajari keragaman ekosistem air laut sangat penting agar kelestarian berbagai komponen biotik yang hidup di dalamnya tetap bekerja sebagaimana mestinya. Manusia memang hidup dan berkembang sebagai salah satu makhluk dalam ekosistem darat. Tapi sebagai bagian dari satu mata rantai kehidupan atas bumi ini, kita bergantung pada ekosistem dan spesies di luar diri kita. Kerusakan salah satu ekosistem yang ada akan mempengaruhi kehidupan kita semua. Karena itu, sebagai makhluk yang dibekali akal, tugas kitalah yang menjaga dan merawat bumi dari kerusakan. Dimulai dari ilmu pengetahuan.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before we start the first sessions, I would like to read the webinar ISCOMBIO rules for today's. The first one, attendees are required to using proper ID indicating a real name and affiliations. Second, attendees are welcome to ask questions via Q&A feature in Zoom or live chat on YouTube with the following format: name, affiliations, questions, and to whom questions will be asked. The third, the e-certificate and PowerPoint will be given by email to attendees who filled the attendees register shared during the webinar. Fourth, the attendees setting up disabled for speaker and videos, only any allowed by the operator can able to be. 5, the organizing committee have the right to block or remove any attendee who breaks the above mentioned rules. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in the following 2 hours, we will have the first sessions of Symposium with the topic of present status of Indonesian coastal and marine biodiversity. May I kindly invite our moderator for the first sessions, Dr. Aryani Hatmanti, from Research Center for Oceanography LIPI. Dr. Aryani Hatmanti, time is yours. Speaker view aku kok ini ya?
Sorry. Thank you to our Master of Ceremony for giving me time to conduct the first session. My name is Aryani Hatmanti. I will be your moderator in this session. We will also have Ms. Niwayan Purnamasari and also Ms. Selvia Octaviani as our co-moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the first session, and in order to avoid any disturbance during the presentation later, I would like to remind you about our rules that we already showed to you before. I hope everybody here will follow these rules. Thank you. The chairman of LIPI, our deputy of Earth Sciences LIPI, the director of Research Center for Oceanography LIPI, the Director of Research Center for Deep Sea LIPI, the Honorable Mr. and Madam Speakers, distinguished guests, panelists, fellow students, audience, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to the first session of the International Symposium on Coastal and Marine Biodiversity or ISCOMBIO 2020. This session will talk about present status of Indonesian coastal and marine biodiversity. In this occasion, we shall have outstanding presentation from our prominent presenters, whom I believe shall enrich our insight and knowledge regarding to the theme of this seminar. Before the presentation begins, allow me to introduce the presenter. The presenter will be, the first one will be Professor Dr. Insinyur Dwi Listio Rahayu. The second speaker will be Dr. Mark Edman from Conservation International Asia Pacific. And then the third one will be Professor Dr. Paul Barber. He is from University of California, Los Angeles, USA. And the last one will be Professor Dr. Oki Karnarajasa. He is now from LIPI. We will also have three panelists. They will be Professor Dr. Teguh Peristiwadi from LIPI, Dr. Augie Syahilatua from LIPI, and also Dr. Yeti Darmayati. To all speakers and also the panelists, let me read the rules of this session. Each speaker has 15 minutes for presentation. In the first, we will have for all of you to present your presentation. And then in the Q&A session, we have 40 minutes and will be divided into three parts. 15 minutes, the first 15 minutes will be for the main panelists. And the next 15 minutes will be for the other panelists. You have to give a comment or suggestion or any critique to our speakers. And then the last 10 minutes will be used to answer any question from the audience, from the Zoom room, and also from YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to welcome our first presenter. She will deliver our presentation entitled Present Status of Marine Biodiversity in Indonesia. The presentation will be given by Professor Dr. Listio Rahayu. He is a researcher at Marine Bioindustry Division, Research Center for Oceanography LIPI. She has an interest in taxonomy of marine crustaceae, especially in hermit crab and crab. She finished her PhD in University Pierre and Marie Curie, France. And since 1992 to present, she has described 71 new species of hermit crab and 75 species of crab, published in 86 articles, even as single author and also with other researchers. She participating in international expedition in Philippines, Japan, Singapore, and also in Indonesia especially. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Dwi Listio Rahayu. For the next 15 minutes, the time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Aryani. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My presentation today is about present status of marine biodiversity in Indonesia. I will share screen from here. Voila. Slideshow. Okay,
it's already.
Present status of marine biodiversity in Indonesia. Indonesia is an archipelago, lies between Indian and Pacific Ocean, comprising over 17,000 islands. Most of its territory is covered by water, with shallow seas in the western part and some area in eastern part, deep sea in the north, south, and eastern part. Considering this characteristic of Indonesia, Indonesia probably has the most diverse marine habitat and has long been considered to have high marine biodiversity. But here we ask how many marine species are currently described and how many marine species are in Indonesian water. In this presentation, only the major taxa are shown. The word marine species list is from World Register of Marine Species that were compiled by Costello in 2017, except for crustacean that is compiled by WOWOR in 2020. The record of marine species from Indonesia is compiled from the list of marine biodiversity from Indonesia by Suharsono in 2014, and also for several authors that published record and new species from Indonesia after 2014. Regarding the vast area and the long coastline in Indonesia, this number is too low. We can see here mollusk, crustacean, and fishes. This is the most dominant organism in marine environment. Its number of species in Indonesian water is very low. More exploration on the remote area and more scientists to study biodiversity can increase the marine taxa record. The Indonesian marine environment can be divided into two components, coastal water and offshore water. In coastal water, we have beaches with sandy habitat, gravel, and boulders. Exposed beaches represent a particularly hostile environment due to physical instability. Several species of invertebrate adapted in this condition. We have here barnacle, porcelain crab, and also gastropod, and here is the worm. Mudflat usually found near mangrove forests. Organisms live in this environment, usually buried or live in a hole, emerge during low tide. We have here gastropod and also mostly a crab living in this area like this. We have also estuarine and lagoon. Estuarine zone inhabited by small creatures such as crustacea, to large creatures such as a crocodile here. And for lagoon, the animal organism living in it depend on the type of substrate. We have here mangrove. Mangrove forests in Indonesia represent about 23% of the world mangrove forests. The mangrove in large islands such as Papua or Kalimantan can stretch up 21 kilometers upstream, while in the small island usually occur only on the coast, along the coast. 55 species of mangroves were reported from Indonesia. Mangrove ecosystem is home for many invertebrates. The species diversity in mangrove is also as high as in coral reef, but the fauna in mangrove is less well studied compared to coral reef. Mangrove is always associated with mud and mosquito. Therefore, sometimes we hesitate to enter the mangrove, especially in dense mangrove forests like this one. The fauna diversity from mangrove ecosystem in Indonesia needed to be explored more. Here is an example. In the last 20 years, in the small area in the mangrove estuary in Papua, there's 21 species of crab and hermit crab has been described. This, we do not look at the mollusks and fish yet. If we have an opportunity to explore more mangrove ecosystem in Indonesia, I'm sure that more new species will be described This crab is among the 21 species that is described from this Papua. Here is Parasisama cricotus. There is an Elamonopsis gracilipes and also Amarinus pistis. Seagrass form dense bed that cover about 300,000 hectares in Indonesian coastal water. Many marine species inhabit, feed, mate, and reproduce in seagrass bed. The information of seagrass distribution and seagrass area in Indonesia is quite complete, but the biodiversity in the ecosystem itself is not well studied yet. Information on fish species, echinoderm, mollusk, polychaete, or crab, it's still very scattered. Since a new species is still described from this environment, here is some organism from seagrass environment. This is sea stars, crab, and also this is a new genus and new species from seagrass environment, crab, new species. Coral reef. Indonesia lies in the center of coral triangle. The coral reef area up to 10-meter depth is about 20,000 kilometers squared. Diverse fish and invertebrate inhabit the coral reef. However, the exact number of the species is not yet known. Among marine organisms, and here is some organism in coral reef. Of course, I can show you here the hermit and the fish and also the worm. Some new species from Indonesia. Among marine organisms, fish is the most studied, and it is always very exciting when we still find a new species of fish. Here is some new species of fish from Indonesia. Himantura tutul, described by the late Dr. Adisa and colleague, and other species also described by Dr. Peristiwadi and colleague. And here, recently, 2019, Trima Putrai, described by Winterbottom and colleague from Papua, Raja Ampat. And we don't forget Latimera menadoensis, the very famous living fossil that was found in the north of Sulawesi. And as I'm a crab person, so I also want to show here a Hexapinus simplex, and described by Rahayu and Eng in 2014, and also Diogenes Takedai, described by Rahayu in 2012. Both is come from Lombok. After coastal water, now we go to offshore water. The exploration of this water were not easily performed. Ship with special equipment is needed, and days in the offshore and open seas are long and surely expensive. In the last 50 years, several deep sea expeditions have been conducted in Indonesian water. Among others is Karubar, Korindon, Ewin is Indonesia Widya Nusantara expedition, and recently Esjadis expedition in 2018. The number of marine species were declined with depth. And here is, for example, of the deep sea expedition of Karubar in 1991. This Karubar expedition explored Arafura Sea around K, Aru, and Tanimbar, where is the name come from, K, Aru, and Tanimbar, has resulted in discovery of 79 new species and several new genera of invertebrate. Specimens of other taxonomic groups such as echinoderm and fishes from this expedition are yet to be studied. We can see here the expedition is in 1991. The publication is in 1997. So we can see that to work with the taxonomy is take a very long time. And recently, the South Java Deep Sea expedition, as mentioned by the head of LIPI and by Minister this morning. sampled 63,000 with for equipment with the depth ranging from 100 to 2,355 meters. Here we go from Sunda Strait to Cilacap and back to Sunda Strait and collected about 12,000 specimens from 800 species. And the 10 new species announcing by Indonesian Minister of Research and Technology came from this expedition. Study on some other new species from this expedition are progressing now. There are still new species coming. Here we show the daily operation of the expedition. For each station, we provide information such as station number, depth, and date. And here we deploy dredge, box scorer, and trawl, and also multi-core. Multi-core operated usually at the end of the day, because then we'll go to the deepest depth and will take a long time to operate this. And here the other daily operation. Yes, I will go quick.
Yeah.
This is
for 4 minutes.
And here separating organism according to taxa, sieving, and also here still separating organism. And here is preservation, taking photograph, and regular meeting every evening. And here's a new finding. We have lobster, fish, hermit crab, and this is the famous giant cockroach, giant marine cockroach. And here is the string and interesting finding. Worm, foraminifera, and also here tunicate. And here the string fish. We can see here the big jaw of the fish. And here is sea star, swim and mollusk, swimming bivalve, and here is swimming sea cucumber. Yes, and besides all the strange and interesting marine organisms, we get also plastic trash from the bottom of the sea. From each trawl of dredge we operated, some plastic trash was also come with it. This is just a small amount of the plastic that we collect from unintentionally from the deep of the sea. That's terrible, no? Well, to finish my presentation, I would like to talk about the opportunity and challenges in the research of marine biodiversity in Indonesia. The opportunity is Indonesia is famous with high marine biodiversity. Exploration of marine diversity will find new source of food, bioactive substance from pharmacy and functional food. Coastal area in many remote area and deep sea were unexplored. Many taxonomic groups have no expert. That here we have the opportunity to become an expert of 1 or 2 taxon group. The chance to describe new species is huge. The challenges is to explore remote area or to run expedition and to keep specimen collection are very expensive. And to become an expert in taxonomy of a taxon take a long time. Genetic study can be employed to support taxonomy, but genetic study is also expensive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dwi Listio Rahayu, for very interesting presentation. It gives us information how amusing was our expedition and also our work. Also, how rich our marine biodiversity is. Thank you very much, Prof. Dwi Listio Rahayu. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our second presenter. He will deliver a presentation entitled Recognizing and Maximizing the Economic Value of Indonesia's Living Small Branch Biodiversity. The presentation will be given by Dr. Mark Ekman. He worked for Conservation International Asia Pacific. He is the Vice President of Conservation International Asia Pacific Marine Program. He finished his PhD in marine biology at University of California, Berkeley, United States. Since 1994 to present, has described 16 new species of stomatopod and more than 100 species of fishes. And then he also wrote there more than 60 articles. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Mark Ekman. For the next 15 minutes, the floor is yours, sir. You are still unmute. You still mute now. Sorry.
Oh, hear me now?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yes. Good.
Oke, terima kasih. Selamat pagi. Selamat
Pagi.
dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Saya akan coba share screen.
Do you need any help?
Oke, sudah bisa lihat?
Okay. Okay. Yes. Clear.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it gives me great pleasure. It's an honor to speak with you today. My topic is going to be on recognizing and maximizing the economic value of Indonesia's living elasmobranch biodiversity, something which I've been quite interested in for the past 10 years or so. I'll start off with a bit of a background on Indonesian shark and ray biodiversity, and then specifically focus in on elasmobranch ecotourism, both globally and especially in Indonesia, of course, and then what needs to be done really to maximize this economic value of Indonesia's elasmobranchs in the near future. So, as we've been hearing all day today, and we'll continue to hear, I'm sure, no surprise, Indonesia's sharks and rays are, of course, the world's most biodiverse. We know that there's at least 200 and some odd species, probably quite a few more. At least 27 of these are endemic to Indonesia. And we know from the work of researchers at LIPI that almost every year there's additional new species being described. And I'm sure we'll hear about some of those later on today. Indonesia's sharks and rays are also the world's most fished and the most threatened. So we know that Indonesia has been the largest shark and ray fishery in the world for at least 4 decades. And up to now, still about 100,000 tons a year being landed across the archipelago. We also know that approximately 40% of the Indonesian shark species are considered threatened with extinction, which is the highest in the world. Now, of course, there are these shark fisheries. They're very valuable, but I would posit that they're also quite unsustainable. Shark and ray meat is an important food source in some Indonesian coastal communities, and the export value of shark products, which includes, of course, fins, oil, skin, cartilage, etc., is quite high. It's estimated up to $125 million per year. But again, I would posit this is not a sustainable driver of economic growth or of food security. And that's because most sharks and rays are slow growing, they're late maturing, and they have a low fecundity. They're in essence quite classic case selected animals, which means that they're extremely vulnerable to overfishing. And globally, indeed, if we look at elasmobranch populations, they are highly threatened, and they're just a tiny fraction of what they used to be and what they should be. So most shark species, we believe, have been reduced by 98 to 99% of their pre-industrial fishing abundances, which is, of course, quite phenomenal if you think about that. Very recently, the Global Fin Print Project, which looked at, I think, close to 400 reefs in over 58 countries, found that 20% of those coral reefs had no sharks on them, and 63% of the baited remote underwater video cameras that they dropped recorded no sharks. So this is a common thing that we see across the globe. And globally, 25% of shark and ray species are considered threatened with extinction. And again, Indonesia stands out as the largest hotspot of extinction risk globally. So if we think about that, I would say what we really need to be thinking about now is extracting economic value from living elasmobranchs, not so much from fisheries. And indeed, shark and ray ecotourism is now worth over $500 million a year globally, and it's one of the fastest growing sectors of marine tourism worldwide. Even as far back as 10 years ago, Palau was already, Palau of course being a small island nation just to the north of Indonesia, already deriving 8% of its gross domestic product and 14% of its tax income from shark-related tourism. If we look more closely at Palau, you'll see back then, 10 years ago, they were making about $18 million a year in shark watching tourism revenues. And each of those reef sharks in Palau were valued at approximately $179,000 a year, or if you looked over the course of its lifetime, that would be about $1.9 million for each one of those sharks. Now, if you compare that to what that shark would be worth dead as a fisheries product with its fins, that's only about $95. So it's 20,000 times more valuable alive than dead. Moreover, the tax revenues in Palau 24 times higher from shark tourism than they were from shark export products, which is, of course, is very important to the government as well. Now, how about if we look at Indonesia? Well, Indonesian shark and ray tourism is actually already booming. This is not something new that needs to be developed. It's very much already happening. If we look at O'Malley et al.'s global study on manta ray tourism in 2013, they reported that Indonesian manta ray tourism was already worth $15 million a year back then from only 4 sites across Indonesia, which include Nusa Penida, Raja Ampat, Komodo, and Berau and East Kalimantan. Indonesia is also the 2nd largest manta tourism destination globally, only behind Japan. And if I simply look at Raja Ampat, which I know quite well, the tourism arrivals there have actually quadrupled since that data was taken. So one has to believe that the value of manta tourism in Indonesia is probably at least triple what it was estimated back then. And local governments do recognize this. If you look at Raja Ampat back in 2012, Kabupaten Raja Ampat actually created Indonesia's first shark and ray sanctuary in recognition of the high value of their elasmo tourism. So manta rays, reef sharks, and walking sharks are now the #1 attraction for dive tourists coming to Raja Ampat. And indeed, Manggarai Barat and Berau have created similar sanctuaries as well. And I believe that there's more interest in this across other parts of Indonesia as well. And of course, at the national level, there has also been good action. So following Raja Ampat's lead and based upon this mantanomics argument that a manta ray dead is worth only about $500 maximum, but over the course of its lifetime as a tourism asset worth over $1 million in Indonesia. KKP, the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, back in 2014, created the world's largest manta ray sanctuary by fully protecting both species of manta in Indonesia. And it's not just manta rays. KKP also has fully protected whale sharks due to their very high tourism value, which we know from other parts of the world, small areas like Ningaloo in Western Australia, or just a single atoll in the Maldives can bring in up to $15 million in a year. And indeed, Cendrawasih Bay whale shark tourism, which is still very much in its infancy, is already estimated at bringing in $10.5 million a year, based on a study by Anna and Saputra back in 2017. I should also add, and I think this is very important, that economic value is not just going to tourism operators. It actually penetrates directly into the coastal communities. So this study that I show there on the left by Maulita Hani of CI showed that the estimated whale shark tourism value in Saleh Bay in Sumbawa, which is very much a new thing, is already at about $1.3 million a year. And that includes at least $67,000 that is going directly into small little Labuan Jambu village. Asril Junaidi and colleagues in 2019 also calculated that Batu Berani village in Gorontalo was receiving about 112 million rupiah per month from domestic whale shark ecotourism. So this is important because this is going directly to villagers, which I think is something quite unique in the tourism world. And of course, there's tremendous potential for further growth. A recent paper by Putu Mustika and others highlight 24 shark tourism hotspots in Indonesia that are already operating. And indeed, I could point to at least 3 or 4 additional ones, such as Alor, Kaimana, and Tanimbar, which already have shark and ray tourism happening as well. The estimates of current value of shark and ray tourism across Indonesia vary quite widely, from as low as 22 million up to 195 million. I would tend to think it's much more towards the far right, given that we know that manta tourism alone is probably worth at least 55 million. And Mustika et al. Suggests that tourism value of sharks is already worth close to 1.5 times what the value of exports of shark products are in Indonesia. They also, importantly, suggest that if sharks are not protected across Indonesia, Indonesia's marine tourism value could lose up to 25% of its current value, which is an important point to note. So what needs to be done to maximize the economic value of Indonesian elasmotourism? We heard from Professor Jompa earlier about this importance of we need to really maximize this. Well, the first thing I would say is that the two biggest forms of elasmotourism going on, whale shark and manta tourism in Indonesia, need to really have best practices put into place. And that's already happening in a number of places, Raja Ampat, Kaimana, Bali, Komodo. There's a lot of effort already going on to educate tourists and dive guides and make sure, and snorkel guides, and make sure that they're doing it the right way. While I'm at it, I'll simply note a few things about Indonesia's manta rays and whale sharks. Interestingly, with the manta rays, this is one of the only places in the world, Indonesia, where you get both species, the reef and the oceanic manta rays, and in fact, sometimes playing on the same reef together. And I'll simply share one nice little piece of data coming from Eddie Setiawan's work. He's here at the University of Auckland with me right now, and he has some really exciting results to share now. Raja Ampat's manta population is not only thriving, it's actually growing, and is one of the world's largest manta populations. So that's quite exciting news. From a whale shark perspective, Indonesia is also very blessed. This is the most consistent whale shark aggregations yet discovered on Earth. Most other places where people go to see whale sharks, they're only there for perhaps a month or two, or perhaps 3 at most over the course of a year for a very ephemeral food source. But in places like East Kalimantan, Cendrawasih Bay, Batu Berani, all of these areas, the whale sharks are there year round, also Teluk Saleh and Sumbawa. So that's an amazing asset from a tourism perspective. But to maximize that value, we need to move beyond mantas and whale sharks. So Indonesia really has many more elasmo attractions than just mantas and whale sharks. Reef sharks, of course, black tips, white tips, grays, and silver tips are perhaps the most common attractions in Indonesian elasmotourism. And we could certainly do a better job of managing them and making sure that more of our reefs have lots of them on them. Walking sharks, though, you don't even need the toothy sharks. Walking sharks, which are only found, of course, in far eastern Indonesia, are an amazing attraction for tourists. And in fact, 6 of the 9 known species of walking shark are found in Indonesia. 5 of them around West Papua and down into Aru, and then 1 in Halmahera. These are, again, an amazing tourism asset that we really could be doing a better job of promoting. Wobegons, the carpet sharks, which just sit down on the bottom, again, a favorite of divers. And Indonesia is the only country in the world with at least 3 species, including one which we know is undescribed. That's probably the most common one, the tasseled. This one was described from Bali and the Lesser Sundas. It's also found in West Papua. And there's a final one, which isn't even described yet. I believe that Pak Fahmi at Lipi is working on this right now, found from the Aru archipelago. So again, these are all tourism favorites. Leopard sharks. These unfortunately have been really quite hammered in terms of their populations across Indonesia, but they're a real favorite across Australia and other parts of up over to the Red Sea. And the Raja Ampat government actually is soon to launch a big recovery program, which it hopes to do in coordination with Lipi and KKP and CI. Hammerheads and thresher sharks, another one which really the tourism value has not been anywhere near close to approached here in Indonesia. Schooling hammerheads in the Banda Sea are already a big attraction, but they're also there in Alor. Thresher sharks are found in Barau. There actually appears to be a cleaning station there off of Maratua, as well as Alor and Bali. And these, again, are real attractions for tourists. Cat sharks and bamboo sharks. Pak Fahmi at Lipi is doing a lot of work on these and documenting very high biodiversity and numerous endemics, all of which, again, have high tourism value for tourists. Giant stingrays. This is an animal that I photographed with my children in Raja Ampat a few years ago. 6 meters long, the world's largest stingray, and it's still undescribed. So again, typical of Indonesia, just so much biodiversity, much of it undescribed, and all of it, I might add, with tourism value. Mask rays and numbfishes, I think we'll probably hear more about at least the mask rays from, well, probably both of them actually, from Philippe Borza later. But this is another example of Indonesian endemic shark and ray biodiversity, which really has great tourism value. And finally, I'll just note the eagles and mobula rays. These pelagic rays have a very strong attraction for divers. And again, this tourism is already developed in Indonesia. So Raja Ampat, Lombok, North Sulawesi, Halmahera, all of these destinations are already promoting their eagle rays and their mobula rays, and probably other parts of Indonesia as well. So these are all very important. So in summary, I would simply say that with the highest biodiversity of sharks and rays in the world and a growing marine tourism industry, Indonesia really needs to increasingly value its living elasmobranch resources. Done a great job for 4 decades of looking at them as a fisheries product, but now we need to look at them as a tourism product because they actually have a much higher value in that regard. Moreover, and this is, I think, a really important thing to note, sharks and rays also play a very critically important ecological role in keeping fish stocks healthy. So valuing and protecting them as an ecotourism asset will allow us to ensure that there's a higher fisheries value from Indonesia's commercial and artisanal fish stocks. That's not to be underestimated, the importance of that as well. So I guess I would end by simply saying, marilah merayakan keanekaragaman hayati hiu dan pari Indonesia. And with that, I will say terima kasih. I'd also like to just quickly acknowledge, if I can make it go, whoops, sorry, both Menristek and Lippi for inviting me. I really appreciate that, of course, as well as the Indonesian Ministries of Marine Affairs and Fisheries and Environment and Forestry. And maybe I'll just end with a few quick photos that I'll go through of some of Indonesia's beautiful whale shark tourism, all of these being from Cendrawasih Bay, just to kind of show you what is on offer out there, and something which, again, is really a very high value. These are all my children, by the way, swimming with whale sharks in Cendrawasih. And you can see just how much fun these people are having and what an amazing, amazing asset we have there. And with that, I think I will end. Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih kembali, Dr. Mark. Thank you very much, Dr. Mark, for very attracting presentation. I can imagine you can diving with the shark there. It gives us information how to recognize and maximize the economic value of Indonesia's living elasmobranch biodiversity. It was very, very interesting. We will have any discussion later. Thank you. You can stay for a while and then I will come you again. Thank you, Dr. Mark Edman. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the third speaker, I remind you to all of the participants to fill the attendance form that's shared by the committee. The attendants also invite to write. If you have any question, you can write in the Q&A column or in YouTube comment, and the question will be answered in our Q&A session then. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the third speaker, Professor Dr. Paul Barber. He will give a presentation about Indonesian marine genetic diversity in coral triangle area, the value of marine genetic diversity in coral triangle area. He is the professor of ecology and evolutionary biology at University of California, Los Angeles. He is the professor in Institute of Environment and Sustainability, the director of Diversity Project UCLA, Board of Trustees, Taylor Perpetual Trust. He finished his PhD in University of California, Berkeley, United States, and the postdoc fellow in Harvard University, United States. Since 1992 to present, has gotten 14 honors and awards, as well as has more than 20 articles of significant publication in the international journals. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Paul Barber. In the 15 minutes, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you to Menristek and Lippi, and in particular Ibu Yulia for the invitation to speak with you today about the value of genetic diversity across the coral triangle.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry, please give the slideshow maybe. will be bigger.
Yep. I'm gonna start here. Does that work now?
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Clearly. Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah.
So we've heard a lot about Indonesia being part of the Coral Triangle, the global epicenter of marine biodiversity, more marine organisms here than anywhere else. And frequently, when we think about marine biodiversity, we're thinking about species diversity. We're thinking about the corals, the nudibranchs, as Mark Erdman was talking about, the manta rays, the whale sharks, all of the fish, and the amazing diversity of marine life that inhabits the coastal waters of Indonesia, the bizarre animals like the hairy frogfish that you can find off the coasts of Manado, or the mimic octopus that morphs itself into all sorts of different forms. And individual species diversity is really interesting. It's amazing. It's incredibly important. But what I would like to talk to you about tonight, and hope that you walk away understanding, is that within each of these species that makes up the amazing diversity of the Coral Triangle, there are genes. And within each of these genes, there is diversity. So here, this is just an alignment of a bunch of individual sequences of the mitochondrial cytochrome oxidase C subunit 1 gene. The different colors correspond to different nucleotides. But you can put this into an evolutionary context, and you begin to see patterns where different clusters of haplotypes group together. And you can plot these over geography, and what you will see is that different clusters of genetic diversity occupy very different parts of the Indonesian archipelago. And this is something that we have done in partnership with LIPI and Diponegoro University and Udayana and other institutions. And we see in a variety of different organisms, from stomatopods, there are these regional differences in the distributions of genetic diversity. In things like the stoplight wrasse, Halochories hortulanus, we see these regional differences in the distributions of genetic diversity. In giant clams, we see the same pattern of different geographic distributions of genetic diversity. And in fact, over the last 20 years or so, we've looked at these regional patterns of genetic diversity in about 60 different species of fish and invertebrates. And essentially, we find 4 very unique regions. There's Western Indonesia, there's Central Indonesia going up into the Philippines as well. There's Eastern Indonesia, and then Teluk Cendrawasih is its own special, unique place. Now,
Weber, sorry.
Yeah.
Can you please full screen?
Oh, where? I don't know where to do that. Where is the full screen option?
Paul, if you go into PowerPoint, you might need to go to the presentation options and not unclick use presenter view.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, let me try this again. So
It's okay, we are waiting for you. Yeah.
Okay, let me just go here.
There you go.
Okay,
Okay.
that's good, better. Thank you.
Yep. So we have these four different unique regions, and using this information on regional variation and genetic diversity, we've helped inform regional conservation planning by CI, TNC, WWF. One of the things in particular that the genetic diversity showed is that Western Indonesia is very unique and is a place that's deserving of its own special protections, even though it's officially outside of the Coral Triangle. But all of this diversity is under threat. It's under threat from coastal development, from pollution, from destructive fishing practices, from unsustainable fishing practices. But increasingly, it's also under threat from global processes such as climate change. And as atmospheric temperatures rise, so are temperatures in the ocean. And we see, in the last 100 years, there's been a significant rise of temperatures in the world's oceans, particularly in the Coral Triangle. This is leading to an increased frequency and severity of coral bleaching. And it's important to think about this genetic diversity in an evolutionary context. This genetic diversity is functional. So if we look here at West Papua with these blue colors indicating cooler water temperatures, the reds and yellows indicating warmer water temperatures, we see there's a big difference in water temperature in West Papua. And we're looking here at a bunch of giant clams, Tridacna crocea. But if you go in and look at the genetic diversity of the symbionts that live within those giant clams, what you see is that there's different genetic diversity in the cooler populations than there is in the warmer populations in Teluk Cendrawasih. This genetic variation is influencing the function of these symbionts and the ability of these giant clams to deal with these different environmental stressors inside, on one side or the other of Western Papua. If you look at snails or nudibranchs, we see very similar patterns where, and my screen has frozen.
What's going, Prof? Do you need our help?
It seems to have crashed.
Okay, maybe our moderator can help you to share the screen.
I can't even exit the the PowerPoint.
Okay, please maybe our co-moderator or our host can help you to share the screen.
Okay.
Okay. Just a moment. Okay.
Okay.
that's still yours. Maybe
Okay.
you can, okay, you can continue.
Okay, so if you look at these snails or these nudibranchs, and you look at nucleotide variation across their genomes, what you see is that about 3% of the genetic variation is associated with environmental variation, particularly in terms of elevated water temperatures. And so this genetic diversity that we see in these populations is actually making a difference. Now, why do we need to be thinking about genetic variation and not just preserving individual species or individual biodiversity? But if you look at effective population size, and as these population sizes get smaller and smaller, what happens is genetic diversity decreases, and it happens relatively quickly. Now, this is talking about effective population size, which is different than census size. But if you look at something like an albacore tuna, the effective population size is about 1,500 times lower than the census size. So even though you may have a lot of tuna, you may have a lot of corals, you may have a lot of sharks, the effective population sizes can be relatively small. And as those effective population sizes get smaller and smaller, you lose genetic diversity. And so, Mark was just talking about sharks, and these shark populations have been dwindling over time. And as these shark populations get smaller and smaller, the genetic diversity decreases. And as that genetic diversity decreases, so does the adaptive potential. And it's not just sharks that this is happening to, it's happening to corals, it's happening to clownfish, it's happening to giant clams and sea stars and groupers and everything else that lives in the coral triangle and the coastal oceans of Indonesia. And so, because this genetic diversity is the adaptive potential, it is the insurance policy to deal with climate change, to deal with rising ocean temperatures, it's really critical that we protect this genetic variation, because if we don't protect the genetic variation, these populations won't adapt. And we know that so many people depend on this biodiversity. 40% of the world's economy and 80% of the needs of the poor are derived from these biological resources. In the Coral Triangle, half of the nearly 400 million people that live in this region depend upon biodiversity for protein. It's supporting the livelihoods of over 120 million people. Within Indonesia alone, Indonesia is the second largest fisheries producer next to China. It's supporting 12 million jobs throughout Indonesia. It's providing over 50% of the animal protein that Indonesians are consuming on a daily basis. And so it's absolutely critical that these species, these ecosystems, persist into the future. Pak Jompa talked about this earlier, the need to have the sustainability of these ecosystems, but the sustainability of these ecosystems is dependent upon this genetic diversity. And so as we're thinking about protecting the future potential of Indonesians' marine biodiversity, we need to be thinking about genetic diversity as well, because without it, these populations won't persist. And so we need to be thinking about maximizing the population sizes of marine organisms in Indonesia, because the higher the population size, the higher the effective population size. The higher the effective population size, the more you preserve the adaptive potential. And that adaptive potential is going to be what maintains the maximal benefits to Indonesia, the Coral Triangle, and the rest of the world. So thank you very much.
Wow. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Paul Barber, for very nice presentation. Please stay for a while. I will invite you again to answer the question after our last presenter. Thank you very much. And now, again, I remind to the attendant to fill the attendance form. And also, if you have any question, you can write down your question in the Q&A column. And also in YouTube comment. And now we come to the our last speaker, but not the least. He is Professor Dr. Oki Karnarajasa. He will deliver a presentation entitled The Importance of Indonesian Deep Sea Microorganisms from Bioeconomic Perspective. Actually, Professor Dr. Oki Karnarajasa is our new deputy, the Deputy of Earth Sciences, LIPI. He is also the board member and representative of Indonesia to Asia Joint Research Program, or GRP, and also governing board member of Seameo Serka, Manila. He finished his PhD in aquatic bioscience at University of Tokyo, Japan. Since 1992 to present, has gotten 4 awards and has more than 40 articles of significant publication in international journal. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Oki Karnarajasa. Professor Oki, in the next 15 minutes, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. May I have access for the share screen?
Yes, please. Okay.
Could you see my screen?
Yes, but not yet a slideshow.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
thank you very much,
Clear.
moderator, for inviting me. I'm glad here to see Pak Paul from UC LA, and also Pak Mark. Today's talk is the importance of Indonesian deep sea microorganism from bioeconomic perspective. Despite the fact that Indonesia is one of the mega diversity countries, which is more characterized by the marine biodiversity in the coastal waters, we are also been blessed to have another very unique deep sea waters that represent the untapped diversity of Indonesian richness. As you can see here, the blue one represent several areas in Indonesia that has a deep ocean. When we talk about the branch of microbiology, actually there has been quite a significant development on the field of microbiology. As you can see here, we are very familiar with soil microbiology, medical microbiology, food technology, geomicrobiology, agricultural microbiology as well as industrial microbiology. And due to our vast area of marine environment, that marine microbiology is a quite developed, advanced field in Indonesia. And one of our important potential is deep sea microbiology. What is deep sea microbiology? So basically, deep sea environment is characterized by cold, dark, low nutrient, high pressure environment with an exception of hydrothermal vents. So, and you see here, there is very significant changes of the ocean pressure when we go deeper into the deep. The reason is that there is a lack of information on the diversity as well as mechanism of adaptation, also the physical limit of life. Now we are also thinking about what is their biotechnological potential. So in general, deep sea microbiology deals with microorganisms living in the seawater and sediment in the depth of 3,300 meters or deeper, representing the average depth of ocean. So by this definition, of course, Indonesia is having several deep options. Despite very cold and dark as well as low temperature, there are several areas in the Indonesian deep sea also happen to have what we call it hydrothermal vents that represent another uniqueness of diversity in the deep sea of Indonesia. This is an example how the physical effect of pressure. So as you can see here, I compare the curry cup that I brought to Mariana Trench into depth of approximately 11,000 meters, and the noodle cup of sedap. So you can imagine how very extreme situation under deep sea environment. So basically, when we talk about deep sea microorganism, basically we're talking about extremophiles. So who are they? The deep sea microorganism. Number one, we talk about barophiles. It is defined as pressure adapted microorganism. They can be distinguished into different categories. Number one is barotolerant. They could grow in the atmospheric pressure as well as the deep pressure. And then barophilic that prefer to live under high pressure, and obligate barophilic that only grows more than 500 atmospheric pressure. And the second one is the psychrophiles, the low temperature adapted microorganism. They could be psychrotolerant and psychrophilic that are very much as the native microorganism under low temperature deep sea environment. And the third one is thermophiles, high temperature adapted microorganism. And there are several categories depend on the range of temperature they prefer to live between 60 degrees Celsius up to 115 degrees Celsius. Of course, due to our limitation to access to deep sea environment, of course, we need special devices, including the ship as well as the equipment that needed to access and collect deep sea sample. For example, we are familiar with manned submersible, Shinkai 6,500 meters. Sinkai mean deep sea. It could reach up to 6,500 meters, and for the unmanned submersible, it can reach up to 11,000 meters into the. So use Niskin butterfly as well as pressure retaining sampler for collecting. And luckily, LIPI is now equipped with a research vessel that could also help us to explore the richness of deep sea environment. The challenge is how to cultivate the deep sea microbiofile. So basically, this is the standard methods on how to cultivate them. Luckily, I have experience deep sea microorganism, especially biofile, because when I took my PhD in Ocean Research Institute in Tokyo, I happened to learn to work on biofile as well. And this is how we can cultivate the deep sea microbiofile. So basically, it will determine by growing them at 4 and 20 degrees Celsius. When they grow only at 4 degrees Celsius, basically you will get the true microbiofile. So the question is how this micro or extremophile can adapt into a very extreme environment. So most of psychrophile and barophile, they have a very low metabolic rate. They have a smaller size than coastal microorganism. They've been equipped with pressure-regulated operant, and they have adaptive changes of membrane lipids of PUFA. They also have protein coat, outer membrane protein, as well as protein or enzyme that hold the cellular structure together by allowing the normal reaction to take place. And they also pressure control expression, gene expression that will enhance the optimal production rate under increased pressure. Since the limitation of access into deep sea marine environment, then not so many reports. There has been a lack of information regarding the diversity of deep sea microorganisms. So you can see only certain group have been reported so far. For example, Colwellia group, Psychromonas group, Sewanella group, Photobacterium group, as well as Moritella. And on the right hand also several others microorganism that has been successfully cultivated. So for the group of MTW13, that was a sample that I collected from Mariana Trench during a cruise to Palau. And on the right hand, she also was collected during the other research cruise. So I believe that Indonesian deep sea waters will or environment will provide the untapped diversity of deep sea microorganism. That is why we need to work and to explore the richness of deep sea microorganism of Indonesia. This is an example profile from Mariana Trench that could be regarded as obligate barophile because they could not grow less than 500 atmospheric pressure. That is equal to a depth of 5,000 meters. And the two bacteria, DP as well as DP21MT2 and MT5 were collected from Mariana Trench from a depth of 11,000 meters. And it is very true that based on the experiment, as you can see on the graph, they could not grow below 50 MPa or 500 atmospheric pressure. This is so that they are very well adapted into deep sea environment. And these are the biotechnological potential of deep sea microorganism, because biodiversity means chemical diversity, and so deep sea natural product could include lipid, pigment, and other pharmaceuticals, also industrial useful enzyme protease, lipase, galactosidase, pectinase, catalase, and glucose oxidase. Another potential is that 70% of the lipid membrane of deep sea microorganism of PUFA, especially the AHA, that very important to decrease the cholesterol and to prevent cardiovascular disease, as well as reduce the risk of cancer. PUFA is also important for normal embryonic development, in particular for optical and neural, and also for aquaculture. Also, there is a report on the synthetic surfactant that have been produced by deep sea microorganisms. Another question is why deep sea hydrothermal vents? There is a lack of exploration and potential sources of novel microorganisms with new application. And according to the information I received so far, there is also several deep sea hydrothermal in Indonesian deep sea water. So this also another challenges for Indonesian scientists to work on the microbial community diversity in the deep sea environment, especially in the deep sea hydrothermal vent. This is the basic method for cultivating thermophile, and this is the adaptation mechanism of thermophile. Why they could stand for a very high temperature. So they are very rich in lipids, in saturated fatty acid, that's allowing the membrane to remain stable and functional and at high temperature. And also the heat stability of protein in hyperthermophile is also improved as the result of an increased number of ionic bonds between positive and negative charges of the various amino acids. And also the solid diinositol, phosphate, and etc. produced in a high amount in the certain hyperthermophile help stabilize their protein against thermal degradation. So in general, thermophiles produce heat-stable enzyme that prove to be very important to the field of biotechnology in terms of more rapid reaction, high solubility of product, as well as decreasing the contaminant. So in the long run, it could also lower the production cost. This is an example of biotechnological potential of thermostable enzyme. For example, protease for production of aspartame and other peptide, silanase, lipase, etc. So again, this is represent the bioeconomic potential of deep sea microorganism, especially for hydrothermal thermophile. As concluding remarks, I think Indonesia deep sea represent the untapped biodiversity of marine microorganism. And Indonesian deep sea microorganism offer biotechnological potential for bioeconomic development. So it is time for us to now to be more serious in exploiting our deep sea environment. And last but not least, I think research collaboration are needed to explore the potential of deep sea microorganism, including international scientific collaboration. Thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Oki, for your very nice and interesting presentation. It seems that we have to explore again our deep sea then, and also make collaboration with many institutions. Again, thank you very much, Prof. Oki. And then we will thanks very much also all presenters for your informative and interesting talk. Following your presentation was very, very enjoyable. It was just like we surf on the sea and diving in the deep sea floor by ourselves. We can see the biggest ones like shark and others, and also the smallest one, the microorganism. We will discuss with our all participants about the topic in the next session. And now we come to the question and answer session. Well, as I mentioned before, that the first time we will invite our panelists. We have 2 panelists. Before we welcome again Professor Dr. Gwilisio Rahayu, Professor Dr. Paul Barber, and also Dr. Mark Ekman to come and join us in the floor. Very well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the question and answer session. The first part of our Q&A session will be given to our panelists. So for the first, I will invite Professor Dr. Teguh Peristiwadi to give a short presentation and also comment or maybe question to our speakers. Professor Teguh Peristiwadi, the time is yours. Prof. Teguh. Okay, again, I remind to the attendants, if you have any question, you can write down your question in the Q&A chat, Q&A column, or the people in the...
Okay, thank you, everybody. Hear me?
Okay, here.
Hello.
Okay,
Hello.
Prof. Teguh, please. Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, Prof. Teguh.
Yeah, please. Please
Okay.
ask them. Yeah.
Do you need our help to share your screen?
We couldn't hear you, Prof. Teguh.
I'm sorry because he is so far away in the Bitung. Maybe the connection unstable. Okay, maybe our co-moderator can help him. Mbak Sari or Bu Nurul, I think
he's back.
can. Oh, okay, he's back. Okay. Professor Teguh, do you need our help?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Ogi.
Yes. What's happened?
Ogi.
Yes.
Ogi.
Yes, I hear you.
Hello. Ogi.
Yes, Pak Teguh. I hear
Halo,
you.
Pak Ogi.
Just a moment.
You need any help, Pak Teguh? He couldn't.
Halo, Pak Ogi. Okay. May I? Yeah. Please, please, host, try to share my screen, please.
Okay, that's it.
Ask to host.
You see that now?
Yes. Clear. Okay.
Okay.
Please, Prof. Teguh.
Hello, Pak Teguh. You hear me?
Or maybe we can move to the other panelists first, Pak Ogi.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay. Then we move to the second panelist, our director, Dr. Ogi Sahilatwa. The time is yours. You can give a comment or maybe respond to question to the speakers.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, Dr. Ari, and I'm really happy to comment on that. But first of all, I would like to congratulate all speakers for a wonderful talk, informative and inspiring. So thank you very much. I heard all speakers, and some very close to my discipline, but other probably it's not very far. But I really enjoy, especially when Mark talked about shark and ray, and probably I can start from Mark first, and then probably going to Paul, and the last for the two speakers from Indonesia, Professor Rahayu and my boss, Professor Oki. Mark, it seems like you enjoy to be marine taxonomy as well as doing conservation. So, one of the aim to do this symposium, that we would like to encourage young scientists or in Indonesia to be marine taxonomists or marine biologists.
Yep.
So how can you, based on your experience, how can you suggest on that this thing, that to be a marine biologist and conservation? This one point. The little bit specific, I would like, because you talk a lot on Erasmus tourism. So most of us thought that, oh, if you talk about shark, it's very dangerous, because shark every time attack people, and it's wow, it's quite dangerous for us. But
Yep.
It seems like you really enjoy to talk about a lot more tourism. So how can you educate people that shark well, you talk about shark make money, but first, shark is friendly. Well, I can say for some reason. So that's two things, and so I think I stop there, and then probably Mark can come, and if I still have a time, and I can go for Paul and Professor Oki and Professor Rahayu before maybe Patagu can come up with some comment. So Mark, go first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Augie. I'll try to do this quickly then. I think your point about encouraging Indonesian students to enter into marine biology and especially marine taxonomy is a very good one. And I think the important point I would note is that in the 30 years that I've been involved with Indonesia, I've seen a tremendous increase in the last 5 or 6 years, especially, of interest from young, bright Indonesians in getting into marine biology and marine taxonomy. And indeed, right now, I have 3 different young Indonesian bright scientists, Edi Saputra, Rafid Shidki, and Abraham Sianipar, who are doing their PhDs and masters, which I'm involved in their programs with. And I know Paul has a number at UCLA as well, and it's really taken off. And I think that social media in particular, and the efforts of Core Map and so many different projects have really come to a point where the Indonesian public understands how important and are really proud about the marine heritage which exists in Indonesia and the exquisite marine biodiversity. So I'm really excited about this. Very recently, I got to spend a fair bit of time talking with Ibu Selvia at LIPI, and I'm delighted to know that there's now a number of younger marine taxonomists at LIPI focused on reef fish biodiversity, something which we've been waiting for a while. Obviously, we have Pak Teguh and some of the elders, but it's great to see the young ones. So I'm personally pretty excited about where it's already going. I don't know that, I don't see it being a crisis. I think actually there's a real increase right now already happening in marine interest from bright young Indonesian scientists. In terms of trying to how to educate people educate the Indonesian public about their shark and ray biodiversity, and especially why they're tourism assets and not scary. I think this is something that, from the outset, I mentioned that those of us in the NGO world decided purposefully to focus initially on manta rays and whale sharks and walking sharks and some of these non-toothy sharks and rays, to just point out how special these are and that there's nothing scary about them at all. And I think that's really taken off. And there's a lot of Indonesian, celebrities such as Riani Jangkaru and Hamish Dowd and others who are busy promoting this. And I think that overall across Indonesia right now, there's very much an understanding that it's not just great white sharks and jaws that are out there. Indonesia has an amazing diversity of sharks and rays that are small, beautiful animals that are on the bottom, as well as the biggest of all the sharks, the whale shark, all of which are perfectly harmless to swim with and really beautiful. So I think, again, I'm just very positive overall, both about the overall degree of marine science interest in young Indonesians, as well as in the Indonesian public's interest in sharks and rays. I think it's really taken off dramatically in the last 5 or 6 years.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark, for the comment. And Buhari, Patagu is back, so you can move to Patagu. Is he ready?
I think we can stay with Dr. Oki first until finish. If you still have any question or maybe a suggestion to another panelist, another speaker.
Because well, I have one thing to Paul probably. Thanks, Paul, for your talk on the genetic diversity. While I noticed that genetic diversity could help in conservation strategy, is it right? So if you look to Indonesian biodiversity, so how much we understand about the genetic diversity of marine biodiversity in Indonesia? Can you estimate that, or you still unmute? You need.
Sorry, not paying attention.
Yes.
So it's a really interesting question, and I would actually expand that question beyond just Indonesia. I think in general, we don't understand a lot about the genetic diversity of most of the organisms on the planet, whether they're in the ocean or whether they're on land. And where I think this becomes really important and really critical to Indonesia is that there's so much diversity that's there. It is so important to the economy, to the food security of Indonesia, that and that genetic diversity, it's the insurance policy against change. So our world is changing. The oceans are getting warmer. They're getting more acidic. Storm patterns are changing. Weather is different than it used to be. And it's that genetic diversity that's intrinsic to these populations that are going to allow them to adapt. And the way I kind of look at it is that the greater the dependence on biodiversity for the economy, for the food security, the more you need to be looking at the genetic diversity for this long-term insurance against environmental change. And I think that's a challenge in a place like Indonesia, because there's so much to understand. And I think that, just to build on what Mark was saying, the importance of engaging young Indonesian scientists and getting them interested, both in sort of basic taxonomy, basic ecology, fisheries biology, but also making sure that they learn about genetic diversity and genetic tools that are becoming so important to understanding how these ecosystems work and how they are able to respond to environmental change. So, and I think that is happening. This is becoming, much more common. We've spent a lot of time in Indonesia training students to do this kind of work, and they're doing it on their own now. So I think there's a lot of promise there.
So thanks, Paul. Maybe I'm going to Professor Oki before I'm back to Professor Rahayu. Professor Oki, in the opening speech, Professor Bambang mentioned a lot of deep sea and abundance, and it seems like he inspiring us to work on the quite deep marine water. So what do you think about the future of Indonesia doing marine biodiversity, also including marine deep sea or something like that? So please, Pak Oki.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Ogi. Yeah, we are ready to explore deep sea environment in Indonesia. So that is why our director for research center of deep sea in Ambon will be given more authority to develop deep sea research. And we are now in the process of agreement to have the new research vessel that will allow us to have equipment that will help us to access our deep sea environment. So basically, this will be one of our priority for the next 5 years in LIPI as well. And I'm as a deputy scientist and also a deep sea microbiologist, I'm also ready to build up the capacity of Indonesian scientists to work under deep sea environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Oki. My last comment probably due to Professor Rahayu. Based on your experience more than 30 years, how difficult to be a marine biologist or to be marine taxonomist, especially on your area?
Excuse me, Pak Ogi, cannot hear clearly.
You couldn't hear. Okay. I again, how difficult you feel to be marine taxonomist?
Oh, how difficult. In fact, if you like it, it is not too difficult. But of course, funding is difficult. Because if you ask the funding only for taxonomy, it will be what is you say it in French, sacerat quoi. That's for what taxonomy. But okay. Well, yes, if you like it, and then you it is not that difficult. And in the world of taxonomy is small. I mean, you know everybody in this field. So as I say, I'm a carcinologist. I work with the crustacean. The crustacean people who work with taxonomy is we know each other very good. So that is good to have a good relationship with everybody who work in the same field in the world. And if we have no specimen because we don't have funding to collect the specimen, then a colleague who work in the same field will say, hey, would you like to work with this group? And from another area, for instance, from the Pacific or from the Indian Ocean, then they will send the material to us. But to have the trust from the people who work in the same field, you have to build the relationship, and of course you also have to publish many articles internationally. That's that is the challenge. Okay.
So thank you, Professor Rahayu, and we are very lucky here because we have Professor Oki here is the chairman of LIPI, and here, and I think he heard directly from you that funding is a one big problem for doing taxonomy. So that's very important thing. Thank you very much, Professor Rahayu. I back to Bu Ari. Thank you, Bu Ari.
Thank you, Dr. Ogi. It was very nice discussion. Now then we will move to Professor Teguh. I think he already joined with us now. I heard about the electricity was done, Prof. Teguh?
Yes, okay now.
Okay. You can share the screen now. Or you need our help to share the screen?
Ibu Ari, could you ask host to share my screen, please?
Okay. Just wait a minute. Okay. Yes, this is your screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much to all of you. I'm sorry because in 5 or 10 minutes we have no electricity in Bitung. So sorry. And again, thank you so much, Professor Rahayu. If we look at the CV of the Professor Rahayu, she is really inspired woman. Really. And she also inspired me to work on taxonomy. But I think actually we have no scientist so productive as Professor Yoyo. And then also to Dr. Mark Erman, one of my best friend here. He also a big ichthyologist in Indonesia beside Randall and Ellen. And more, he speak Indonesian language very, very good. Thank you also to Professor Babur, Professor Oki. Your presentation is very interesting and exciting. All of you remark that Indonesia water possess high marine biodiversity with a diverse ecosystem as coral, mangrove, seagrass, muddy flat, deep sea, of course. And then also Dr. Mark show a high number of shark and ray species here in Indonesia. And then Professor Paul also remarked about genetic diversity and genetic variation. And he also remarked that Indonesian water is in the heart of the coral triangle. And Professor Oki gave a special point for a deep microorganism. But in my comment, no matter how big the resources that we have, next please, that we have. Next please, next please. Next slide please. Dr. Ari.
Yes, just a moment.
Yeah, next. Yeah.
Just a moment. I
Maybe
think
I can,
the server also. Yeah.
I can continue, huh? Well, you know, no matter how big our resources in Indonesia. Yeah, next please.
Yes.
Next.
That's already the second. Okay.
Next. Yeah.
Okay, Prof.
Yeah, okay. So no matter how big our resources, we must understand that all of our resources is limited. This is very important. This is very important for us. Because what? The consequence is if we cannot manage properly, our children and our grandchildren do not know what they have before. And then Professor Yoyo also mentioned that we have lacking of taxonomics. We have And then also, next. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah, and then Professor Oki also. Before, please. Before, please. Before, please. Yeah, Professor Oki also stated about. Next.
After this slide, maybe. Yes.
Yeah, 2 slides more. 2 slides more. Yeah, next. Next, please. Yeah, next, please. Yeah, okay. Yeah, next, please. Okay, yeah. Professor Oki also stated about lacking of facilities and fund, of course, to carry out the deep sea research in Indonesia. And I remember when Professor Bambang at LIPI anniversary at Bogor, yeah, asked to LIPI to keep his research and basic science, and also asked to LIPI to be a guardian of biodiversity. So in this case, we have really a big responsibility, not only discover what we have in Indonesia, but also to keep healthy any ecosystem. Yeah, next, please. Yeah, so one question for Professor Rahayu. Yeah? The most important question for us is now, Ibu Yoyo, how to increase and how to attract the students and young scientists in Indonesia to be taxonomists like you. I think it is a very, very, I think not simple question. Yeah? Maybe, Ibu Yoyo. Okay, and then next, please. Next, please. Ibu Ari.
Yes.
Next, please. Yes. And for Pak Ekman. So Pak Ekman also explained already, yeah, about shark and race in Indonesia. But you know, Pak Mark, some of our people still understand that conservation is conservation. It means all effort of conservation is to keep, just to keep, not catch, no other utilization. And also, now you present a very nice presentation, I think, how to change something ordinary to be valuable thing. Okay? And my question, Pak Mark, could you explain more to us about the challenges, difficulties, how to change fishermen who previously exploited directly the resources from the sea and now providing services for tourists, shark and whale watching. And my second question is, if I look your presentation, yeah, your data almost all is eastern part of Indonesia. How about in western part of Indonesia? And then next, please. Yeah, maybe, thank you, Professor Paul. Genetic diversity, maybe for us, this is a new science. Yeah. Genetic diversity serves as a way for population to adapt to change environment. Yeah. But almost studies show that the eastern part of Indonesia, yeah, in our experience, eastern part of Indonesia is more diverse than western part. Can I say that eastern part of Indonesia with more diverse will have a bigger genetic variability comparing to the western part? And my second question, I think you already answer about the shark in Indonesia, because condition now is become decline and decline. And then for the last, please, Dr. Ari. Next, please. Next, please. Good.
It's finished, Prof.
Finish. Why finish? Why finish? Maybe I can ask to Pak Oki. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So to Professor Oki, how many species now in the world and in Indonesia? And what kind of other potential application of the deep sea microorganism can be applied in various biotechnology fields? Thank you so much. Dr. Ari, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Teguh. Sorry for the inconvenience. I think the connection in the house also not good. Okay, thank you very much for your comment and also question to our speaker. Now I will give the time for the speakers to answer the question. Maybe first to Prof. Oki first, maybe you can answer that question. Prof. Oki?
Thank you very much. Yes. Of course, the first one I would like to highlight that a lack of information regarding the diversity of deep sea microorganisms, because most of the reported diversity so far were collected from sample outside of Indonesia. I have a very limited study on the deep sea study in Indonesian waters. So then that will be our first urgency, that it is very important that Indonesian scientists will start to explore the richness of deep sea microorganism. And secondly, with our current situation, especially in LIPI, we are trying to equip the research vessel with more advanced equipment. To collect the sample from deep sea, Barunajaya is already prepared for that. The question is how the human capacity to do to works on a deep sea microorganism. That's one thing that we need to solve the problem. So then I would say that human capacity building will be the most important factor that will affect the successfulness of our exploration for the deep sea. So this is of the tasks that will be given into the research center of deep sea in Ambon, that for the coming year, not only conducting research cruises, but also for capacity building, including involving the young scientists. So one of the program, as outlined by the chairman of LIPI, is to have several leg that are dedicated to involve young scientists, including students as well as university students, to be on board of our research cruise, so that they will also experience how to collect sample from deep sea. And for deep sea scientists, that we will have more training as well as workshop on how to collect and culture the deep sea sample, deep sea microorganism. Prof. Teguh, as we have known that only 1% of the marine microbial community has been successfully cultivated. That means the remaining 19% are still there. So we need to work also to combine with the uncultivable technique, especially using the metagenomic study. And also within LIPI, we have several equipment as well as center for metagenomic study that will support us to do the study on the metagenomic that are needed to use the potential of deep sea research. And for the other application, actually, the challenge is to get the pure culture from deep sea microorganism. Once we have this, then basically we can do several bioprospecting tests in order to predict the potential application. And also by using the metagenomic studies, we will also be able to isolate and even transfer several gene clusters that are responsible for the production of certain marine natural product, especially from deep sea environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Oki, for your response to Prof. Teguh comment. And then we move to, actually, I am so excited now because we are going to explore our ocean. Okay, next we move to Professor Dr. Paul Barber. Maybe you can answer or respond Prof. Teguh question.
Yeah, so I guess the first thing I would say is that while Eastern Indonesia definitely has a lot of very unique biodiversity and genetic diversity, one of the things that our studies have shown over the years is that Western Indonesia is really important as well. There's genetic diversity that we see in Western Indonesia that we don't see anywhere else. In fact, we did a study, like 15, 16 years ago, going out to Krakatau and sampling genetic diversity there from a variety of different marine organisms. And we saw genetic types there on Krakatau that we actually don't know where they came from. They're so unique, and we have populations sampled across Indonesia and other parts of the Coral Triangle, but you don't see these anywhere else, and we don't know why. And so I wouldn't say there's a big difference in terms of the environments on the Pacific side versus the Indian Ocean side of the Indonesian archipelago. And so on the Indian Ocean side, it's much warmer than the Pacific side, and I think that there is a historical origin to this difference in genetic diversity that's associated with fluctuating sea levels. But I think that there's a lot of adaptive genetic variation as well that's associated with these environmental differences. And I think particularly as ocean temperatures get warmer, it may be that the genetic diversity from Western Indonesia becomes much more important in terms of being able to adapt to changing ocean conditions. That said, when you're thinking about genetic diversity, the more you have, the better. And so it's not like, you don't want to essentially invest in just one region or another. It's important to think about diversifying and making sure that you're protecting as many of these uniquely diverse populations and regions as possible, so that as things change, there is the genetic potential there to adapt to those new conditions. And so, you know, I think it's a mistake to think about investing in just one region and that, you know, this region is going to be the one that will be able to recolonize all of the Coral Triangle, you know, following the impacts of ocean acidification or global warming. You know, I think what you want to think about is trying to preserve as much of that diversity as possible, because it's kind of like predicting, you know, the popularity of songs or TV shows, or, you know, the next greatest electronic device. Like, you just don't know where it's going to come from. And so the important thing is to invest broadly, so that as change comes, you've made sure from a conservation perspective and from a management perspective that you've invested in what is going to be important in terms of colonizing the future coastal marine ecosystems of Indonesia and the rest of the Coral Triangle.
Okay, okay, Prof.
Thank you.
Robert, is it enough? Yeah. Okay. We move to our Professor Rahayu and also Dr. Mark Ekman. But actually, you have only 1 minute to share. Can you speak faster maybe, because the time is limited. Please, maybe Dr. Mark first to respond to.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Pak Teguh. I'll just go very quickly. You asked about the challenges of changing fishermen into tourism operators, and I would say, without question, there is a challenge there. It takes a while to do this, but right in front of your doorstep in Bitung in the Lembeh Strait, you have a great example of fishermen who are now the world's best critter dive guides, right? So it does happen. And I think the important thing is that governments, local governments, need to force tourism operators to hire local people as their dive guides, as their boat people, as their resort staff. And it's a long training process, but you do make good money, and over time they become the best of those. And you can see that in Raja Ampat, you can see it in North Sulawesi, there's a number of places like that. So it takes a while, but it happens. You also asked about shark tourism in Western Australia, Western Indonesia, and I would say, of course, Western Indonesia overall is much more overfished than Eastern Indonesia, which is why there's less tourism there. Okay. But that's not to say it's not an opportunity. And certainly Aceh, I think Natuna, Anambas, even Bintan and Pulau Seribu, especially if the MPAs there are actively enforced, we can see the sharks come back there, and there really is an opportunity. East Kalimantan, also Barau, is a great place for shark and ray tourism. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Mark.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we move to Professor Rahayu, please.
Okay, thank you. To answer what Professor Teguh asked is how to attract students to become a taxonomist. I think the answer is simple. You have to fall in love with the organism that you want to work with.
Yep.
That's, if you don't like it, and then you don't want to work with it. It's correct, no?
Okay, thank you, Ibu.
Okay, thank you very much. Is it enough, Professor Rahayu? So we have to fall in love.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, what do you think? What do you think, Pak Teguh?
Yes. Okay, I think now we move to our last panelist, Dr. Yeti Darmayati. I'm so sorry. We are so sorry. Ask a question to the speakers, please, Dr. Yeti. You still mute. Dr. Yeti, you still mute.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and for the time. Thank you for very interesting and insightful presentation from Prof. Rahayu, Dr. Edman, and Prof. Paul Barber and Prof. Oki. So in this occasion, because very short time, please allow me to give comment to Prof. Oki Kadar Jasa only. Yeah? Prof. Oki has mentioned in his wonderful presentation that marine microbe is our treasures. It possesses so many potential molecules and activities, which is very, very valuable for biotechnological application. Besides, we also understand that marine microorganisms play very important role in marine environment as a main actor in maintain marine sustainability, also as an indicator for environmental conditions changes. Indonesia is a famous hotspot of mega biodiversity, and from a view of comprehensive study on exploring microbial resources in Indonesia, it is revealed that the microbial diversity in the country is high in number and different from other countries. However, information on microbial biodiversity, especially for marine microorganisms, is very, very poor. It is not only information from marine microorganisms in the sea, but also marine microorganisms in various ecosystems in coastal region. It may due to lack of manpower and expertise, infrastructure again, accommodative and conducive policy is also, I think, have do like that. So I believe there will be a chance when government understand the importance of microorganisms in our life. Nowadays, with the support of several universities which has begun give attention on the study and new scientists, new young scientists in our institution, technology and biology, molecular and bioinformatics has developed, and our government increased their concern on the importance of biodiversity. I hope the study on marine microorganism biodiversity and their potential uses for human well-being will be increased. The discovery of diversity of Indonesian microbes will be no meaning actually if added value for the richness is not studied. What is the richness of microbes? Yes?
Can you point, please? Because the time is limited.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. Regarding you as one of our deputy in LIPI and also well-known marine microbiologist, I wonder if you can share your dream and plan to excite interest in studying marine microbiodiversity, not only in deep water, but also in coastal, their potential uses and how to protect and conserve them. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very
Please,
much.
okay. Yeah. Brief explanation.
Now, what we call it national research priority between 2020-2024. There are 9 research focuses, including number 9 is multidisciplinary and cross-sectors research focus that include 5 different topics. Number 1 is disaster management. Number 2 is biodiversity. Number 3 is climate change. Number 4 is environmental and water. What I miss? Last one is stunting nutrition. So basically for the next 5 years, there will be more attention will be given into biodiversity research in Indonesia, not only in the terrestrial, but also in the marine environment as well. So we would see that there will be more opportunity for us to study more on biodiversity. And secondly, among the 9 research focuses also include maritime, including how we can make use these resources in a sustainable way. So basically one of the topic is bioprospecting in terms of biodiversity, including marine micro. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Oki. Thank you very much for our panelists. Now we move to the question and answer attendance. We have many very, very interesting questions in the Zoom room and YouTube. but maybe because of our limited time, we just pick several questions and then we pick the best question. For co-moderator, please help us to show the questions because the time is so limited. Please, Mbak Sari, okay? Topic 1, Q&A. This is our question. Okay, maybe one question for one speaker. To limit the time, maybe each speaker can read in the PowerPoint. And then now the time I give to Dr. Mark to answer the question. Sorry. Please.
Baiklah. So all right. So I will answer the question about how to ensure that basically local communities are getting benefits from elasmobranch tourism. And I would note I actually did type a little bit into one of the answers as well about this. But thank you, Pak Zainal, for that question. It's an important one to look at. But I would like to note that I think that there's some excellent examples already in Indonesia where local communities are benefiting very much so from elasmobranch tourism. I don't look at them as necessarily being unfortunate communities. I look at them as actually being fortunate ones. They're ones which have the opportunity to benefit in a sustainable fashion from their resources there. So I mentioned in particular a couple of community-based whale shark tourism operations going on in Indonesia, both in Batu Berani in Gorontalo as well as in Teluk Saleh. And in the answers, I actually put some people, Astrid Junaidi and Lita Hutupia, who have done some nice work on that you could read about. But I'll also just simply note that in a place like Raja Ampat, I think it's fair to say now that almost all of the communities in the region where tourism is operating in Raja Ampat feel very strongly that tourism is very much a benefit to them. And that's because of a combination of both having community-based ecotourism, where there are actually homestays and people staying directly in the communities, tourists staying directly in the communities, but also resorts which have a strong commitment to hiring local community members and training them. And I noted that actually in my point to Pak Teguh as well, that that's really the role of local government, is to ensure that when a new tourism investor comes to the region, that they're not able to just simply take people from, apologies, but from Jakarta or Bali who are already trained in English and things and put them as their employees. Rather, they really need to ensure that those new investors are bringing local communities into the resorts, training them. That takes a while, right? It takes a while to teach them English. It takes a while to teach them in the ways of tourism. But in the end, that's the only way to really make this a long-term sustainable solution. And I think there's great examples already in Indonesia. There's also plenty of bad examples, which you can point to, but there are some really good examples. And I think, I hope that moving forward, we're going to see a lot more of that, where the local communities are directly benefiting from shark and ray tourism. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mark. Then we move to Professor Rahayu. You can answer the question from Pak Hawis, IPB. Prof. Yaya.
Thank you, Bu Ali.
Yes.
This is a difficult question, yeah. How to speed up number of taxonomies in Indonesia? Yes, that is not easy. It's depend on the interest of a person and what strategic plan from LIPI have been planned for near future. We have several times training for taxonomies. I think it's LIPI, or in this case is the Research Center for Oceanography, P2O LIPI. We have already several times doing conducted the training for taxonomy, but still very difficult to find somebody who is really interested in taxonomy. Depend on the interest of the person. But I think if the taxonomy, traditional taxonomy, what you call it, a classic taxonomy, and a conventional taxonomy, and
put together with the genetic taxonomy, it will, I think it will help a lot, and also will speed up the people, the number of the people who are interested in working with taxonomy, because now in the modern time, conventional taxonomy cannot leave out the genetic, but genetic also cannot leave out the conventional taxonomy, morphological taxonomy. We surely have to work together for this. I think this. I think, do you agree, Dr. Edman, Pak Teguh, and Pak Paul Barber?
I think they all agree, Dr. Rahayu.
Please say something.
Okay, I think no, we can I omit this because still many questions behind. Prof Yayu, Prof Rahayu, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Now the time I give to Professor Oki to answer the question. The
Thank
time.
you very much.
Okay.
Yes,
Please.
as I mentioned in my presentation, there is a different changes in terms of morphological state of the different bacteria between or microbe between barophile, psychrophile, and thermophiles. So especially on barophiles, they have a very small sizes, and when you look under electron microscope, then basically you can easily distinguish when you have three different microbe belonging to barophile, psychrophile, and thermophile. So if I have time to show actually the characteristic, of course, that will easily distinguish how different the three of this group of thermophile. That's basically, yes, it will easily, you can see differences among the characteristic morphological between the three of them. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Oki. And then we move to Prof. Paul Barber. You can answer the question now.
Yeah, so I think climate change is going to impact different taxa in different ways. So I think if you look right now at corals, for example, that are suffering mass bleaching events resulting in mass die-offs, that's lowering genetic diversity, that's lowering adaptive potential. But those impacts may not be seen in the same way in other species. And so I think it really depends on what taxa you look at. But it's important to keep in mind in a coral reef ecosystem, the corals are the foundation of that. And without the corals, you won't have the other species that are dependent upon the corals for their habitat. And so even if there are species that are not directly impacted by climate change, they may be indirectly impacted because coral populations decline in response to climate change and increased frequency and severity of coral bleaching.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Paul Barber, for your answer. Actually, this is a very nice discussion, but we are very sorry because the time is over now. The unanswered question will be compiled and give to our speakers and deliver again to the person who asked by email. Again, don't forget to fill the attendance from the form that's shared by committee, because the certificate, the material, and also the answer of the question will be sent through by your email. Ladies and gentlemen, we should give a very big applause to our speakers, to our presenter, and also for our discussion. Finally, we come to the end of this session. By attending this seminar, now we understand more than we have very high marine biodiversity, and most of, especially in the deep of the sea, still river yet untapped. It is our homework to explore, but also maintain it forsworn. We would like to say thanks again for all the presenters for giving us very nice information, very inspiring talk, and also a very nice presentation. Also, we thanks also to the audience for very active participation. We can see the question is very so many in the chat. Again, thanks for all of us. Hopefully, this presentation will give us new insight and knowledge about our marine biodiversity. Thank you for your attention. Stay safe, stay healthy. Good afternoon, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Aryani Hatmanti, for leading the first sessions.
Okay, thank you, Alia.
Terima kasih.
Congratulations, Pak Oki. Pak Paul, what time is there in the US now, Paul?
It is 10:30.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry for that, Paul.
Mark.
Sorry for
How
that.
are you doing, Pak Mark?
So thank you very much, Paul.
Yes.
Thank you very much for all of us. I give back the time to the MC. Thank you, Mbak Lia.
Already. Sorry.
Thank you, Pak Jompa.
Thank you, Dr. Aryani Hatmanti, for leading the first session. And thank you for all the speakers in the first sessions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we continuing to the second sessions, we will have break for an hour, and we will start the second session at 13:40. If you don't want to leave this room, we have a video of Ocean Call Barunajaya in Sumba, produced by LIPI. Please enjoy the video before we start the second session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Kita semua hidup di dalam planet biru di mana 70% permukaannya diselimuti oleh lautan. Laut merupakan sistem yang menunjang kehidupan bumi. Laut adalah tempat di mana perangkat sistem penunjang kehidupan di bumi ini bekerja. Mulai dari oksigen yang kita hirup, hingga setiap tetes air yang kita minum. Itu semua merupakan bagian dari siklus yang diperankan oleh lautan. Sylvia Earle mengatakan, no water, no life. No blue, no green. Sebuah ungkapan betapa vitalnya fungsi lautan bagi kehidupan di darat. Air dari laut membentuk awan yang terkirim ke darat sebagai hujan dan menjadi rumah bagi kehidupan di daratan. Sebagian besar oksigen di atmosfer bumi diproduksi di lautan. Sebagian besar dari karbon organik di planet ini diserap dan disimpan di lautan melalui mikroba. Laut menentukan iklim dan cuaca, menstabilkan suhu udara, dan membentuk proses kimia bumi. Kurun 50 tahun terakhir, emisi karbon dioksida yang berlebihan memicu pemanasan global dan pengasaman air laut. Pada saat yang sama, jutaan ton plastik mengancam ekosistem dan kehidupan di laut. Meningkatnya kadar keasaman laut merupakan tanda bahaya bagi plankton penghasil oksigen, ataupun hewan bercangkang kapur seperti kerang dan karang. Ketidaktahuan, ketidakpedulian manusia, itu semua mengancam kondisi lautan dan membuat bumi sekarat. Bayangkan bagaimana bumi tanpa lautan. Seperti apa kehidupan berlangsung? Nusantara dikenal sebagai bangsa maritim. Negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia dengan luas lautan mencapai 2/3 dari total luas wilayahnya. Dari Sabang hingga Merauke. Dari Miangas turun ke Rote. Pemahaman kita tentang laut mungkin masih berkisar pada cerita di atas permukaan. Cerita mengenai jalur perdagangan internasional. Kisah penaklukan heroik serta semboyan jati diri. Nenek moyangku seorang pelaut. Kita patut berbangga dengan cerita mengenai Laut Nusantara. Namun, seberapa kenal kita tentang isi Laut Nusantara? Tahun 2016, kapal riset Barunajaya Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia kembali melakukan penelitian terkait pentingnya informasi ilmiah tentang Lautan Nusantara. Kegiatan riset yang bersifat eksploratif ini dikenal sebagai Ekspedisi Widya Nusantara, yang dilaksanakan di setiap tahunnya sejak tahun 2007 lalu. Ekspedisi Widya Nusantara disiapkan untuk riset, pengumpulan data, informasi dan pengetahuan mengenai sumber daya alam, hayati dan non-hayati. Ekspedisi kali ini dilakukan di perairan Sumba, sebagai fokus riset perairan di pulau terdepan Indonesia.
Pertimbangan kenapa kita memilih Pulau Sumba ada beberapa hal. Untuk pertimbangan yang bersifat ilmiah, data potensi hayati dan non-hayati kelautan di kawasan perairan ini masih minim. Pertimbangan yang kedua adalah karena kawasan Sumba itu merupakan kawasan transisi antara zona biogeografi Indo-Melayu dengan kawasan biogeografi Austronesia. Jadi ada yang unik di sini. Kita berharap dari zona transisi ini bisa menemukan biota-biota yang unik. Pertimbangan lain adalah karena kawasan Sumba itu kawasan terdepan, batasan langsung dengan kawasan internasional, berbatasan dengan Australia.
Kedeputian Ilmu Pengetahuan Kebumian LIPI memberangkatkan Barunajaya 8 bersama 49 tim peneliti dan kru kapal dengan fokus penelitian antara lain bidang geologi,
tentang ini dah
hari ya seperti itulah saat ini keadaannya gitu kan.
Langsung tembak ke Selat Lombok begitu nanti.
Oke. Ya udah kalau begitu selamat melanjutkan perjalanan Anda. Ya memang saya standby hari ini sampai jam 4 atau jam 5 sore saja ya. Kalau malam hari ya seperti itulah saat ini keadaannya gitu kan.
Ada beberapa teori yang berkembang mengenai Pulau Sumba dan sejarah geologinya. Daratan Sumba sedahulunya berada di bawah permukaan laut. Sempat menjadi bagian dari daratan Sulawesi bagian barat, serta Kalimantan Selatan, sebelum Sumba terpisah menjadi pulau sendiri. Teori lain menyebutkan, Sumba merupakan pulau oseanik yang tidak pernah bergabung dengan pulau lainnya.
Pulau Sumba ini termasuk dalam kawasan Wallacea. Menurut Hall tahun 1995 menyatakan bahwa Pulau Sumba ini terbentuk pada 10 juta tahun yang lalu. Selain itu perairannya dilalui oleh arus lintas Indonesia atau Arlindo. Itu sangat menarik karena kita bisa mengetahui kondisi yang sekarang dan dengan data yang saya peroleh dari core atau dari sedimen dari box core itu saya bisa merekonstruksi kondisi masa lalunya seperti itu.
Ya, kami memakai alat box core dan gravity core. Ya, gravity core dia bisa mengambil sampel yang panjang, tergantung berapa panjang catchernya, bisa 2 meter, 3 meter atau lebih. Dia akan menancap di sedimen dan sedimen akan terkurung di situ dan bisa diangkat. Gitu. Jadi kita pengen tahu pengaruh arus lintas Indonesia itu terhadap distribusi sedimen permukaan di dasar samudra di sekitar perairan Sumba. Dari data gravity core itu kita bisa cerita 2000-3000 tahun yang lalu. Kalau saya pakai data foraminifera, kalau Pak Ari pakai data pollen, nah itu nanti bisa saling melengkapi untuk cerita sejarah geologinya atau perubahan lingkungan yang terjadi selama 2000-3000 tahun yang lalu ini.
Diasumsikan dalam core tersebut 1 cm-nya mewakili 10 tahun yang lalu. Berarti dari data core yang saya peroleh 2 meter itu saya bisa merekonstruksi 2000 tahun yang lalu. 2000 tahun yang lalu apakah vegetasinya seperti yang sekarang terjadi ataukah malah justru lebih subur atau lebih tandus seperti itu.
Tercatat 5 samudra membentang di planet ini. Samudra Antartika, Samudra Arktik, Samudra Atlantik, Samudra Pasifik, dan Samudra Hindia. 2 diantaranya mengapit Nusantara, yaitu Samudra Pasifik di utara dan Samudra Hindia di selatan. Dalam perspektif oseanografi, hal ini menjadi menarik, karena perairan Indonesia merupakan satu-satunya negara kepulauan yang menghubungkan Samudra Pasifik dan Samudra Hindia. Permukaan Laut Pasifik yang lebih tinggi dibanding permukaan Laut Hindia menjadikan massa air di Pasifik bergerak menuju Hindia. Sistem sirkulasi massa air ini melewati Indonesia yang kemudian dikenal dengan Indonesian Through Flow atau arus lintas Indonesia, disingkat Arlindo.
Oseanografi fisika itu merupakan ilmu yang mempelajari semua proses-proses fisis yang ada di lautan. Karakteristik massa air itu ada salinitas, ada suhu, ada turbiditas atau kekeruhan, kemudian ada light transmission, jadi berapa kedalaman sinar yang bisa sampai, kemudian seberapa banyak sinar yang bisa diserap juga oleh lautan itu sendiri. Kemudian untuk dinamika lautan atau gerakan perairan, ada arus, ada gelombang, ada mixing, ada turbulence, itu yang termasuk. Jadi semua proses kimia dan biologi itu sangat tergantung pada proses fisika yang ada di lautan. Misalnya untuk biota itu ya, semua biota laut itu kedalaman dan suasana kondisi airnya itu kan termasuk lingkungan fisik ya. Jadi proses fisika itu sebenarnya dasar dari semuanya.
Arnold Gordon mengatakan bahwa masa air Pasifik masuk ke perairan Indonesia melalui 2 jalur utama. Di jalur barat, masa air masuk melalui Laut Sulawesi, dan di jalur timur, masa air masuk melalui Laut Maluku. Perairan Sumba merupakan salah satu pintu terakhir sebelum masa air tersebut keluar menuju Samudra Hindia.
Oke, tahan permukaan.
Ya, jadi biogeokimia sesuai dengan namanya sebenarnya ini adalah bidang ilmu yang multidisiplin. Dari katanya ada biologi, geologi, dan kimia. Nah, biogeokimia sendiri itu sebenarnya bidang ilmu yang mempelajari transfer materi dari sistem-sistem yang ada di sistem biologi, ekologi maupun kimia. Jadi secara ringkas itu sebenarnya ilmu mengenai transfer materi. Dari misalnya atmosfer masuk ke dalam perairan, kemudian masuk ke dalam sistem geologi di bumi. Nah, biogeokimia itu di dalamnya ada menyangkut mengenai nutrien, kemudian produktivitas primer. Nutrien itu adalah zat hara di dalam air maupun di sedimen yang dia mencerminkan kesuburan. Nah, kalau produktivitas primer itu menunjukkan kemampuan suatu perairan memproduksi sumber makanan primer. Nah, sumber makanan primer ini kalau di perairan itu dari produksi fitoplankton. Jadi yang kami ukur itu adalah kadar klorofil dan kondisi fitoplankton. Sehingga untuk melihat misalnya suatu kesuburan suatu perairan, maka proses-proses biogeokimia ini perlu dilihat.
491. Kalau semakin merah warnanya, berarti nitratnya semakin tinggi.
Menurut hasil Ewin, memang perairan Sumba dan sekitarnya, termasuk sebenarnya di perairan Bali, Lombok, kemudian Nusa Tenggara itu semua, itu cenderung memiliki produktivitas primer yang tinggi.
Pada seluruh tim dan awak kapal bahwa makan siang telah tersedia. Selamat menikmati. Terima kasih.
Mantap.
Mantap.
Kerasnya sekali aja
Bagaimanapun, perilaku manusia terhadap alam akan bermuara dan terekam di samudra. Samudra tidak pernah memilah apa yang akan terbawa oleh arusnya. Tidak semua material yang terbawa arus merupakan nutrien yang bermanfaat dan diperlukan ekosistem laut. Beberapa bahkan sebaliknya.
Pencemaran laut itu menurut peraturan pemerintah nomor 19 tahun 99 didefinisikan sebagai masuk atau dimasukkannya makhluk hidup, zat, komponen, material atau bahan lain ke dalam ekosistem laut yang menyebabkan fungsi laut tersebut tidak berfungsi sebagaimana mestinya. Segala sesuatu yang masuk ke dalam laut ini umumnya disebabkan karena kegiatan manusia. Itu yang digarisbawahi. Berarti artinya pencemaran laut ini seluruhnya berasal dari kegiatan anthropogenic atau kegiatan manusia. Pencemaran laut yang dikaji di Ewin ini itu bisa dikategorikan ada dua hal. Yang pertama dari sisi logam beratnya, kemudian yang kedua dari mikroplastik. ketika ukuran plastik ini semakin mengecil, mengakibatkan kemungkinan plastik ini masuk ke dalam tubuh kemungkinannya semakin membesar. Nah, makanya ada penelitian kajiannya tentang mikroplastik. Banyak ikan atau banyak biota laut yang menduga plastik ini adalah plankton, sehingga mikroplastik ini akan dikonsumsi secara tidak sengaja. Nah, di sisi lain, karena sifatnya yang unik, dia menjadi tempat penempelan dari bahan polutan, seperti bahan polutan organik seperti minyak atau deterjen dan lain-lain. Bahkan ada kajian penelitian menyatakan plastik ini juga ditempeli oleh logam berat. Itu akan lebih berbahaya karena plastik ini sebagai media dari bahan pencemar yang lain. Level perairan Sumba ini berada di level yang sama dengan mikroplastik yang ditemukan di Cina. Kita ketahui bahwa perairan Sumba ini merupakan area migrasi dari berbagai macam biota laut yang diantaranya kita konsumsi. Tetapi sumbernya sendiri kami masih belum bisa memastikan, karena apakah ini memang berasal dari Indonesia atau berasal dari pergerakan air yang berasal dari Samudra Pasifik yang ada di utara yang melewati Indonesia. Tetapi ada kemungkinan memang mikroplastik itu berasal dari aliran air tersebut karena jenis mikroplastiknya itu yang ditemukan relatif berbeda dengan kawasan pesisir yang ada di Indonesia. Contohnya yang ada di Cina itu lebih banyak yang bentuknya itu fiber atau berbentuknya seperti benang. Sedangkan yang banyak ditemukan di perairan Indonesia itu relatif lebih banyak bentuknya fragmen atau seperti pecahan. Makanya kami mungkin menduga itu salah satunya yang terbawa dari aliran air yang melewati air lindo tersebut. Target utama sebenarnya pada waktu awal plastik ini diciptakan adalah bisa digunakan berulang-ulang atau bisa lebih ketika dia sudah rusak, dia bisa di-recycle atau diciptakan kembali. Karena sudah ditemukan mikroplastik, ya kita mungkin harus balik ke diri kita sendiri. Kalau misalnya memang plastik itu berasal dari kegiatan manusia yang ada di Indonesia, kita harus berkaca. Oh, mungkin kita memang terlalu banyak menggunakan plastik.
Bukannya biar kelihatan dulu. Itu dimakan, Pak? Hah? Nggak bisa dimakan. Karang ya? Bukan, ini bintang laut, ini hidup. Ya, dagingnya ada gitu? Nggak bisa dikonsumsi.
Samudra adalah simbol kemurnian. Apapun yang terjadi padanya, ia tetap menyediakan kehidupan bagi setiap makhluk.
Ya, untuk yang tim yang mengambil penelitian di tema biodiversitas atau keanekaragaman hayati, itu ada tim yang mengambil lokasi penelitian di Padang Lamun. Di Padang Lamun itu ada satu peneliti yang meneliti tentang keragaman hayati ikannya, jenis-jenis ikan yang hidup di Padang Lamun. Padang Lamun di Sumba itu menjadi habitat bagi ikan-ikan yang masih muda. Nah, ikan-ikan yang masih muda ini tinggalnya di Padang Lamun. Kemudian ada sebagian jenis yang besarnya itu nanti dia pindah ke terumbu karang atau ke laut lepas. Jadi kita bisa buktikan bahwa Padang Lamun itu penting dalam hal ini sebagai tempat asuhan untuk anak-anak ikan. Kemudian yang kedua, jenis-jenis teripang atau timun laut yang hidup di Padang Lamun. Ada juga satu tim yang meneliti keanekaragaman hayati di terumbu karang. Untuk terumbu karang ada sebagian bekas-bekas pengeboman. Jadi karang-karangnya itu hancur dan rusak tertutup oleh alga. Gitu. Selain itu jenis-jenis moluska atau siput laut yang ada di Sumba. Perubahan fisik di lingkungan tempatnya makhluk hidup itu ada, itu juga bisa berpengaruh mempengaruhi apakah makhluk hidup itu bisa bertahan atau tidak. Contoh misalkan kita ini kan lagi sedang berada dalam perubahan iklim. Kalau di laut itu berarti suhu air laut naik, laut menjadi lebih asam. Bagi terumbu karang itu bukan lingkungan fisik yang bagus bagi mereka, karena kalau suhu air laut naik, terumbu karang tidak mampu membentuk kerangka karang, sehingga kerangka karangnya menjadi larut. Nah, kalau tidak punya kerangka, mau bagaimana mereka bisa bertahan hidup di alam? Lebih dari 50% oksigen yang kita hirup ini itu asalnya dari laut. Nah, oksigen itu dari laut datangnya dari mana? Yang pertama dari fitoplankton. Itu sejenis biota yang ukurannya kecil, tumbuhan yang dia berfotosintesis sehingga menghasilkan oksigen. Kemudian yang kedua dari padang lamun. Padang lamun juga menghasilkan oksigen sebagaimana tumbuhan di darat. Lautan di Indonesia itu luar biasa. Jadi saat ini lautan di Indonesia itu dikenal sebagai hotspot keanekaragaman hayati dunia. Wah, lautan Indonesia itu menjadi jembatan yang menghubungkan antara Samudra Pasifik dengan Samudra Hindia. Sehingga dia menghubungkan dua biosfer. Nah, dengan menghubungkan dua samudra besar ini, lautan Indonesia menjadi penentu. Penentu dalam hal iklim, penentu dalam hal keragaman hayati. Artinya luar biasa laut Indonesia.
Laut adalah wadah di mana sumber daya hayati dan non-hayati membentuk ekosistem. Ekosistem inilah yang mampu menceritakan kejadian di masa lampau dan akan mempengaruhi kehidupan manusia di masa yang akan datang. Manusia telah menginjakan kakinya di bulan, namun belum sempurna menyentuh dasar lautan terdalam. Sebagai manusia, harusnya kita peduli. Dengan rasa peduli maka ada harapan. Dan langkah awal untuk menghadirkan rasa peduli adalah melalui ilmu pengetahuan. Perjalanan Barunajaya di Pulau Sumba hanyalah kepingan puzzle tentang cerita ilmiah lautan Nusantara. Dan atas nama ilmu pengetahuan, Barunajaya akan terus mengarungi lautan Nusantara. Karena menghargai pengetahuan sekecil apapun adalah bentuk lain rasa syukur. Kita semua hidup di dalam planet biru di mana 70% permukaannya diselimuti oleh lautan. Laut merupakan sistem yang menunjang kehidupan bumi. Laut adalah tempat di mana perangkat sistem penunjang kehidupan di bumi ini bekerja. Mulai dari oksigen yang kita hirup, hingga setiap tetes air yang kita minum. Itu semua merupakan bagian dari siklus yang diperankan oleh lautan. Sylvia Earle mengatakan, no water, no life. No blue, no green. Sebuah ungkapan betapa vitalnya fungsi lautan bagi kehidupan di darat. Air dari laut membentuk awan yang terkirim ke darat sebagai hujan dan menjadi rumah bagi kehidupan di daratan. Sebagian besar oksigen di atmosfer bumi diproduksi di lautan. Sebagian besar dari karbon organik di planet ini diserap dan disimpan di lautan melalui mikroba. Laut menentukan iklim dan cuaca, menstabilkan suhu udara, dan membentuk proses kimia bumi. Kurun 50 tahun terakhir, emisi karbon dioksida yang berlebihan memicu pemanasan global dan pengasaman air laut. Pada saat yang sama, jutaan ton plastik mengancam ekosistem dan kehidupan di laut. Meningkatnya kadar keasaman laut merupakan tanda bahaya bagi plankton penghasil oksigen, ataupun hewan bercangkang kapur seperti kerang dan karang. Ketidaktahuan, ketidakpedulian manusia, itu semua mengancam kondisi lautan dan membuat bumi sekarat. Bayangkan bagaimana bumi tanpa lautan. Seperti apa kehidupan berlangsung? Nusantara dikenal sebagai bangsa maritim. Negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia dengan luas lautan mencapai 2/3 dari total luas wilayahnya. Dari Sabang hingga Merauke. Dari Miangas turun ke Rote. Pemahaman kita tentang laut mungkin masih berkisar pada cerita di atas permukaan. Cerita mengenai jalur perdagangan internasional. Kisah penaklukan heroik serta semboyan jati diri. Nenek moyangku seorang pelaut. Kita patut berbangga dengan cerita mengenai Laut Nusantara. Namun, seberapa kenal kita tentang isi Laut Nusantara? Tahun 2016, kapal riset Barunajaya Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia kembali melakukan penelitian terkait pentingnya informasi ilmiah tentang Lautan Nusantara. Kegiatan riset yang bersifat eksploratif ini dikenal sebagai Ekspedisi Widya Nusantara, yang dilaksanakan di setiap tahunnya sejak tahun 2007 lalu. Ekspedisi Widya Nusantara disiapkan untuk riset, pengumpulan data, informasi dan pengetahuan mengenai sumber daya alam, hayati dan non-hayati. Ekspedisi kali ini dilakukan di perairan Sumba, sebagai fokus riset perairan di pulau terdepan Indonesia.
Pertimbangan kenapa kita memilih Pulau Sumba ada beberapa hal. Untuk pertimbangan yang bersifat ilmiah, data potensi hayati dan non-hayati kelautan di kawasan perairan ini masih minim. Pertimbangan yang kedua adalah karena kawasan Sumba itu merupakan kawasan transisi antara zona biogeografi Indo-Melayu dengan kawasan biogeografi Austronesia. Jadi ada yang unik di sini. Kita berharap dari zona transisi ini bisa menemukan biota-biota yang unik. Pertimbangan lain adalah karena kawasan Sumba itu kawasan terdepan, batasan langsung dengan kawasan internasional, berbatasan dengan Australia.
Kedeputian Ilmu Pengetahuan Kebumian LIPI memberangkatkan Barunajaya 8 bersama 49 tim peneliti dan kru kapal dengan fokus penelitian antara lain bidang geologi, oseanografi fisika, biogeokimia, pencemaran laut serta keanekaragaman hayati.
Tentang keselamatan itu emang sangat penting. Semua pelayar itu harus mengikuti safety induction. Itu isinya tentang keselamatan, tentang pekerjaan, apa yang dipergunakan.
Biologi, oceanografi fisika,
Kalau cuaca sekarang ini ya ombak ya cukup besar, alunnya 3 meteran. Kita antisipasi aja, kita legot daerah yang aman untuk ini. Kalau tidak aman kita tidak berani berlabuh jangkar.
Jaya 1, Jaya 8. Jaya 1, Jaya 8. Informasi rencananya kapal lewat Selat Lombok untuk menuju ke titik sampling yang pertama gitu kan.
Jadi kapal dari Laut Jawa belok ke kanan lewat Selat Lombok gitu kan, Di?
Lewat selatan Kangean, langsung tembak ke Selat Lombok begitu nanti.
Oke. Ya udah, kalau begitu selamat melanjutkan perjalanan Anda. Ya memang saya standby hari ini sampai jam 4 atau jam 5 sore saja. Ya kalau malam hari ya seperti itulah saat ini keadaannya gitu kan.
Ada beberapa teori yang berkembang mengenai Pulau Sumba dan sejarah geologinya. Daratan Sumba sedahulunya berada di bawah permukaan laut. Sempat menjadi bagian dari daratan Sulawesi bagian barat, serta Kalimantan Selatan, sebelum Sumba terpisah menjadi pulau sendiri. Teori lain menyebutkan, Sumba merupakan pulau oseanik yang tidak pernah bergabung dengan pulau lainnya.
Pulau Sumba ini termasuk dalam kawasan Wallacea. Menurut Hall tahun 1995 menyatakan bahwa Pulau Sumba ini terbentuk pada 10 juta tahun yang lalu. Selain itu, perairannya dilalui oleh arus lintas Indonesia atau Arlindo. Itu sangat menarik karena kita bisa mengetahui kondisi yang sekarang, dan dengan data yang saya peroleh dari core atau dari sedimen dari box core itu, saya bisa merekonstruksi kondisi masa lalunya seperti itu.
Ya, kami memakai alat box core dan gravity core. Ya, gravity core dia bisa mengambil sampel yang panjang, tergantung berapa panjang catchernya, bisa 2 meter, 3 meter atau lebih. Dia akan menancap di sedimen dan sedimen akan terkurung di situ dan bisa diangkat. Gitu. Jadi kita pengen tahu pengaruh arus lintas Indonesia itu terhadap distribusi sedimen permukaan di dasar samudra di sekitar perairan Sumba. Dari data gravity core itu kita bisa cerita 2000-3000 tahun yang lalu. Kalau saya pakai data foraminifera, kalau Pak Ari pakai data pollen, nah itu nanti bisa saling melengkapi untuk cerita sejarah geologinya atau perubahan lingkungan yang terjadi selama 2000-3000 tahun yang lalu ini.
Diasumsikan dalam core tersebut 1 cm-nya mewakili 10 tahun yang lalu. Berarti dari data core yang saya peroleh 2 meter itu saya bisa merekonstruksi 2000 tahun yang lalu. 2000 tahun yang lalu apakah vegetasinya seperti yang sekarang terjadi ataukah malah justru lebih subur atau lebih tandus seperti itu.
Tercatat 5 samudra membentang di planet ini. Samudra Antartika, Samudra Arktik, Samudra Atlantik, Samudra Pasifik, dan Samudra Hindia. 2 diantaranya mengapit Nusantara, yaitu Samudra Pasifik di utara dan Samudra Hindia di selatan. Dalam perspektif oceanografi, hal ini menjadi menarik, karena perairan Indonesia merupakan satu-satunya negara kepulauan yang menghubungkan Samudra Pasifik dan Samudra Hindia. Permukaan Laut Pasifik yang lebih tinggi dibanding permukaan Laut Hindia menjadikan massa air di Pasifik bergerak menuju Hindia. Sistem sirkulasi massa air ini melewati Indonesia yang kemudian dikenal dengan Indonesian Through Flow atau arus lintas Indonesia, disingkat Arlindo.
Oceanografi fisika itu merupakan ilmu yang mempelajari semua proses-proses fisis yang ada di lautan. Karakteristik massa air itu ada salinitas, ada suhu, ada turbiditas atau kekeruhan, kemudian ada light transmission, jadi berapa kedalaman sinar yang bisa sampai, kemudian seberapa banyak sinar yang bisa diserap juga oleh lautan itu sendiri. Kemudian untuk dinamika lautan atau gerakan perairan, ada arus, ada gelombang, ada mixing, ada turbulence, itu yang termasuk. Jadi semua proses kimia dan biologi itu sangat tergantung pada proses fisika yang ada di lautan. Misalnya untuk biota itu ya, semua biota laut itu kedalaman dan suasana kondisi airnya itu kan termasuk lingkungan fisik ya. Jadi proses fisika itu sebenarnya dasar dari semuanya.
Arnold Gordon mengatakan bahwa massa air Pasifik masuk ke perairan Indonesia melalui 2 jalur utama. Di jalur barat, massa air masuk melalui Laut Sulawesi, dan di jalur timur, massa air masuk melalui Laut Maluku. Perairan Sumba merupakan salah satu pintu terakhir sebelum massa air tersebut keluar menuju Samudra Hindia.
Oke, tahan permukaan.
Ya, jadi biogeokimia sesuai dengan namanya sebenarnya ini adalah bidang ilmu yang multidisiplin. Dari katanya ada biologi, geologi, dan kimia. Nah, biogeokimia sendiri itu sebenarnya bidang ilmu yang mempelajari transfer materi dari sistem-sistem yang ada di sistem biologi, ekologi maupun kimia. Jadi secara ringkas itu sebenarnya ilmu mengenai transfer materi. Dari misalnya atmosfer masuk ke dalam perairan, kemudian masuk ke dalam sistem geologi di bumi. Nah, biogeokimia itu di dalamnya ada menyangkut mengenai nutrien, kemudian produktivitas primer. Nutrien itu adalah zat hara di dalam air maupun di sedimen yang dia mencerminkan kesuburan. Nah, kalau produktivitas primer itu menunjukkan kemampuan suatu perairan memproduksi sumber makanan primer. Nah, sumber makanan primer ini kalau di perairan itu dari produksi fitoplankton. Jadi yang kami ukur itu adalah kadar klorofil dan kondisi fitoplankton. Sehingga untuk melihat misalnya suatu kesuburan suatu perairan, maka proses-proses biogeokimia ini perlu dilihat.
491. Kalau semakin merah warnanya, berarti nitratnya semakin tinggi.
Menurut hasil Ewin, memang perairan Sumba dan sekitarnya, termasuk sebenarnya di perairan Bali, Lombok, kemudian Nusa Tenggara itu semua, itu cenderung memiliki produktivitas primer yang tinggi.
Pada seluruh tim dan awak kapal bahwa makan siang telah tersedia. Selamat menikmati. Terima kasih.
Udah.
Mantap.
Mantap.
Kerasnya sekali aja kayaknya.
Bagaimanapun, perilaku manusia terhadap alam akan bermuara dan terekam di samudra. Samudra tidak pernah memilah apa yang akan terbawa oleh arusnya. Tidak semua material yang terbawa arus merupakan nutrien yang bermanfaat dan diperlukan ekosistem laut. Beberapa bahkan sebaliknya.
Pencemaran laut itu, menurut Peraturan Pemerintah Nomor 19 Tahun 99, didefinisikan sebagai masuk atau dimasukkannya makhluk hidup, zat, komponen, material, atau bahan lain ke dalam ekosistem laut yang menyebabkan fungsi laut tersebut tidak berfungsi sebagaimana mestinya. Segala sesuatu yang masuk ke dalam laut ini umumnya disebabkan karena kegiatan manusia. Itu yang digarisbawahi. Berarti artinya pencemaran laut ini seluruhnya berasal dari kegiatan anthropogenic atau kegiatan manusia. Pencemaran laut yang dikaji di EWIN ini itu bisa dikategorikan ada dua hal. Yang pertama dari sisi logam beratnya, kemudian yang kedua dari mikroplastik. Ketika ukuran plastik ini semakin mengecil, mengakibatkan kemungkinan plastik ini masuk ke dalam tubuh kemungkinannya semakin membesar. Nah, makanya ada penelitian kajiannya tentang mikroplastik. Banyak ikan atau banyak biota laut yang menduga plastik ini adalah plankton, sehingga mikroplastik ini akan dikonsumsi secara tidak sengaja. Nah, di sisi lain, karena sifatnya yang unik, dia menjadi tempat penempelan dari bahan polutan, seperti bahan polutan organik seperti minyak atau deterjen dan lain-lain. Bahkan ada kajian penelitian menyatakan plastik ini juga ditempeli oleh logam berat. Itu akan lebih berbahaya karena plastik ini sebagai media dari bahan pencemar yang lain. Level perairan Sumba ini berada di level yang sama dengan mikroplastik yang ditemukan di Cina. Kita ketahui bahwa perairan Sumba ini merupakan area migrasi dari berbagai macam biota laut yang diantaranya kita konsumsi. Tetapi sumbernya sendiri kami masih belum bisa memastikan karena apakah ini memang berasal dari Indonesia atau berasal dari pergerakan air yang berasal dari Samudra Pasifik yang ada di utara yang melewati Indonesia. Tetapi ada kemungkinan memang mikroplastik itu berasal dari aliran air tersebut karena jenis mikroplastiknya itu yang ditemukan relatif berbeda dengan kawasan pesisir yang ada di Indonesia. Contohnya yang ada di Cina itu lebih banyak yang bentuknya itu fiber atau berbentuknya seperti benang. Sedangkan yang banyak ditemukan di perairan Indonesia itu relatif lebih banyak bentuknya fragmen atau seperti pecahan. Makanya kami mungkin menduga itu salah satunya yang terbawa dari aliran air yang melewati air lindo tersebut. Target utama sebenarnya pada waktu awal plastik ini diciptakan adalah bisa digunakan berulang-ulang atau bisa lebih ketika dia sudah rusak, dia bisa di recycle atau diciptakan kembali. Karena sudah ditemukan mikroplastik, ya kita mungkin harus balik ke diri kita sendiri. Kalau misalnya memang plastik itu berasal dari kegiatan manusia yang ada di Indonesia, kita harus berkaca. Oh, mungkin kita memang terlalu banyak menggunakan plastik.
Makanya biar kelihatan dulu. Itu dimakan tuh, Pak. Hah? Nggak bisa dimakan. Sekarang ya? Bukan, ini bintang laut, ini hidup. Ya, dagingnya ada gitu? Nggak bisa dikonsumsi.
Samudra adalah simbol kemurnian. Apapun yang terjadi padanya, ia tetap menyediakan kehidupan bagi setiap makhluk.
Ya, untuk tim yang mengambil penelitian di tema biodiversitas atau keanekaragaman hayati, itu ada tim yang mengambil lokasi penelitian di Padang Lamun. Di Padang Lamun itu ada satu peneliti yang meneliti tentang keragaman hayati ikannya, jenis-jenis ikan yang hidup di Padang Lamun. Padang Lamun di Sumba itu menjadi habitat bagi ikan-ikan yang masih muda. Nah, ikan-ikan yang masih muda ini tinggalnya di Padang Lamun. Kemudian ada sebagian jenis yang besarnya itu nanti dia pindah ke terumbu karang atau ke laut lepas. Jadi kita bisa buktikan bahwa Padang Lamun itu penting dalam hal ini sebagai tempat asuhan untuk anak-anak ikan. Kemudian yang kedua, jenis-jenis teripang atau timun laut yang hidup di Padang Lamun. Ada juga satu tim yang meneliti keanekaragaman hayati di terumbu karang. Untuk terumbu karang ada sebagian bekas-bekas pengeboman Jadi karang-karangnya itu hancur dan rusak, tertutup oleh alga gitu. Selain itu, jenis-jenis moluska atau siput laut yang ada di Sumba. Perubahan fisik di lingkungan tempatnya makhluk hidup itu ada, itu juga bisa berpengaruh, mempengaruhi apakah makhluk hidup itu bisa bertahan atau tidak. Contoh misalkan kita ini kan lagi sedang berada dalam perubahan iklim. Kalau di laut itu berarti suhu air laut naik, laut menjadi lebih asam. Bagi terumbu karang itu bukan lingkungan fisik yang bagus bagi mereka, karena kalau suhu air laut naik, terumbu karang tidak mampu membentuk kerangka karang, sehingga kerangka karangnya menjadi larut. Nah, kalau tidak punya kerangka, mau bagaimana mereka bisa bertahan hidup di alam? Lebih dari 50% oksigen yang kita hirup ini itu asalnya dari laut. Nah, oksigen itu dari laut datangnya dari mana? Yang pertama dari fitoplankton. Itu sejenis biota yang ukurannya kecil, tumbuhan yang dia berfotosintesis sehingga menghasilkan oksigen. Kemudian yang kedua dari padang lamun. Padang lamun juga menghasilkan oksigen sebagaimana tumbuhan di darat. Lautan di Indonesia itu luar biasa. Jadi saat ini lautan di Indonesia itu dikenal sebagai hotspot keanekaragaman hayati dunia. Wah, lautan Indonesia itu menjadi jembatan yang menghubungkan antara Samudra Pasifik dengan Samudra Hindia. Sehingga dia menghubungkan dua biosfer. Nah, dengan menghubungkan dua samudra besar ini, lautan Indonesia menjadi penentu dalam hal iklim, penentu dalam hal keragaman hayati. Artinya luar biasa laut Indonesia.
Laut adalah wadah di mana sumber daya hayati dan non-hayati membentuk ekosistem. Ekosistem inilah yang mampu menceritakan kejadian di masa lampau dan akan mempengaruhi kehidupan manusia di masa yang akan datang. Manusia telah menginjakan kakinya di bulan, namun belum sempurna menyentuh dasar lautan terdalam. Sebagai manusia, harusnya kita peduli. Dengan rasa peduli maka ada harapan. Dan langkah awal untuk menghadirkan rasa peduli adalah melalui ilmu pengetahuan. Harusnya kita peduli. Dengan rasa peduli maka ada harapan. Dan langkah awal untuk menghadirkan rasa peduli adalah melalui ilmu pengetahuan. Perjalanan Barunajaya di Pulau Sumba hanyalah kepingan puzzle tentang cerita ilmiah lautan Nusantara. Dan atas nama ilmu pengetahuan, Barunajaya akan terus mengarungi lautan Nusantara. Karena menghargai pengetahuan sekecil apapun adalah bentuk lain rasa syukur.
Good day, Dr. Aya.
Good day, Kim. How are you?
Good. Glad to hear that you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, that's clear. All good. Kim, are you in Rome or where?
Yes, I'm talking from Rome in Italy. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just to make sure.
How's it all been going there, Dr. Yaya?
Mute, sorry.
Been a good session?
Yeah?
Nice Indonesian lunch?
Lunch. Yeah, we have already lunch. And we're ready for the session 2 now, I thought. How about you? What time in Europe, in Rome?
It's 8:30 in the morning.
Oh, you got the breakfast then. Perfect.
Okay, I'll just stand by. I'll put myself on mute.
Yeah. Hi, Peter.
Hi there, Pak. Hi, Pak.
This is Yaya. I will be the chairman of these sessions.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Hi, Peter. How are you going?
Hi, Pak. Yeah, good, thank you. My computer is quite powerful enough to cope with the background, so it will keep sort of fading in and out. But we'll see how it goes.
Okay. Is Juan already here? Do you see Juan, Pak Aryono?
No, not yet.
Not at all. Okay. All right. What time we are going to start? Okay.
Nice to see so many friendly faces that people we know. Hey, Pak Daddy, Pak Gianto. Wu Wan.
140.
I should change my name. It's wrong spelling. Halo Pak Dedi. Assalamualaikum. Masih di unmute Pak? Masih di mute Pak Dedi.
Halo semua. Tapir, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you too.
Yeah.
Halo Pak Kim.
Hey. I heard you just sat down to a nice Indonesian lunch. It's very hard to find that in Rome.
Of course.
I think we could open
Maybe
a
I
nice
can send you
restaurant here. Be very
just
popular.
a picture. Oh, Juan, where are you?
So we've got a few minutes. I just saw a really nice Netflix film last night on a guy in Cape Town, South Africa, who goes down every day to visit the same octopus. And it's really beautifully shot, really nice story, really connects you, you know. Now we're all locked up in rooms and stuff. It's I recommend it for you to watch it. It's really nice, heartwarming story.
What is the title of the film?
I think it's called My Octopus or something. Let me have a look.
I think they included it in the Blue Planet 2, I think, or one of those sort of David Attenborough things as well. It's just fabulous.
It's called My Octopus Teacher. And he's following the octopus, but in following the octopus, he's kind of learning also about himself. You know, it's a very well told story, but also very well filmed. So, you know, for people who are used to going in the water, it's fascinating to watch it while we locked away in behind masks. A bit more scary one is The Social Dilemma. I don't know if anyone's watched that one. The Social Dilemma goes through all the old Facebook organizers, the Google organizers, the Instagram organizers, and tries to understand what they were trying to do and how worried they are about where they are now.
It always freaks me out how, you know, you're searching on one machine for something, or you're having an email conversation with somebody, and the next thing you know, Facebook seems to know that you're interested in that. And I thought, how did it know that? It's unsettling.
Yeah, I'm sure my wife gets. I'm sure my wife gets adverts for motorbikes that she's not interested in. Dr. Yaya, if we're just the few of us here, is it possible for me just to share my screen to make sure that my talk comes up, and then I will unshare my screen? Oh, I'm going to try now, just see if this works.
Yeah.
Hello, Prof. Mambi. How are you?
So are you
very well, thank you.
It's all good, Kim.
Okay, so you can just see the valuing marine blah blah blah, yeah?
Valuing marine and coastal biodiversity
Okay,
from
I will stop
fish
sharing.
Blah blah. Yeah.
Nice PowerPoint.
I don't. Oh, there we go.
It looks beautiful.
Oh yeah, I've been working all night.
Peter, do you want to try to show your presentation as well? Please, if you would like. Oh, good. The value of coral reef fisheries to Indonesia. Yeah.
So Dr. Ayai, we hadn't had a talk. Sorry, Peter, you're muted.
Oh.
We spent half our lives saying, no, you're on mute. Yes. So you can see that whole screen. It's not just giving you.
Yeah, no, you can see it well.
All right, thanks.
The one thing I wanted to say, Dr. Ayai, because I just looked at Peter's is more focused in on coral reefs maybe, and then my one is more focused out, more international. So although they might overlap a little bit, it's more kind of different views, maybe from an international organization and from Peter's programs that are focused very in on the coral reef and coastal systems.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's right for you, Peter. If that's...
Yeah, no, that sounds fine. But also, don't forget, you've got more credibility than I do in that space. So I think we have some. You know, I mean, I'm not going to really be talking about valuation or anything like that.
I know.
Well, not really. But yeah, I'm going to focus very much in on the coral reef component, particularly the sort of the relatively low value elements of it, not the grouper fisheries.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we start today's webinar for the second session?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ISCOMBIO 2020. Before we will begin the second sessions, I would like to read again the webinar ISCOMBIO rules for today in order to remind and also information to newly entered participants for this afternoon. The first one, attendees are required to using proper ID and indicating a real names of affiliations. Second, attendees are welcome to ask questions via Q&A feature in Zoom or live chat on YouTube with the following format: name, affiliation, questions, and to whom the questions will be asked. The third, the e-certificate and presentations will be given by email to the attendees who filled the attendees register shared during the webinar. Fourth, the attendees setting up disabled for speaker and videos, only any allowed by the operator can be able to. And the last, the organizing committee have the right to block or remove any attendee who breaks the above mentioned rules. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the second sessions with the topic of bioeconomic of Indonesian coastal and marine biodiversity for future generations. As moderator for the second sessions, I would like to invite Dr. Yaya Ihya Ulumuddin from Research Center for Oceanography LIPI. Dr. Yaya, time is yours to lead the second sessions.
All right. Thank you, Ibu Lia. First of all, I would like to say hello to everybody around the globe. Happy to see you all in these occasions. I cannot say good morning or afternoon or night because participants are not only from Indonesia. And at least I know that one of our speaker is in US, which is at midnight now. Hello, Juan. You are in the US. And one is in Australia, Professor Peter. And if I have already confirmed that Kim in Rome, in Italy. So my name is Yaya Ihya Ulumuddin. You can simply call me Yaya. I'm appointed by committee to be the chairman for this second session. And here I have Mr. Tri Aryono and Sisi will be helping me if there is something happen with me. Maybe the internet is not stable. They will be take over my positions. But hope this session is going as we planned. So in these sessions, we are going to discuss about the bioeconomic value of Indonesian coastal and marine biodiversity for future generation. And now all the speakers already here. We have Professor Peter Mambi and Juan Pablo Castaneda, PhD, and Dr. Kim Friedman. I want to read the CV. Can you, Pariono, can you move? Okay. So I will read the CV, Professor Peter Mambi. He is a professor at School of Biological Science, University of Queensland, Australia. And he got a bachelor degree in marine biology at University of Liverpool, UK, and PhD at the University of Sheffield, United Kingdom. And then for the second speakers, I have Juan Pablo Castaneda, PhD. He is an environmental economist at the World Bank, focused on mainstreaming sustainable concept in development policy, natural capital accounting practitioner. I know him personally during we have discussions about coastal ecosystem in Indonesia within WEB's program, World Bank. I usually call him GP. If you don't mind, I will call you GP in these occasions. Is that okay, GP? Just to make easy. And then we have Dr. Kim Friedman. He is a senior fishery resources officer in Fisheries Division, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United States, or FAO. And he's also the focal point, the fisheries and aquaculture departments for Convention on Biological Diversity, CITES with general biodiversity responsibilities across the marine and inland fisheries branch of FAO. He got a bachelor degree with honors in marine biology, master degree in aquaculture and fisheries, and was awarded a doctorate from the same university, which is James Cook University in Queensland, Australia. As you suggest today, please allow me to call you Kim. All right. And today, actually, we have three panelists as well. First is the Professor Dr. Bambang Projonegoro, who is minister in the Ministry of Research and Technology of Indonesia, but maybe he couldn't join this moment. But we still have Dr. Gianto and Dr. Dedi Adhuri. Hello, Pak Gianto, Pak Dedi. Yeah, the panelists will act as a will give a comment, maybe a questions, so it can trigger the discussions during this session. And then, so I would like to tell the timing for these sessions. So for each speakers, I will give you about 15 minutes for presentations, one by one, and then we will provide 15 minutes for the main panelists. I will give to Dr. Dedi as the main panelist in this moment. So I offer to you to give comments and questions, and after that, we still have 15 minutes for Pak Gianto to give some more comments and questions. And hope we still have time for Q&A with the audiences. At least we have provide 10 minutes for Q&A. But the audiences are allowed to ask questions through Q&A menu or YouTube, and speakers can answer directly in the Q&A menu after his speech while the other speakers giving the presentation. Now, it's time I'm move to the first presenter. I invite Professor Peter Mambi to share your experience and knowledge about the value of coral reef fisheries to Indonesia. So now time is yours, Professor Peter. 15 minutes for you, please.
Terima kasih, Dr. Yaya. Selamat sore. It's really nice to present this afternoon, and I'd like to thank the Ministry of Research and Technology and LIPI for the invitation. And I'm going to talk this afternoon about the value of coral reef fisheries to Indonesia, focusing very much on that specific ecosystem. And I think it's fair to say that this is one of the ecosystems, although there's lots of data on the biodiversity and so forth, we have relatively few data on reef fisheries. Where we do have good data are on some of the more valuable fisheries, such as the live grouper trade. But for majority of reef fish that might only be sold locally, there's relatively little information, and yet they're so important for the country. Now, in terms of the possible yield, a sustainable yield from coral reefs, it's been estimated from a number of studies that about 5 tons of fish per square kilometer per year is a reasonably conservative estimate for a fairly healthy coral reef. So if I use that level of productivity, assuming that the system is harvested at a sustainable and sort of ideally towards the maximum sustainable yield, we can then use information on the area of coral reefs in multiple provinces to see what the sort of potential for coral reef fish landings would be if it was done sustainably. And these are highly variable. So these are values in tons. So in areas where there's very little coral reef, like West Java, it would only be something like 40 tons. But as you move around, Southeast Sulawesi might have something like 10,000 tons. Maluku, maybe nearly 20,000 tons. So it's a highly variable resource across the country. But one of the big questions is, can that potential productivity be realized? And there's at least 2 factors that will govern whether it's possible to achieve that level of productivity. The first is the quality of the reef habitat itself. And we had some really interesting talks this morning about the factors affecting reefs from Professor Jamal. And the other issue will be the level of exploitation and whether we are over-exploiting very heavily or not. So let's just go through some of these factors. And when it comes to the habitat quality, this is something that my research team has spent a significant amount of time thinking about. And to do that, we have to recognize that one of the major aspects of coral reefs that contributes to their productivity is the fact that they're complex habitat that provides lots of space for smaller fish to take refuge in. And if we model the food web and we model the size-based aspect of the food web, so bigger fish eat smaller fish and smaller fish will eventually just be eating tiny invertebrates and so forth, we can ask questions about how the reef ecosystem degrades and how that would affect the predator-prey interactions and the passage of energy and food effectively throughout the ecosystem. And if you were to look at a classically healthy coral reef with very high coral cover, lots of complexity in the habitat like this, it provides great hiding places for many fish. And typically we would expect a very high biomass of predators, but the productivity might be a little lower because it's a little harder for those predators to find food. And so their growth rates are a little bit lower. If you were to slightly reduce the coral cover, maybe even have moderate complexity, then you tend to expect very high level of productivity because it's a little easier for the predators to forage. And if we end up with an ecosystem that has relatively low health, low cover, low complexity, and of course the worst example would be a blast fished reef, well then we really are looking at low productivity, which won't surprise anybody. So if we were to look at a graph of the fisheries productivity potential, as a reef goes from healthy to unhealthy, in fact, initially, as you go from a healthy reef that may be damaged by a coral bleaching event, and so in that circumstance, the coral dies, but the structure remains. What actually happens in the short term is that when the coral is replaced by essentially algae, there are many, many more tiny invertebrates, crabs and so forth, that will live in that environment, and that increases the food for fish. And in the short term, you see an increase in productivity, but then as that reef then starts to fall apart, you see a decline in productivity. So there is a short-term boost, but in the long term, what we would expect to see is a decline in productivity as you go from a healthy reef to a less healthy reef. And over a variety of studies, we've estimated that the ability of unhealthy reefs to support fish decreases by about threefold. So there's about a third of the capacity there. Now, one might ask, of course, well, how healthy are reefs across Indonesia? And some of the more recent LIPI data I was able to look at essentially had most of those reefs in some fairly good states. And even the poor state that was in the report I was looking at, 36% of the sites were in a poor state. I hope that's the correct statistic. But even that poor state of having a coral cover between 0 and 24%, especially if it's nearer the 24%, is fairly good for some parts of the world. So a lot of places will be looking enviously at the record of Indonesian reef health today from a coral perspective. So this might mean, if we were wanting to be really pessimistic, that perhaps a third of the area of reef may suffer a reduction in productivity because the habitat is of poorer quality. And of course, the big question with climate change is that that proportion of reefs in a poor state is likely to increase. So the other factor that we think about, of course, is exploitation. Now, in 1999, Ashley Halls published a paper where they pulled together 79 studies of coral reef fisheries from around the world, and they looked at the catch. And so the y-axis here is the catch per unit area. So this is the tons of reef fish per square kilometer of reef per year. The x-axis, it says here the number of fishes per square kilometer of reef, but in fact, they use just local population density per square kilometers of reef. So this is like a sort of global picture of the sort of potential for harvesting coral reefs. So what I did somewhat tentatively is take that relationship and then transpose that to some of the provinces in Indonesia. And so if we assume that the maximum yields would be somewhere around this level, and we look at the recent human population density and the area of coral reef in that habitat, then areas like Maluku, West Papua, have the potential to be at quite a high level of productivity. Other areas that have relatively low population densities, but a large amount of reef like Southeast Sulawesi, are also potentially pretty profitable still. But as you increase the population size relative to the amount of resource, then we might expect that the amount that you would be harvesting would be a fraction of what could be harvested at lower densities. Now, it's very important that I stress that these are not based on catch data. All I've done here is look at the same measurements that they used in that global analysis. And what this means is that if we just look at the population size and reef area of these provinces, then if all else was equal and Indonesia behaved in the same way on average as other places with coral reefs, then this is what you might expect. Of course, if Indonesia manages their fisheries better than other places, you wouldn't see such a negative outcome. But it just gives us something to bear in mind. So again, this is just based on local population density data. There's no actual information, unfortunately, on the rate of overharvesting in many of those systems. But it does tell us that many areas are potentially losing catch because of overharvesting, which might not surprise many people. I did exclude some of the provinces where the population densities would be heavily skewed. So South Sulawesi is not there because Makassar would skew the results. So what are the solutions to some of these concerns then? There's a considerable potential for continuing to make significant money and livelihoods from coral reefs, but they are threatened by at least two factors. And one, of course, is that we need to try to maintain habitat quality. And there's a well-trodden path in how to do that. We can reduce sediment, nutrient pollutions. For people who are interested in looking at the potential benefits of that, there's some work that Abdi Priyanto did for his PhD thesis. He works for MMAF. And you can see some of the results on the seacrest.net website, which allow you to predict how Indonesian reefs would respond to different sorts of management. Another important aspect is to find ways to change people's behavior, particularly for things like destructive fishing. But another thing that's emerging is trying to target protection efforts where they can be most effective. And Professor Barber's presentation earlier clearly articulated the challenges that climate change present on reefs. And what I'm going to show you very briefly here is one of the things that's happening in Australia to try to solve that problem, or at least address the problem to some extent. And we know, of course, that coral reefs have these often annual mass spawning events, and we can track where those larvae are likely to move through the oceanography. And if you have that kind of information, as is also available for much of Indonesia, you can ask, where are the reefs that are most important at supplying new corals where they are needed? And to do this, we look at the connections of coral larvae from one reef to another. And we ask, which are the reefs that have the strongest connections to other reefs that are consistent over time, and especially if they connect to other highly connected reefs. These are like the hubs of the reef. And this is the top 500 for the Great Barrier Reef. And you can see there's a sort of fairly even distribution through most of the area. And what this means is that these are locations, especially if you select them in areas in blue here, which tend to have lower levels of thermal stress, where the risk of losing those corals from coral bleaching is lower, then you can start to provide a network of protected reefs that can support the recovery process by providing new corals to areas that are damaged. So this is just a practical way of trying to orientate the management to better facilitate recovery. Now, of course, the second issue is rebuilding reef fisheries. And we had a number of talks this morning about strategies to do that. And just one of those is the role of MPAs with core zones. And the reason that I'm highlighting this is because in many areas, although there is some fisheries management, it's often one of the most simple ways and often a local way of trying to manage the ecosystem. And without getting into a lot of painful detail, a quite exhaustive analysis of a variety of coral reef fisheries and other fisheries for that, using more realistic biological parameters about the distance that larvae move and the distance that adult fish move, concludes that in almost all fisheries, if you were to protect between 10 and 30% of the area in core zone, an MPA has a reasonable benefit, not as quite as strong a benefit, then you should expect to see an improvement in the fish yields. And very few of those fisheries with very odd species would show a negative effect on catch by setting aside some area in core zone. Of course, it doesn't happen overnight. And some of the work that my colleagues, especially WWF Indonesia, have helped us do over the years is to design ways to better choose where reefs are protected as part of marine spatial plans to facilitate these benefits. And so, you know, again, if we know something about where fish larvae are moving to, and these are a bunch of dories from Finding Nemo. This is the surgeonfish, Tenacitus striatus, having a spawning party at one afternoon at about 5 o'clock. And if you know where these sorts of eggs are going to move to, you can identify where are the most important fishing grounds and try to protect the key sources of larvae that replenish those fishing grounds. And this approach has been used and continues to be used by WWF in combination with the Ministry of Affairs and Fisheries, MMAF. And so, again, using this information and connectivity can help design conservation and fisheries refugia practices to better help rebuild fisheries. So if reefs are well managed, then I've estimated that the market value of reef fish, this is actually the value that the fishers would obtain themselves, is something like $260 million a year for Indonesia, which doesn't sound like a very big figure. But that seems to be, for me, more realistic than some of the others I've seen. And that's the potential value. It does require habitat management through marine spatial planning and conservation. Indonesia is quite advanced in its marine spatial planning. And so there are ways of trying to capture some of the habitat management and to try to enforce some effort control of fisheries through marine planning and conservation. There's also a need, of course, to control fishing effort in other ways, ideally, but there certainly is a role for marine planning in that process. And I think I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Professor Peter. You give me a great insight, particularly for the conclusions. The first conclusion, you say that if reef well managed, Indonesia will get about 260 billion US dollar per year. It's a huge money.
It is, but it pales compared to many of the sort of other assessments. But you know, this is very specifically. This is not looking at the high value elements of the reef fisheries. This is very much. It doesn't include, for example, the sort of curio trade and aquarium trade. It doesn't include live grouper export. This is very much that local scale activity.
Yeah. So that's why we need to concept the reefs for these purposes particularly. And then we cannot know if there is no monitoring program, long-term monitoring program. So we cannot know these informations. And from this, we got an insight, and we can show this to our policy makers. Yeah. Thank you again.
As long as they don't take those figures per province too literally, because those are just indicative.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Professor Peter. That's very interesting presentations. But please, you stay online, and you may answer the questions from Q&A menu during the other speakers give the presentations. And now I am going to invite the second speakers, Mr. GP. Are you already there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Yeah.
You are in midnight. Is that right?
It's 1 in the morning.
1 in the morning.
Yeah. But it's okay.
All right.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, we can. All right.
Okay.
So, Dr. GP will deliver a topic about accounting for coastal natural capital applications and relations. For this topic, I know he got study case in Indonesia, so I think his knowledge and experiences must be essential for us to discuss. Okay, now time is yours, GP. I give you 15 minutes for your speech, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
very clear.
Yeah. So, no, thank you very much for the invitation. My presentation is more in terms of what the World Bank is doing in this aspect of natural capital accounting. We are experimenting a little bit with our counterparts in Indonesia, and we hope that this can inform a longer-term engagement in which Indonesia can develop their own accounts within their statistical system. Let me see a minute. So in Indonesia, the policy agenda is very strong in terms of oceans and coastal ecosystems. There are different policy instruments, and this is what the World Bank considers relevant in terms of how we can bridge this very relevant knowledge about seagrass, coral reefs, and coastal ecosystems, and bridge it to the policy space. And this is related to investments that the government has to do to respond to the policy objectives or of their development agenda. We know more or less that almost 3% of GDP is the contribution of the capture and culture fisheries to Indonesia's economy. This is measured in the conventional national accounts. It supports around 7 million people. Yeah, sorry for that. And we know that there is an estimated value of healthy coral reefs until 2030 of about 3 billion. This is a figure a little bit different from the one that was showed before. But of course, these figures vary. But what is important is to have an estimate of the dimension of the contribution of these coral reefs, which is a collection of different ecosystem services that these coral reefs provide. In the case of the World Bank in Indonesia, everything that is happening now, it's under the umbrella program of the ISOP agenda, Indonesia Sustainable Oceans Program, which is basically developing an agenda to strengthen ocean policy and blue finance. There are different trust funds within that, which are grants that are provided to Indonesia. And we work with government in 3 main areas: supporting sustainable fisheries, building healthy ecosystems, and reducing marine pollution. Besides the grants and the trust funds, there is opportunities for investments. There is a very long-term investment program that is happening for a long time, which is called CORMAP. And now there is an investment opportunity, which is called Oceans for Prosperity Program. And this is where this work on natural capital accounting fits. This Oceans for Prosperity program is called LAUTRA. It's a relatively big operation which tries to achieve some direction in the types of investments that Indonesia could do. Overall, one of the trust funds that is very important for this work and the ISOP agenda is one that is fed with funding from Norway and Denmark. So it's about 5 million in total. And this is basically to support capacity building and technical assistance in three aspects: in the oceans agenda, in reducing marine debris, and enhancing resilience of coastal and marine resources. The program I'm working in is related to Pillar 3, and it's also connected with what we call the Global Program on Sustainability, which is a World Bank global program that focuses on natural capital in general. But in this case in particular, we are focusing on the accounting part. There is another World Bank program which is called ProBlue, and this is a very large program that provides technical assistance to countries, and also Indonesia is working under that program, but I'm not mentioning it at this point. And then the Oceans for Prosperity program, which is the biggest, that is it's under design at this point, is responding to the National Oceans Policy and the RPGMN. And there will be several phases, but right now the design of the first phase is focusing on these aspects, marine special plans, which is connected to what Dr. Mombi was saying about the importance of marine spatial planning, and we are tackling this aspect to strengthen management of MPAs, also mentioned before. And these targeting tools that are being mentioned here will be very important for these aspects. Reduce marine debris from fisheries, and effective cleanup, and of course capacity building as a cross-cutting issue. So now entering into the NCA space, and I realize that there is not too much time to do the talk about this, so I just collected a few slides to show what we are doing and what it's about. So basically NCA is Natural Capital Accounting is an organizing framework. The idea is to connect biophysical information and economic information. And the way to connect it is through the core definitions and classifications of the system of national accounts. And the idea is that this statistical framework can provide a credible space to put these values that we are mentioning in this session. So we know that there are a lot of valuation efforts, but the idea is to place this valuation in a framework that has the credibility in the policy dialogue agenda in the countries. We want to inform policies that can be practical and where investments can go rapidly and swiftly in the countries. We have been working in the bank for a long time on this, in different moments, especially on the wealth accounts and also on natural capital accounting. And in this last decade, we had a long-term engagement at the global level with the Wealth Accounting and Valuation of Ecosystem Services program, which is now under the umbrella of the Global Program on Sustainability. The evolution of this shows that there is now an opportunity in the world of standardizing these value measurements in a way that is practical and applicable. There is a Global Oceans Accounts Partnership now that the bank is, among other international agencies, supporting. And the idea with this Ocean Accounts Partnership is to provide evidence and to provide guidance and showcase what these natural capital accounts can do. NCA is not a measuring system; it is a framework that allows to organize information. The main emphasis of the project in Indonesia is in two aspects: to develop accounts and also to generate an experimental presentation of these accounts, which can later be used for uptake and use in the Indonesia context. In particular, in this program of the Oceans for Prosperity investment program, the idea will be that these accounts could be useful for monitoring purposes. And so the idea will be to test this also in a project level situation, but also it will provide information at the national level. So what the accounts basically try to develop an information system that is looking at assets and flows. When we say asset and flows, usually we'll think about flows in terms of GDP, and assets is the value of the actual capital that is producing this type of flows, and the flows are related to the ecosystem services. So these are the type of connections that we do with the system of national accounts and the way GDP is measured, and the way that produced capital in the countries are measured. So in the case of extent, there are measures of coral reef, seagrass, and coastal ecosystems, the coastal zone, the terrestrial part. And condition tries to elicit some of the condition indicators that could be useful. So in this case, as I was mentioning, the idea is to compile all the information that is possible to feed into the accounts. But this information has to come in a regular basis, and that's where LIPI and all the work that other agencies in Indonesia do in monitoring is very relevant, because the idea is to have a regular production of information that can be comparable through time and that can feed these accounts. At this point, we are testing INVEST to measure the flows, the ecosystem services. What we have found is that there is good information that can feed into the models that INVEST provide, that this suite of models. Of course, there are other models around the world, like ARIES, for example, that can provide information on ecosystem services. At this point, we are testing this and also doing some monetary evaluation related to the models. We have been able to compile information on carbon storage, ecotourism, recreation, coastal protection, and timber. But there is a need to experiment a little bit more to get proper values that can be accountable. The other part is the monetary valuation and the flows of ecosystem services to try to organize it in the framework of the national accounts. And this will need some spatial analysis of the different economic activities that happen in the country and connect them with the ecosystem services and with the assets. And we have already came to initial result of that, but we are hoping that by December we can provide data by sector of what will be the contribution of ecosystem services to each of the sectors, and what is the impact of each of the economic sectors in the ecosystems. All this has to come in this very strange graph that I'm putting here, but I won't enter into the details because there are no time. But basically, the idea is to integrate these accounts in a system that can allow this information to flow. So, for example, in the measurement of condition indicators, if there is a possibility of using global data that can feed into the indicators that can allow monitoring to realize the monitoring aspects of the accounts. Some early findings, we have been able to develop extent account which allows to observe different aspects of the coastal ecosystems. In this case, we are delving into something interesting, which is trying to define a coastal, the terrestrial part of the coastal ecosystems connected with coral reefs and seagrass, and try to disentangle a little bit these connections. We have found that there are good indicators, there are good measurements that can feed into the accounts. The seagrass data needs improvement, and this is something that has been realized during the process. And there is an opportunity to look at marine protected areas and see what is the relationship between the terrestrial ecosystems and the effect that this has in different aspects of the ecosystems. We can see now that there is a relationship with agriculture, rice and other cultivation that is taken within the boundaries of MPAs, and this is something that produces pressure to the ecosystems. We have also been able to develop some input-output relationships and determine the multiplier effect of fisheries and tourism. This is a very simple exercise that we prepared, but I think it's a good way to understand what is the multiplier effect of the different ecosystem services, especially provisioning services. For example, the multiplier effect of $1 added into the economy from tourism will provide a multiplier effect of $2.6 in the whole economy, of which the indirect impacts of this is about 0.8 of the total of tourism. We have also tried to combine measurements of coastal protection values. For example, this is an exercise that TNC did and the World Bank financed at some point at the global level. And there has been some pinpoints of the values of coastal protection in different areas of Indonesia. But now the idea is to develop some kind of benefits transfer formula that can allow to extrapolate this information in a sensible way and in a way that can be measured in a recurrent basis. We have some early findings in a specific deep dive we're doing in NTT, and we are hoping that this information will inform coastal zone management. There are some figures here. There's not too much time to look at them, but the presentation will be there. And the idea was to look at mangroves, but in relationship with the other types of land uses, but also in relation to seagrass and coral reef. So all the extent account is fully connected. You can see here seagrass and coral reef in marine protected areas. And we can produce this kind of tables that show the different components of this extent account, seagrass, coastal zone, and coral reefs, in a way that we can develop a monitoring framework in the future. So I will leave it there. This presentation was more informative of what we are doing than presenting some of the results, but we hope that we will soon share some interesting results about this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, JP, for your presentations. It's very complementary with the previous presenters, Professor Peter Mambi, and the information is very rich. I know, but the importance of these presentations I get is how to connect between environmental science point of view and economics, so it can match and it can be translated to policy, and then more importantly, it can be adopted for policymakers in Indonesia. Again, thank you, GP, but stay online. I will invite the third speakers, Dr. Kim, but you can see the Q&A panel. Maybe there is a questions for you. And for all audience, please, if there is any questions, you can write your questions in the Q&A panel or in YouTube. All right, Kim, this is your time for your speech. 15 minutes. Time is yours.
Terima kasih, Dr. Yaya, and FAO, thanks very much for the invitation to join with everyone today. I feel that these talks are quite well set up because they're a little bit like a Russian doll. First, we had Peter Mumby talking to the potential for catch and value at local scales of reef systems within Indonesia. Then we had JP, I hope you don't mind me calling you JP, talking about integrated accounting. How are we going to fit these together so that we can talk about them to the policymakers in a language that they can understand, so we bring the value back to these very important fisheries that not only produce money, but without them, the replacement value would be very high. And this talk is a bit more international, so it goes more into looking at a larger scale, valuing marine and coastal biodiversity from a fish and fisheries perspective. Okay, so just give you a quick overview. I'm going to do like a macro view, then I'll go into looking at fish production and outlook of trade. When I say trade, it's international trade. I'll be talking about market issues, and then we'll sort of wrap up in the conclusions. But valuing and maintaining the value in fisheries can be thought of in maybe two themes. Firstly, strengthening the strong. In that way, we optimize production from fisheries that are healthy, and protecting the weak. And that's about giving extraordinary attention to conserving and rebuilding vulnerable resources, or those that are overexploited. Okay, let's get into it. So, but first let's step back. Our interactions with fisheries and nature needs to be considered relative to our world situation, a situation that is always evolving through time. When Apollo 11 landed on the moon in 1969, the global population of the world was half what it is now, and it's thought to increase by another 50% again by 2050. Note also the rapidly growing buying power of the global community. So not only is there more people, but they're wanting and doing more, and all needing to be fed. These factors are important as they provide context to the various approaches we need to take in delivery of both food production and conservation of our productive natural environments. International trade is very much a growing activity, and this slide I'm putting here is just to show you how important this is to the global community. And if we look at the top of this, you'll see that from a fisheries perspective, whereas 39% of fisheries trade was from developing countries in 1976, 59% was the present figure, around 60%. So that's showing you that there's been a shift in international trade of fisheries goods to developing countries. So countries like Indonesia are seeing a lot more investment, and we'll get into that a bit later. Let's talk about the fish outlook. Fish stocks are likely the largest component of ocean biodiversity that we deal with. And our interactions with wild fish stocks and aquaculture of fish is dynamic through time. So we can see here, we're taking more through time. Fish have stabilized around 1996 at about 80 million tons, and aquaculture keeps growing, but think of it at presently about another 80 million tons. So what is this? What's the status of this system? As fish stocks are biodiversity, conserving them through managing sustainably is biodiversity conservation. This is a major part of what we do to look after biodiversity. It's not all about looking after stocks which may be highly vulnerable or at risk of extinction. Alternately, allowing fish stocks to be fished unsustainably is damaging for people's food security and for the healthy functioning of our marine environment. And here we can see from 1974, when 10% of fish stocks were overfished, we're now looking at over 30% of fish stocks. This is about 400 fish stocks. These data have been collected since the 1970s, come from about 400 fish stocks, and this comprises around 70% of global fishing. And we can break this up by regions. And what we do know is that about 79% of fish by weight are presently fished sustainably. This is global production. But what we also need to recognize is that we need to improve the signal with better data from small-scale fisheries. That signal isn't coming through strongly in these international records that are informing policy, and this is the place where your institutions can play a large role. And FAO has been working on this for many years and is now looking to leverage new technologies to bring these signals from the dispersed fisheries that are inshore coastal fishery stocks. Okay, let's get back to the exports and goods and services in the world and how this relates to fisheries. Back when I was born, a quarter of trade was international. By the turn of the millennium, cross-border trade accounted for more than half. So this tells you that there's a big shift in the way trade's happening in the world. Countries aren't just trading internally, they're trading on a global scale. Foreign direct investment has changed more dramatically. In the last 20 years, foreign investment has tripled from $1 in $10 to over $1 in $3. That means the richer countries are putting more and more of their money into other countries and the production and the profits and the efforts that they can achieve from investing abroad. These are major shifts in the way business is being done, the way that value transfers across the globe. Trade is very important, and seafood is very important. So estimates suggest about 35% of global fish production enters international trades in various forms for human consumption and not edible purposes. Fish and fish products are some of the most traded food items in the world today and generate livelihoods for millions of people around the world. This reflects the sector's degree of openness and integration into international trade. And as mentioned earlier, with technological advances and with investment shifts, this is a fast moving space. And if Indonesia wants to make sure that they optimize, first protect, but also optimize that kind of value, we need to be thinking of fisheries not as production machines, but as value chains. When thinking about economic value and how to make sure it's on a sustainable footing, we need to look beyond understanding just the fish stock. We need to make sure changes in our understanding and interventions working across the full value chain, because those are often some of the key drivers, the cultural elements, the market prices, for example, the fishers that are doing the fishing, where they're coming from, how are they operating, and the governance framework that's worked in. So we need to look at the whole package if we're going to make successful interventions in management and optimizing these things. Okay, let's look at some of the market issues that are affecting both the overall production of fish and biodiversity. And in this way, we'll look at maybe IUU fishing, intergovernmental agreements, and also some government support programs and market access issues. Let's start off with IUU. What's possible to intervene in regards to IUU fishing? And remember, this IUU stands for not just illegal fishing, but unregulated and undocumented fishing. So not only in the catch operations themselves, but throughout the whole distribution chain. Apart from general management promotion, there are a number of key opportunities that are on the table at the moment. One of those being the Port State Measures Agreement that entered into force in 2016, now has 66 countries, including the EU. And it applies, and Indonesia is a party, it applies to fishing vessels seeking entry into a port other than those of their own state with special controls. And that gives us an opportunity to do a kind of a gate check that you do getting into an airport and so on. So at the moment, 1 in every 5 fish caught around the world every year is thought to originate from IUU fishing. And this is valued between 10 and 23 billion US dollars annually. Implementing the PSMA is one of the most cost-effective measures we can do, Indonesia can do, to combat this. And this means that progress against things like catch documentation schemes and innovations that allow customs officers to work both more effectively and more efficiently will start to bring IUU trade into a more managed framework. And we can see there is lovely technological advances happening with genetic technologies to allow customs officers to check commodities to find out which species they're from in real time in the airports or in the transit facilities. So these opportunities are there, and the international frameworks to try to get on top of IUU is a very, very useful low-hanging fruit. Okay, let's get on to biodiversity agreement. When I'm thinking of biodiversity agreements, this is the world's countries coming together talking about things like CITES, for example, how to put some commercial species on their appendices. And this has been happening more and more. Once it's on an appendices, there's more controls over the movement of these species across borders. Here we need to consider, do we have the right species complement on their appendices? As CITES only controls international trade, it doesn't deal with anything that happens in the country. And is the listing of species well balanced with the investment we put into capacity building so that countries can actually run the provisions, the controls that are required? So increased implementation of CITES needs to be assisted more broadly, and other international initiatives that focus on vulnerable species can help. So for example, the IPOA, the International Plans of Action, but these are also regionalized and nationalized so that we can put in more concrete management systems around things which are vulnerable, like sharks and rays and seabirds and so on. Thirdly, consider international agreement that seek to control areas of access for fishing. At the moment, under CBD 11, Aichi Target 11, that's Convention of Biological Diversity, there's a push for 10% in the ocean, SDG 14.5 similarly, and there's discussions in areas beyond national jurisdiction, there's negotiations. Similarly, there's negotiations now going on for the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. And some groups like IUCN are calling for 30% coverage of MPAs. So we need to note how to do this in an effective way. And there's opportunities there for fisheries agencies to get involved under what's a spatial management tool known as other effective area-based conservation measures, which is more and more accepted in international agreements to make sure that it's not just areas that are under MPAs, but areas that are well managed also get reflected in these types of signals. We can dive more into this in the discussion, but let's get on to more about government support measures. And here we're really talking about subsidy negotiations. Historically, many of these support measures were associated, fishery support measures were associated with an increase in overfishing for many stocks around the world. And support measures have continued regardless of stock sustainability, environment, or social problems with production. Such measures on production support were not coupled with concern for the whole social environmental system, and the WTO negotiations on harmful fisheries subsidies launched in 2001 and linked to SDG target 14.6 is now underway. We're hoping that these will conclude in 2020, but because of the pandemic, that's not assured. If we can get on top of that, that will be very helpful. Okay, let's get on to accessing market. How can people in Indonesia access markets? Because distortions are caused by what's known as non-tariff measures, which are used by countries in order to sometimes to protect their national markets. And there's rules around those. So let's have a look. What are non-tariff measures and what are their effects? Well, there are a range of measures that can have the effect of diverting trade or diversifying the types of seafood commodities that can enter international markets. Both of these shifts can have good or adverse effects on biodiversity. These non-tariff measures can lead to markets becoming closed to countries, especially those with fewer production compliance requirements for fish and fish products. And they can create adverse biodiversity impacts on the national production of specific species. In addition, if no market is available, there's knock-on effects for illegal trade and such like, or moving to other species. So there's a challenge here to allow countries to meet international standards and opportunities, if they do, to realize the value from their production. And let's just talk about two things quickly, because I've only got a couple of minutes. The World Trade Organization's application of sanitary and phytosanitary measures, which is known as the SPS agreement. These agreements are important because they give countries rights, but they also have obligations on countries to ensure that they live up to health and safety regulations, and to assure that these regulations aren't being used for protecting domestic producers from international trade. Secondly, there's the Codex Alimentarius, or the Food Code, which is a collection of standards, guidelines, and codes of practice adopted by its commission, which explicitly references the kinds of SPS agreement measures that have to be used to enter and to play in international markets. Indonesia needs to be able to think about this from a policy and practice perspective to get the value. Okay, last slide, 3 points. So where to next? How to realize this value? I think the most important thing is to understand the major challenges across the social environmental value chain that's impacting sustainability. So what is it that Indonesia needs to do? And once everyone has this clear understanding across those 5 pillars, it's not just governance, not just stocks, it's not just markets, it's not just the socio-cultural elements, it's not just the active stakeholders, it's all together. Once they have that view, can they set up policies and support practices to get on top of problems and to take up opportunities? And thirdly, I think the key thing that Indonesia needs to do is to set up cooperative frameworks with the international agencies, cooperative frameworks with their trade partners, so that there is an opportunity, for example, for FAO, which is a number of branches looking at different elements here, to assist and support states in the preparation of their policies so that they're internationally compliant, and the rollout of their practices to ensure barriers to markets can be worked around for the benefit of the socio-environmental food system that fisheries and aquaculture are. So thank you very much. I put my name down as a contact, but I've just given this presentation with inputs from a number of my colleagues. So if anyone wants to contact with any kind of queries, I'm available to either pass on their query or to answer it directly. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kim, for the presentations. I got one point that in the first your presentation, you said that strengthening the strong and protecting the weak. That may be the summary of your presentations, I guess. Is that right? And then I got that you say not just focusing on the stockfish, but we need to go further, like we need to see the market value chains, control, and biodiversity. That when we try to make or to sell the fish, our fish stocks to the international market, we need to think that. And first we have to think also how that practice of selling fish internationally, how it can be affect to the sustainability of the fish productions of Indonesian fish productions. Yeah. Thank you again, Kim, for your very interesting presentations. And now I would like to invite Dr. Dedi Adhuri. Pak Dedi, I give you 15 minutes if there is if you want to share presentations or PowerPoints. Yes, please. It's time yours now. And for Kim, you can monitor your Q&A. Maybe there is a quick Q&A in the panels.
Oke, selamat sore. Good day, everybody. Let me start with, while I'm preparing my PowerPoint, let me start also with introducing myself. My name is Dedi Adhuri. I'm from the LIPI. I should introduce my background. I'm a student of anthropology, which means that I'm familiar with talking about the people rather than environment. Even when I talk about economy, I approach it from a qualitative perspective rather than quantitative. Secondly, I would like also to thank to all good presentations, to Papit, to GP, and to Kim. Very interesting presentations. Most of your thoughts are quite particularly in the data are new for me, so I learned a lot from your presentations. And now about my comments, I will not give a comment to each of your presentations, but I will kind of provide a kind of general comments to all of your presentations, but also to the general narrative of this seminars. Yeah, actually, it was started with my misunderstandings about the request of the organizer. I was sent all the abstracts from the presenters, so I was taught that I was asked to give kind of general comment to all the presentations, but I believe all of your presentations more or less deals with the issues that I understand were presented in the general discussions of all papers. So the domain not domain, the what they call it, main narratives, or you know, the main ideas proposed in this seminar, I think, is based more on the biological or ecological concept of biodiversities, ecoregions. So far, we haven't heard much about ecoregions mentions, but I believe these two concepts are kind of packaged when we are talking about environment. And also, three of you talk about economic valuations about the natures, or in this regard about coral reefs and associated ecosystem. But you also talk about communities, about the people, but from what I understand, all you are talking consider more when you're talking about the community or the people, you consider, or you look at them more as exploitator or resource harvesters or predators, which also means when we are talking about biodiversities or threatened species, they are a threat, considered more as a threat to biodiversities or to the balance of ecosystem, or a threat to threatened species. We talk about community officers also associated with more overexploitation, destructive fishing, and associated issues. Again, that links to the first point, that is that as a threat to biodiversities and the ecosystem. In that context, you also consider conservation is for biodiversity protections, and of course threatened species protections. Also mentioned about feeding humans, so there's food value of the resources, and also of dealing with food security, the contribution of marine ecosystem to food security, and also the economic value. But I see the economic value is more considered in terms of monetary, and it's usually total monetary, derived from the value of the resources, in this regard fish or other associated resources from the sea. Of course, that is fine, but that's a good information. But I think this perspective is more taking a position from an aesthetic or ecocentric approach, which is, for me, there's something missing in the discussions, which focusing too much on the issues of natural resources of the ecosystem, which is the community itself. We tend to forget that those, let's give an example to the Indonesian coral triangle region, for example. These marine space are the home of almost 160,000 of the Bajo people, whom has developed special relations with the sea through their belief system, depth traditional knowledge, and on marine ecosystem, traditional fishing practices and strategies, and so on. This discussion also means the fact that the people is not only the harvester, the exploiters of the resources and the ecosystem. This round circle showing the presence of traditional marine resource management in Indonesia. It's not all, but most, at least the places where I know more, consider other places. And these people have contributed to the nurtures of the resources of the ecosystem, both coastal ecosystem and marine ecosystem. So this kind, from what I heard, that I don't see any appreciations to these practices, or even you don't bring it to the equations when you are dealing with resource management. The reality is, in fact, for example, in Langkat, community in a safe hundreds of hectares of mangrove forest who was converted to palm oil plantations in that particular area. In Papua, for example, I'll skip this one. They have contributed to a betterment of the conditions of coral reefs. Yeah, in Papua, you can see in 2010 there's no more a red colored coral reef, because the conditions by the time from 2005 to 2010 is getting better, and this is thanks to the practices of community-based coastal management. Okay, if we go to this area again, the point that I would like to raise with that presentations or that slide is that there is a communities that is not counted, but in the discussion, but they have been contributing to the nature, to the nurturing the natures. The other things, actually, I was glad when Kim mentioned about socio-cultural values, but unfortunately in your presentation you did explore more on that. This is an example of how Lamarera community with the whale hunting traditions. For them, the whale hunting tradition is not only consuming the food resources, but also dealing with their belief system, their relations with their neighborhood communities through barters of whale meat with the other agriculture communities, things like that. So they are not only economic and environmental values attached to these resources from a community perspective, which is lacking to be taken in the discussions. When they have a certain value system attached to marine resources and ecosystem, and NGOs and our perspective put in some way with a kind of force through funding or even government force. So there's a conflict, which for me, then that is constraining both to our external goals of the activities, that is conservations and the community. So all the aspect regarding to the goals of the conservation fail because of the conflict between our perspective about the sea with the local community's perspective and also of course interest. So my last point, since I believe that socio-cultural values and economic values, let me add more about economic values here. When you are talking about the, for example, talking about 260 million US dollar can be generated from coral reef fisheries in Indonesia and other economic value, dollar value from other resources. Of course, that is a good calculations, but if we look deeper in the community, we have two questions: whether if we can really harvest that values, whether is this values really distributed equally to the community, or it was actually grabbed by, for example, elite in the fishing communities, while those who are poor people are still in the poor conditions. Things like that, I think, should be taken into account. That and also that's mean also socio-cultural issues should be on board when we are discussing about these issues. So the two main questions as a closing statement from me is, then if we understand, if you adopt or I explain you clearly what I mean with these things, the question is that should we complement our or complete the narrative about coast and ocean with also talking on board the positive story of the communities, not only as a threat to the biodiversity and balance of the ecosystem, but also their positive story as also communities who involved has been working to nurture their coastal and marine ecosystem. But the other thing that is also important, as I give you some example on it, the socio-cultural values of the coast on Asians, particularly to the coastal community and fishers. With that, thus the discussions about or the concept of biodiversity and ecoregion might be, it's a time to be replaced or complemented to express in more polite way, maybe with a discussions about socio biodiversities. So integrating the talking about biodiversities, about the ecology and the socio-cultural aspect of it. Thank you. That is my comment.
Thank you, Pak Didi. Terima kasih. This is very complementary with the presenters. I don't want to comment what Pak Didi said, but I give two presenters to give a response. I invite Professor Peter first, maybe.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, and thank you, Pak Didi, for your comments. And I agree with you. Those are very important issues, and it does often sound like people are talking about other people as if they're just a stress on the ecosystem. And of course, the whole motivation for looking at that overharvesting is ultimately about trying to find the governance to reduce the pressure so that people do enjoy a better access to those resources. And you raise couple of really important points that I certainly identify with. One is, the equitable access to resources. And if you have a value of fisheries resources, to what extent are those benefits being shared in an equitable manner? And one of the great things about studying the governance arrangements in different parts of the country is to find examples where there is good practice or that the cultural positioning of the fishery does allow for good governance, and better sharing of that resource than in other areas. There's a lot of learning that can happen. I know that's something that you have looked at in governance structures. And the other issue is about valuing the non-market values of coral reefs. And I know that's something that everybody who's working on ecosystem valuation thinks about. And there's various different levels of success on that. I mean, I know that JP was talking about the tourism value and so forth, but that doesn't. So that's one of the more tractable non-market. Well, that's sometimes a market. But those cultural identities and values from ecosystems are so important. And it's been one of my great frustrations in my career so far, is that I've never managed to partner with somebody who can really help nail that down in a way that we can relate something about the health of an ecosystem to those cultural values that are so important. So, you're sort of preaching to the choir in the sense, from my perspective, that these are really important issues for a full evaluation of the benefits from ecosystems.
All right, thank you, Peter. Next response, maybe from JP, please.
Thank you very much for this summary, and it's interesting to see the importance of that communities play on this, and in reality, in the overall oceans agenda in the bank, we put a lot of relevance to that. And that's why there is this livelihoods component in all the work that we are doing, in particular in the financing part. The struggle, I will say, is sometimes that it's difficult to reach out these communities in I will say in an impactful way. In the way that finances reaches the communities. So what we focus mostly is in the governance aspect, and that's why the focus is in MSPs, in marine spatial planning, or coastal zone development plans, as you call them. And also in MPAs, marine protected areas, and how the benefits of these marine protected areas can reach the communities. I agree that the values that we place in the different accounting frameworks usually don't take into account the cultural values. But in principle, these valuation frameworks should take them into account, and there is a lot of work that is happening around that. But I agree that there is still a gap in terms of trying to bring together these cultural values. And the other aspect is that usually when you measure the benefits that the ecosystems provide, you seldom measure who gets the benefits and who bears the costs of having a deteriorated or unhealthy ecosystem. And the accounting framework that we are using tries to bring this information together. The problem is usually the access to data that can allow you to for example, separate the different producers and users by income level, for example. And that is one of the complications of these macro frameworks. And you can see it in GDP also. It's very difficult to understand more precisely what are the distributional issues around income generation in a country. But that's, of course, a critical aspect of development policy in any country.
Kim? Yeah, please.
Okay, Pakteri, thanks very much for your presentation. I recognize in the questions we were trying to answer, I was trying to talk about the what. And the what I was trying to talk about was the biodiversity problems, the degradation problems, although we haven't lost marine fish, purely marine fish for fishing. And secondly, the food and livelihood problems. And this is a problem where we're looking basically for 177 billion kilograms of meat by 2050 that we presently don't have. So where is this going to come from? But as you pointed out, and fundamental to this is not the what, it's the why. Why are we doing this? And you're right, we're doing this for people's values and their culture, because without that, we have no interest. So for example, there's some amazing facility where cultural developments in Indonesia might make global breakthroughs. What you're doing now in Natuna and such like islands where you're looking at post-larval fish in settlement zones and growing those out for high value aquaculture markets with a Napoleon fish could be a model, because those fish are normally under high mortality rates, could be a model to increase production and look after biodiversity and offer opportunities to protect some of the elder fish because they're producing the offspring, a bit like what Peter said, identify where they come from. So my point to you is it's all about people. We are only going to get out of these problems with people and their interests and their cultures and their community. If we break that, we haven't got a chance. So you're right to keep pushing that message and to make sure that people are not left out. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. That's right. We need to focus on people, economic, and environment as well in one narrative. That's complementary actually, but the discussions is very interesting, but we have a very tight time now. I invite Mr. Pagianto. Maybe you still have comments or questions. I give you, I'm so sorry, only 5 minutes if it is okay.
Thank you to Pak Yahya as a moderator for this afternoon session.
Thank you.
Thank you for all speakers for your excellent presentation. Professor Peter Mambi, Mr. Juan Pablo, and also Dr. Kim Friedman. Thank you very much. In this session, I would like to give a comment to Professor Mambi presentation and share the experience about the small-scale fisheries in Indonesia. Thank you to Professor Mambi. Your presentation became more interesting, I think, because it was based on the view of foreign researchers. I believe this will inspire us and enrich our insight about Indonesian fisheries, especially coral reef fisheries. I personally agree with your statement that fisheries productivity is influenced by habitat quality and also harvest. We have experience in coral reef rehabilitation and management program, CORMAP, at phase 2. At that time, we conducted a field survey. This is a monitoring survey on small-scale fisheries data collection. So the data collection was carried out by interviewing fishermen who live in the CORMAP sites, only in the CORMAP sites. And also went to we went to the fish landing site to see and know the fishermen catch. And as a result, in some site, there was a positive correlation between the condition of coral reef and the number of reef fish caught. The better the condition of the coral reef, the more reef fish catch. But in other side, we found that the coral reef fisheries was low, even though the site were in a good coral condition. This might be related to over harvesting. So at the certain point, when overharvesting occur, it will reduce fisheries productivity. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Pak Gianto. Please, Pak Peter, straightforward to answer or response.
Terima kasih, Pak Gianto. It's nice to see you. Yeah, no, I absolutely. I can imagine you seeing those sorts of results, in that in general you would see a positive relationship with catch, but then there will be exceptions, and you know, and there have been some analyses like the one I showed that try to relate that to the local density of fishes as a function of the amount of area that's there. And of course, the advantage within Indonesia is that there are at least data on the number of fisher households that are collected at least at a district level that could be used to try to explore those patterns and see how much of it could be explained by the habitat quality and area versus the sort of density of the number of fishes that are there and the exploitation rate. It would be great if there was an easy way to evaluate the level of exploitation at a site, as opposed to more just comparative measures, looking at sort of average fish size. For example, in one of the measures that people have used quite successfully is to evaluate relative amounts of fishing pressure, is to look at the average size of parrotfish at each reef. The reason they choose parrotfish is often that they're not scarce in the way that grouper are, because often the value is just zero, as you well know, but they're quite abundant and they grow very quickly, so they can take quite significant fishing pressure. And there's a very strong relationship between average body size of that group of fish and fishing pressure measured through other methods where you have access to that. So I think developing some metrics of pressure and trying to relate that to local context and governance would be helpful.
Yep. Thanks, Pak Peter. Kim, do you have
yeah, just a very quick one. Just,
yes, please.
Obviously, when we talk about coral reefs, we're talking about coral reefs, not coral. So, for example, we know that just the condition of the coral itself, as Peter pointed out, isn't necessarily the big indicator on productivity. We know off-water flows and flows of nutrient in systems. We know that, for example, in these islands I spoke about before, the key habitats that are settling the coral reef fish are actually the algal beds on the inside of the coral reefs. And we're starting to understand more and more about how important those environments are. And it's the mixture of these environments together that are actually going to give us the best productivity. And therefore, as we understand more, so we can benefit, because, for example, if these algal beds are understood to be very, very important for settling reef fish from their larval stages in their juvenile phase, and we can protect them and keep them clean and unspoiled, we have a great opportunity not just to get better productivity, but to understand the different signal of recruitment of reef fish. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for the response, Dr. Kim. I think we do not have time for interacting with the audiences, but I hope all the questions have already answered in the Q&A menu. But if there is still questions haven't answered yet, will be delivered back to you all audience after the speakers and answer through the email. We'll collect all the questions to be answered by the speakers and then back to you. Now I think we have not enough time to continue this discussion, this very fruitful discussions. I'm really sorry. I have to close these sessions, but I'm really happy with these sessions, very rich informations and insights. So the last, I would like to say thank you to all the speakers, panelists, and audiences, and also the committees to make this event happen. I apologize if there is something wrong from me, but I'm really happy to be the chairman of these sessions. And thank you so much. I give back to Bulia as the master ceremony. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for Bapak Yahya, for all the speakers and all panelists for the second sessions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before stepping up to the third session, we have a short documentary video produced by LIPI entitled Lengguru Expeditions. Please watch the video.
extraordinaire, mystérieux. On pourrait même dire envoûtant.
Les enjeux de cette expédition, ça va être donc de visiter différents types d'écosystèmes qui sont rencontrés qu'à Lingourou et pas ailleurs.
There's a lot of diversity. The evolutionary history is also complex.
Let's go.
Everything in here, it's in around here, but you need time to catch them.
This is nice.
Nice.
So many died, and this was my first.
It involves different cultures.
Ça permet de passer à une autre échelle dans la compréhension de l'environnement.
On est les premiers scientifiques à aller dans ces zones-là.
C'est fantastique.
Mission is possible.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the next video, we have Minahasa Expeditions. Please enjoy the expeditions video.
Bumi adalah rumah bagi banyak makhluk hidup. Ada jutaan, bahkan miliaran spesies yang ada dan pernah ada di planet ini, membentuk suatu sistem ekologi yang terhubung dan tak terpisahkan dengan lingkungannya. Setiap spesies mengisi ruang dan fungsi masing-masing terhadap lingkungannya. Yang gagal akan punah, dan yang bertahan akan mengisi fungsi barunya dalam lingkungan yang terus berubah. Ekosistem terbesar di bumi terdapat di perairan dan di daratan. Keduanya terhubung oleh satu ekosistem peralihan, yaitu ekosistem pesisir. Di area kering, daratan masih dipengaruhi angin laut, pasang surut, dan intrusi garam. Dan di area basah akan dipengaruhi aktivitas darat, sedimentasi, dan air tawar. Hutan mangrove, padang lamun, dan terumbu karang adalah 3 ekosistem yang memainkan peran ekologi sangat penting di perairan wilayah pesisir. Hadir sebagai penyeimbang, rumah bagi banyak spesies, menyaring air yang masuk dari daratan, membentuk sebuah perisai pertahanan pada pesisir yang melindungi daratan dari kerusakan akibat badai, abrasi, dan tsunami. Jauh lebih baik dari perlindungan apapun yang pernah dibuat manusia. Aktivitas manusia dinilai terlalu berlebihan memanfaatkan alam, berujung pada keseimbangan ekosistem mulai tak terjaga ketika manusia hanya mementingkan dirinya sendiri. 68% populasi terumbu karang di Indonesia rusak dan tercemar. Populasi padang lamun di dunia menurun 7% per tahun, lebih tinggi dari hilangnya terumbu karang dan hutan hujan tropis. Meski memiliki hutan mangrove terbesar di dunia, Indonesia kehilangan 40% hutan mangrove-nya dalam 3 dekade terakhir. Tentunya bukan berita baik, tapi ini kenyataannya. Jika ini terus berlanjut, ekosistem pesisir yang berfungsi sebagai perisai tak lagi berperan, maka bisa dipastikan akan ada spesies yang punah. Lalu, apa yang mesti kita lakukan sebagai makhluk yang dibekali rasa dan akal? Pulau Sulawesi yang perairannya dilalui Arlindo atau arus lintas Indonesia. Jalur perairan yang menghubungkan masa air di Samudra Pasifik menuju Samudra Hindia. Merupakan bagian dari segitiga karang dunia yang diduga sebagai pusat keanekaragaman hayati laut dunia. Namun, hasil penelitian yang pernah dilakukan belum cukup untuk membuktikan dugaan tersebut. Loka Konservasi Biota Laut Bitung, Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia, terletak di tepi barat Samudra Pasifik yang sebagian perairannya dilewati Arlindo. Di setiap tahunnya, melakukan kegiatan penelitian dengan salah satu tujuannya untuk mengungkap kondisi ekologis perairan dan keanekaragaman hayati di ekosistem pesisir.
Mantap! Setiap tahun kami melakukan penelitian di tempat yang berbeda dengan harapan dalam jangka waktu 10-15 tahun ke depan akan terbangun sebuah data atau informasi mengenai keanekaragaman biota laut di seluruh pesisir Sulawesi Utara dan sekitarnya, di mana tugas utamanya adalah melakukan upaya perlindungan atau rehabilitasi terhadap beberapa biota laut yang dianggap memiliki kerentanan yang tinggi terhadap kepunahan.
Sulawesi Utara ini adalah jantung daripada coral triangle
di dunia ini. Nah, kekurangan kita adalah masalah dokumentasi. Kita punya banyak sumber, kita banyak spesies, tapi justru dokumentasi yang ada pada kita itu tidak terkumpul. Sejak tahun 2005, kami sudah menemukan di sini 6 jenis ikan yang baru, lebih daripada 20 new record atau catatan baru, dan 1 genus yang baru. Semua itu kami temukan di sekitar perairan Bitung. Dan tahun ini kami merencanakan untuk melihat biodiversitas ekosistem wilayah pesisir di 2 lokasi. Yang pertama adalah di Tumbak, perairan Tumbak itu ada di Minahasa Tenggara, dan satu lagi di daerah Tondano Pantai, itu ada di Minahasa Induk. Desa Tumbak ini punya potensi yang bagus sekali untuk ikan hias. Di sana juga terkenal dengan pemancingan ikan laut dalam. Di sana ini juga ada hutan mangrove diperkirakan sekitar 320 hektar.
Tumbak yang kekasihku, siang dan malam tak ku lupa, kiri kanan berpulau-pulau, ku pandang dengan hati bersuka, tengoklah laut pulau Pakono, tengoklah darah si Marimporo, tengoklah muka ada satu gunung yang tinggi bernama Gunung Kelabat.
Berbicara sejarah Desa Tumbak secara historis, Sya'ban Ma'u bin Ibrahim Ma'u adalah salah seorang putra terbaik di tahun 1880 sekian gitu. Beliau berpenduduk Gorontalo yang kebetulan pada saat itu mereka ingin melawan.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we will begin the third sessions for today, okay, now we continue to the next agenda, the third sessions with the topic of conservation value and future prospect of Indonesian coastal and marine biodiversity. For these sessions, I would like to invite Dr. Hagi Yulia Sugeha. But before I invite Dr. Yulia Sugeha, okay, I would like to read the webinar ISCOMBIO rules for the third sessions. It's still the same. The first one, attendees are required to using proper ID indicating a real name and affiliation. Second, attendees are welcome to ask questions via Q&A feature in Zoom or live chat YouTube with the following format: name, affiliations, questions, and to whom the questions will be asked. The third, the e-certificate and PPT or the presentations will be given by email to attendees who fill the attendees register shared during the webinar. 4, the attendees setting up disabled for speaker and videos only any allowed by the operator can be able to. And then the last one, the organizing committee have the right to block and remove any attendee who breaks the above mentioned rules. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, for the third sessions with the topic conservation's value and future prospect of Indonesian coastal and marine biodiversity will be led by Dr. Hagi Yulia Sugeha from Research Center for Oceanography LIPI. Dr. Hagi Yulia, time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. MC, Master of Ceremony, Ibu Lia. Good afternoon, everybody. Also for the others who still from the other part of this globe who still join with us, good evening and also good morning for a friend from France. I hope you already joined this session, session 3 in this afternoon with a topic about conservation value and future prospect of Indonesian coastal and marine biodiversity. In this session, session 3, we have 3 speakers, Dr. Philip Bosa, Dr. Lorong Puyo, and Engineer Regis Hodge. And the panelists will be Professor Zainal Arifin from RCO LIPI, Dr. Intan Suci Nurhati from RCO LIPI, and Miss Asila Reza from the Minister of Foreign of Republic of Indonesia, who reaching us from Spain. And before we continue for this session, let me explain to you briefly about the rule of this session. So each speaker will have 15 minutes for presentation, and the question and answer session will be within 30 minutes. And for the 30 minutes question answer will be divided in first 10 minutes for the panelists or the main panelists who will give a screen share with all of us. And then 10 minutes for the panelists, the other panelists for question to the speaker, and the last 10 minutes for discussion with the audience. Before I continue to invite the speakers, let me introduce them one by one. But maybe I should make sure whether Pak Philip Borsa or Dr. Philip Borsa already here.
Hello, Julia.
Okay.
Selamat sore.
Oh, selamat sore. Selamat pagi in France. Thank you. So I will introduce you to all of the audience today, and also the other panelists who still stay here with us. So Dr. Philip Borsa is a researcher at the Institute of Research for the Development, IRD France, and also as a director the research in IRD Montpellier. His research interests on population genetics, phylogeography, evolution, systematic of marine organisms. And his education, briefly I mentioned here, he's graduated from the university at Marie Curie at Paris. And actually, Dr. Philip Borsa already started collaboration with RCO LIPI from a couple years ago. So today he will sharing with us about his long research on Elasmo branch in Indonesian water. And second speaker will be Dr. Lorong Puyo. Dr. Lorong, you already here with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Selamat sore.
Selamat pagi waktu France, and selamat sore waktu Indonesia. Dr. Lorong Puyo is also a research scientist at Institute de Research for the Development, IRD France, and he is also have a PhD in animal biology and genetics at the University of Montpellier, France. And up to now, he's also a teacher and researcher in ISEM at University Montpellier, France. Thank you to be here with us. And the last speaker is our friend, I call is Pak Regis, engineer Regis Coach.
Hello.
Today.
Good afternoon to everybody.
Okay, you are here with us. Welcome. So this is his profile. He's a research engineer working in the marine biodiversity exploitation and conservation. We usually say it is MARBEC at the University Montpellier, also CNRS, IRD Montpellier, France. His research interests about marine biodiversity, observatory systems, and data science. So thank you for all of the three speakers. You already here with us. So I should start for the first speaker. But I'm so sorry. I forgot to let you know that Beside me as a moderator, we also accompanying with the co-moderator, Dr. Nurul Dewani, who will collect and distribute to us the question, and also the other friend of us who now in France to took his PhD, Mr. Fimono. So we are three. We are helping you to conduct this session 3. So I will invite the first speaker, Dr. Philip Borsa. You will have a talk for 15 minutes from now with title Critically Endangered Marine Biodiversity, Shark and Rays in the Indonesian Seas. Times is your Pak Philip.
So hello, good afternoon to all. So I'm going to share my PowerPoint. To share it, I must click a few Can you see it?
Yes, we can see.
And can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you also clearly, and we can see your presentation, your PowerPoint.
So here is the title that you just gave. Sorry, excuse me, little problem here. It's the same picture, so I'm confused. So
Yeah.
critically endangered marine biodiversity, and with a focus on the Indonesian seas. And I'm Philippe Borsa, and I don't need to present it again. Thank you, Julia. This shark and rays, or elasmo branch, include a number of highly emblematic species, such as this one you see here, a whale shark, or this one, manta ray, that everybody recognizes, or this one, reticulate whip ray, and even this one, which is well known and which is seen here, attracted by a potential prey, I guess. These animals are highly adapted to their respective marine habitats, and some have even conquered rivers and lakes, like the river shark or like the giant freshwater stingray, both of which occur in the Indonesian region, by the way. You also have, well, there are hundreds of species of sharks and rays, many of them being in the Indonesian seas, including that small walking bamboo shark in Halmahera, which was recently discovered by colleagues affiliated with Conservation International and in collaboration with NIPI. I became interested in the genetics and evolution of sharks and rays when I first met Irma Arliza at LIPI in Ancol about 10 years ago, 12 years ago actually. At that time, Irma planned to start a PhD with me on the population genetics of sharks and rays. And so we decided to focus on the genetics, population genetics, phylogeography of stingrays. So I will give a brief account of the work that was done on the phylogeography of stingrays, and we used as a model species, actually a species complex, which was the blue spotted masquerade, or neotragon, for those who want to know the genus name. His name, it's more complicated.
Excuse me, Philip, maybe
Yes.
you could be more stable with your speaker, because your sound, your voice is up and down.
Okay, I will try. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, it is better now. Yeah, it just keep like that. It's better.
Well, I need to be closer then to the mic. The mic is probably not that
Yeah, please.
very performing. So one of the main results we found, we had, was that what we thought to be a single species was, like I said, a species complex, up to 10, even more independent lineages were found. That means as many species, actually, and all of them, most of them, well, 9 of them roam the Indonesian seas. What we found was that the oldest lineages, well, the lineages at the basis of the tree, of the phylogenetic tree of that stingray, originated about 11 million years ago. So it's a long evolutionary history in the western South Pacific, and progressed westward, yes, to Papua, to Moluccas, and to the rest of the Indonesian seas, and then to the Indian Ocean. And what we also found was that looking here at the situation in for the Indian muskray, which was recently described. So we have lineages from India here, different parts of India, which are independent from each other. And they are also independent from the lineages we find in Tanzania. So we are just witnessing a speciation at play even now, so currently. So with this work that we did with Irma on the phylogeography of muskrays, we highlighted 3 aspects of marine biodiversity, which is species diversity. We have a species complex of over 10 species. Population diversity, because we find a high level of structuring, genetic structuring inside each of these species we have looked at. And we have a glimpse of the evolutionary history. So of a species that has been here for millions of years, complex. And conservation planning, because we are going to talk about that, to take into account all these multiple dimensions of biodiversity. Sharks and rays, they have been roaming in our oceans for nearly 400 million years. They have an invaluable role in the top-down control of coastal and oceanic ecosystems. Because they are large predators, they mediate energy flows at large spatial and temporal scale. They are highly important to the stability of our marine ecosystem. But, can you hear me? Of all vertebrate groups, elasmobranch is also the most endangered. 2/3 of the species are now threatened with extinction, or they are at least on a threatened category. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so then mic was shut down, and it's quite silent now. That's why I was worried.
Everybody just
very
hear
clear.
you.
Thank you for the one who turned his or her mic down. These animals are fished to extinction, and that's the next section of this talk. There was recently a review in Current Biology by Nick Dulvey and co-authors. So all co-authors very highly competent in shark and ray conservation. And what I took that figure from their paper. It's about fin exports and shark ray landings in a number of countries, and the countries are ranked by order of importance. If we look at fin exports, we are talking about dry shark fin, or shark dry fin, well, dry fins. The number exported by a country like Indonesia is tremendous, nearly 1,000 tons every year of those dry fins. And if we add Singapore, which is also among the top 4 producers of of shark fins, we reach 2,000 tons each year. Now, if we look at the volume of shark and rays that are landed by country, Indonesia is the top. You have over 100,000 tons of sharks and rays landed every year in Indonesia. And so such levels of exploitation are clearly not sustainable. We are talking of sharks and rays. We are talking of large vertebrates which have a slow maturation and a low fecundity. So they cannot sustain such levels of exploitation as demonstrated by IUCN assessments. Here is one of the first examples, I think, perhaps the first, of that documents depletion of sharks and rays in Indonesia. That was a paper published in 2009 by Steve Blaber from CSIRO. And he looked at data, he compared data from 2 surveys of sharks and rays in the Java Sea, so in 1976 and 1997. And he found about 100 times, 10 to 100 times less sharks and rays in the Java Sea in just 20 years time. That means the stocks were severely depleted, and that was over 20 years ago. So I let you imagine how it is now. According to the IUCN Red List of endangered species, 1/3 of stingray species are threatened with extinction. And the only threat, the major threat that they face is overfishing, of course. There are other minor threats like habitat degradation because these animals live near the coast, most of them. And since they are of large size and they are in shallow waters, they are easily caught. They are highly vulnerable. More vulnerable even, well, stingrays are among the most vulnerable of sharks and rays worldwide. Another group where it is really worrying is the guitar fishes, wedge fishes and guitar fishes. So here is a paper by Peter Kine that was published just this year that shows, unfortunately, that all but one of the wedge fish and guitar fish in the world are critically endangered. And there are 2 regions where conservation of these animals is urgently needed. One is Mauritania, where there is one species which is so critically endangered and on the way to extinction. The other one is Indonesia, where you have about 10 or 12 species which are critically endangered and which are still being fished. One of them is probably extinct or nearly extinct, and the other ones are on their way. So there is a national responsibility of a number of countries, but on top of them, Indonesia, to save these animals from almost certain extinction. Here is a small series of slides about one way to preserve these animals while preserving income. Of course, I'm not saying that this is the solution to preserving sharks and rays, but tourism at least might help on this matter. And I hope government officials and communities in Indonesia will be sensible to this argument that the economic value of sharks and ray in Indonesia is many times more than dead animals. Here is a paper that was published by Icha Mustika, who you may know. So she's doing her PhD in Australia about the economic value of sharks and rays. And she found that scuba divers who dive in Indonesia were highly attracted by whale sharks, but also manta rays, and also reef sharks, and smaller rays, and even stingrays. It's well known that, well, all divers in this audience know that seeing a shark or seeing a manta ray or seeing a ray during their dive is one of the memorable things. And so scuba diving tourism could be developed and help preserve these animals in Indonesia. Just about the global economic impact of manta ray so that's a paper by Mary O'Malley, which was published in PLOS ONE a number of years ago. Indonesia, here is a figure in Indonesia. It's the second country in the world where manta ray tourism makes income. So it's 10 million, it was at that time, $10 million yearly just from manta ray tourism. So again, this is not enough to undertake conservation of these important animals, which have a major importance in marine ecosystems, especially in Indonesia, where there are many species and where overfishing is really severe. And unfortunately, listening to the projects of the authorities in Indonesia, there is no perspective that overfishing will diminish for these species. So this is the end of my talk. I thank you for your attention. If there are questions, I will be happy to answer. And I gave my email in case of more questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Phillips. Very nice talk. I should special thanks to you to mention about my colleague who already passed away a couple years ago, Dr. Irma Sita Arisa. We also very sad to lose her because she's one of the best research, or could I say the young scientists in Indonesia just start to grow up, but suddenly have a sick and pass away. Anyway, we should continue her study. So very happy that you mentioned about her and also your work with her. And also, I think you also mentioned about the importance of conservation related to the species diversity, population diversity, and also evolutionary history of this remarkable fish. And the last one, you also touching the economic part of this fish that in global by connecting with global economic impact. So we will asking you to stay here, keep staying here in this session because audience will give a question to you by using the chat column. You may see in the lower part of your screen. And I will give another chance to the other speaker to have a talk while we hear that the next talk, you can check whether you have a question from the audience or not, and you may replay them directly. And we should continue for the next speaker. I think we will invite Dr. Lorong Puyo. Dr. Lorong will have a talk about Sentinel Laboratory of the Indonesian Marine Biodiversity, international joint laboratory project in between Indonesia and France. Time 15 minutes from now is yours, Dr. Lorong.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, can you see the shared screen?
Yes, I can see. Yeah.
Okay, I start. So hello to everybody. I want to present here our proposal of creating the Sentinel laboratory for the Indonesian marine biodiversity. The name is Selamat. Our objective are to strengthen our research cooperation between Research Center of Oceanography, LIPI, and between my institute, the French Research Institute for Development, IRD. In fact, IRD is launching a new call for proposals for the creation of international joint laboratories, IGL. IGLs are one of the main tools used by the IRD to support higher education and scientific research in southern countries. This with the aim of increasing international outreach of their scientific communities. The long-term objectives of IGL projects, meaning during 5 to 10 years, is to become an operational structure for sustainable scientific research under the responsibility of the partner country, namely Research Center of Oceanography. Projects are jointly created and managed by teams from one or more higher education and research institutions in southern countries. And one or more research units affiliated with the IRD are also involved. Projects are focused on targeted scientific subjects and are based on one or more shared platforms. The Selamat IGL project, in our case, is based on a long-term collaboration between RCO and IRD, and is led by RCO and by the French research unit, namely Marine Biodiversity Exploitation and Conservation, which is based in Montpellier. The Selamat IGL will involve 28 scientists from Indonesia and 23 scientists from France. This international laboratory.
Excuse me, Lorong, can you showing one by one your slide, because you just mentioned you're just showing one slide with long explanation.
Yes, but I'm not finished with this one.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, just continue.
So the goal of Selamat is to study the interactions between marine biodiversity, environmental change, and human societies through ecological sentinels. Ecological sentinels are species that indicate a qualitative and quantitative change in the properties of the ecosystems of which they are part. Sentinel species and sentinel ecosystems are chosen according to already available knowledge and to the possibility of sustained observation to act as early warning of the impact of local and global pressures. We selected a variety of species, such as microalgae, toxic algae, invertebrates like scleractinian corals, but also mangrove trees and marine vertebrates, including large predators. All of these species, selected species, can be considered as sentinel, as defined above. Because we know that both local and global environmental stressors, which are actually acting, may affect their life histories, population dynamics, and genetic diversity. And such disturbance can in turn affect also ecosystem service and human health. The second slide. Alors here, just to present the Selamat, which is with two project coordinators, namely Dr. Julia Sugia from Research Center of Oceanography and Régis Ogde from Marbec IRD. The Selamat IGL will involve several members laboratories, which are in Indonesia, the Research Center for Oceanographic, the Research Center for Deep Sea, based in Ambon, the Sorong Polytechnic of Marine and Fisheries, based in Sorong, and the University of Papua, based in Manokwari. In France, several research units will be involved, namely MARBEC, the research unit on marine biodiversity exploitation and conservation, but also the French Institute for Evolutionary Sciences, and also the Mediterranean Institute for Oceanology, and the research unit on marine ecology in Pacific Ocean and Indian Ocean, namely Entropy. We'll have also several associated laboratories. Briefly, some of these: in Indonesia, University Gadjah Mada, Institute for Marine Research and Observation in Jembrana, Biak Fisheries Academy, Musamus University, etc. And several other research units in France, for example, in botanic for the study of mangrove, etc., etc. In these SLAMAT EGL will set up, this is important, for functional and sustainable platforms for the study of marine biodiversity and its services in the Indonesian archipelago. For those platforms, we will develop two main research activities, which will be transversal, and which are the study of sentinel species structures and dynamics throughout the Indonesian archipelago, and the sentinel ecosystems interactions and dynamics in 3 specific observatory sites. I can develop briefly here what we will do on each of these platforms. The first platform will be a national observation network for fieldwork and monitoring of sentinel species and ecosystems, because SLAMAT plans to strengthen a national research observatory to collect and to monitor several sentinel species and ecosystems. And the SLAMAT will improve Research Center of Oceanography facilities to study and monitor these sentinel ecosystems at the scale of the archipelago, and to acquire environmental data at the long term. The second platform is the Marine Molecular Genetic Laboratory at RCO, and will be dedicated to laboratory research and capacity building. SLAMAT will upgrade facilities of the existing Marine Molecular Genetic Laboratory at Anchol, and the samples collected by RCO researchers, by the observation network, and other related research projects will be analyzed in the laboratory, directly in the location, for population genetic and also genomic research purposes. The platform will also be used for training Indonesian researchers who will be involved in this project. The third platform will be an e-platform, a CMOC platform, for helping the SLAMAT management training and capacity building. Scientific training is an essential component of the SLAMAT projects, and our objectives are to strengthen the research capacity of Indonesian counterparts and also to the members of the observation network through implementation of a connective, massive, open online course, namely CMOC, and also through specific scientific training which are needed to support the platform too. And fourth, the fourth platform will be quite innovative for all of us. It will be a biocultural interaction platform This platform will be based on biocultural interaction, yes, and will take into account local knowledge for the study and the monitoring of sentinel species and sentinel ecosystem. The platform will try to build synergies between natural and social sciences and local communities through the long-term observation of the sentinel and ecosystem species we will start to study. Making full use of the 4 platforms and based on specific scientific goals, SLAMAT will support integrated research activities and research capacities to address the resilience of Indonesian marine socio-ecosystems to global change. Capacity building will be reached through the realization of focused collaborative scientific objectives, and our projects will allow the development of observation of sentinel species and ecosystem through different approaches. We have expertise with this, and this will be of interest to the Indonesian scientific community, and we hope could constitute a blueprint for the development of a similar approach in other countries in Southeast Asia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Laurent Puyo. It's very interesting talk. So you actually today introduced a new project, collaborative project between Indonesia and France by using the several platforms and also involving not only scientific part or scientific community, but also the social community and especially local community for a long-term observation. And another important things I can catch from your topic that you will conduct this collaborative project in Indonesian region from the west to the east, because you mentioned about Indonesian archipelago. So I think there will be very interesting to rise up with many questions for this new approach for the collaboration, because before this project appears, we conduct collaboration usually completely or almost 100% scientific research, but this time not only scientific part but also you touched about capacity building and of course the community approach. Thank you, Dr. Laurent. I think you can waiting for a while we continue with next speaker, and you can check also in the lower part of your screen whether you have a question and you can answer directly. So we continue for the third speaker in this session. I will call or I will invite engineer Regis Hojde, who will talk about the first results and perspective of environmental DNA metabarcoding to assess Indonesia's marine biodiversity. So you have 15 minutes from now to share with us about your topic. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this invitation. First, good afternoon to everybody. So I will share my presentation. Okay, normally you see it. So I will talk about the first result and perspective of environmental DNA to assess Indonesian marine biodiversity. Sorry. Okay. First, I will talk about eDNA and why this method is a revolutionary, new and innovative method being applied to marine environments. After, I will talk about the first result following the French-Indonesian Lenguru scientific expedition in West Papua. And to end, I will talk about perspective and challenge to deploy eDNA at an Indonesian scale to know and monitor the archipelago marine biodiversity. So what is eDNA? As you know, all organisms leave DNA traces in the water, like mucus, skin, feces. So the principle of eDNA is to collect water or to do an in situ filtration of the water to collect some DNA traces. And after the eDNA analysis process, you could have a list of species occurrence. So eDNA is a method to detect the traces of organisms' DNA in environmental samples. And this method could be applied to all taxa, like reef fishes, marine mammals, and invertebrates, like hard corals, gorgonian, mollusks, etc. The treatment are the following. There are different steps. The first step is the filtration of the water, of the seawater. After, you have to extract the DNA traces. And then you have to amplify this with PCR using specific primer. And after, you have to sequence this amplification with next generation sequencing methods. And you obtain a lot of data. These data are list of sequence, a very important list of different sequences. And after, you have to apply some data treatment using a reference database to assign each sequence. The aim is to identify which sequence map with which species. So we use bioinformatic data processing to do it. And then you could obtain a list of species or a list of OTU. And I mentioned you have to use a specific primer, and this primer are depending on the search species or target group. So the primer are different if you are targeting reef fishes, marine mammals, reptiles, marine invertebrates, or other groups. But a very important point is if you want to study genetic traces, it means you avoid any contamination to have good results. So what is eDNA? It's a method to evaluate the hidden biodiversity, and you can after compare with the known biodiversity. It's a non-invasive method. You didn't need to sample any specimen, and it's usable to reef fishes and all taxa. But one of the big limits is you need a consistent reference database to allow you to assign all of DNA sequence you have. First, this method was developed and validated for freshwater ecosystem like ponds, lake, and river. And now, numerous work target the marine environments in coastal or deep sea areas. So, the methodologies are increasingly improving, even if all protocols are not yet stabilized. So, I will present you our first result following the Lenguru scientific expedition that occurred in 2017. It was a scientific expedition in West Papua, and the aim was to assess biodiversity in the reef twilight zone in this area. It was a French-Indonesian research project. So the eDNA team was involved. A part of the team went to the field, and other part was a network of experts who are working with us on the analysis, on the treatment, on the valorization of the results. So we sample 500 kilometers of West Papua coast area in different habitats, like marine waters, like lake and springs, or rivers and estuaries. we obtain 104 filters from 270 meters deep to the surface using 3 different methods. One method was to use DNA-free plastic bag on the surface by hand. Another method was to dive with a closed-circuit rebreather. So it was deep dive from surface to 100 meters deep, as close as possible to the habitat to collect the seawater. And we use also some Niskin bottle to sample the deep water. We apply the different treatment I explained just before, and we use a specific primer for reef fishers on the 12S portion. It was a very short target portion of the DNA with 62 pair of bases. And we target also other groups like marine mammals and reptiles. So, Lengubu project allowed us to sample many reef fishes by conventional practice and methods, and we obtained more than 450 species, and we could extend the poorly 12S on the CO1 gene sequence reference database. The project allowed also to detect new occurrence of species unknown in the area before, to reveal the hidden biodiversity, like a small or elusive species, to consolidate the existing regional checklist with a nice extension of it, and to have a snapshot of the structural and functional composition of the fish communities. And this result was obtained for several habitats, like a mesophotic coral ecosystem, coral reef, upstream, or river. The first result was published in a Proceeding B journal. This publication explains what can we say with a poorly filed 12S reference database. In fact, only 24.5% of the species of the regional checklist are already sequenced before our study. On this first paper, explain why IDNA revealed the potential of the limitation of the IDNA metabarcoding inventory. But so for this publication, you have the identification on the screen, and you have also a second link to access to an open archive if you want. And we also publish other results in ongoing scientific publication who are actually under review. This publication was possible within the Lengubu project or combining different data sets and comparing with other regions and oceans of the world. All these results and all these publications involve the French-Indonesian IDNA Lengubu team. So, about perspective and challenge. The first challenge is about the reference database. As I said just before, actually, the reference database are very poor. So we have to fill this reference database. It means we need to sustain the effort to collect genetic samples to extend the reference database. It means field work, expertise to do it. The second challenge is the cost. The costs are very high. Many reasons. For each station, you have to duplicate the sample. You have to have different samples at different depth. You use single-use kits to do it. You have to do many PCR amplification until 12, and you have to use one or more couple of markers depending on the target groups. And even if IDNA is cheaper than many years of conventional study, like direct observation, sampling, perhaps with human intervention, IDNA is a little bit expensive. So we need important funding support to do it. The third challenge is about the capacity building. To use EDNM method, we need specific skills on infrastructure, fieldwork skills, molecular biology laboratory skills, bioinformatics skill, on various expertise for analysis data and to treat this data. You need also a laboratory dedicated to environmental DNA. I said before, an important point is to study genetic traces. You avoid any contamination. So all these challenges can be overcome in the framework of the French-Indonesia International Joint Laboratory, CELAMAT project, that Laurent Pouillot presented you just before me. And a part of this Sentinel laboratory will be dedicated to EDNA capacity building. So you can now understand, global and Indonesian biodiversity are under threat due to climate change, human activities like deforestation, pollution, overfishing, and development. So we need a quick look method and a method that is available at a large scale. EDNA, environmental DNA, could be a solution. The deployment of EDNA-based approach at the scale of Indonesia would offer important perspective to know, access, and monitor the marine biodiversity of the archipelago. So EDNA is very relevant to conservation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Regis. It's very interesting talk, and I think some of you or the audience, especially young scientists who attend this afternoon session, will be very happy to get a new knowledge and new information about this study, this kind of study, because in Indonesia, environmental DNA studies relatively new, and recently even in the IPB, they conduct a kind of training for young researchers. So your presentation today can give them a new sign or a new perspective about what the importance of environmental DNA, not only for biodiversity itself, but more for conservation purpose. Okay, thank you. So now we will move to the next step. Before going to the question answer stage, we need to hear the comment, the critic, the suggestion, even the idea or a question from the panelists. And as I mentioned before, we have 3 panelists here. A main panelist, Professor Zainal Arifin from Research Center for Oceanography, and also 2 others panelists, Ms. Ashila and Dr. Intan. I see Dr. Intan already here. So first 15 minutes will be 10 minutes. First 10 minutes will be the time for the main panelists to give a presentation, to comment, even to give you a new sign or perspective about the topic of this session. So I will give a time, 10 minutes, to Professor Zainal Arifin to present your PPT today afternoon. Time is yours.
Thank you, thank you, Bu Yuli. Let me share my screen first, right? Where is my file? This one. Oh, here. Can you see?
Yes, we can see that, Prof.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for having me as a panelist on this last session. So the third session is on conservation value and future prospect of Indonesian coastal and marine biodiversity. Three speakers, Dr. Philip Borsa on RAY project, and from Dr. Lorong Puyo on a project proposal, new project proposal on Selamat project, and also a project continuation of the project, my understanding, from Dr. Regis on environmental DNA project. From these three presentations, I really appreciate what they have done. I think three of them, the team has been working a couple years in Indonesia before, so this is really good from my understanding. Yeah, even though I'm not marine, I'm not expert on biodiversity. So let me introduce my background. I'm a senior scientist at Research Center for Oceanography, and my main research interest is on marine pollution. But I think I also try to link marine pollution and marine biodiversity. Let me start with this figure, maritime zone and level of sovereignty. I think since this morning, we have been hearing about coastal and marine biodiversity, but we don't know the boundary. Where is the coastal and then where is the marine? So this is one of perspective that I would like to share with you. So when we say about the coastal, there is potentially Indonesia, especially on marine biodiversity, Indonesia has full sovereignty, like territorial sea of Indonesia, or contiguous zone of Indonesia, contiguous zone sea of Indonesia. When you move from full sovereignty to no sovereignty, this is from littoral zone to high sea. So our knowledge, especially for Indonesia, is really lacking. From my understanding, the speaker, most speaker this morning focuses at least on the area 24 mile of work. Maybe one of the longer, the deepest working is under cooperation with Singapore, yeah? National University of Singapore. So our understanding also was linked. Maybe for working on coastal marine biodiversity, Indonesian marine biodiversity is quite a lot of information. Getting towards high sea, our work was even less. The issue is, at the global level, issue of high sea and biodiversity beyond national border is a hot topic at a global sphere. Yeah. So, what is the benefit studying about marine biodiversity, either at coastal or at marine or high sea? So this is, I think, figure from Blasia, is published last April, I think. So it showed to us that benefit from conserving genetic diversity or marine biodiversity. Yeah? So if you look at if you look at here, this morning we are focusing mostly if you look at example of benefit from conserving the ocean genome or genetic biodiversity, most of our presentation this morning focuses on individual, population, and community. So only this afternoon, we hear about the genetic. So this is also important if when we hear that when stock depleted, the potential of lost genetic resources was also high. Therefore, conservation play an important role. Why? Because they will provide a benefit both at least three. First, on ecological benefit, including resilient, evolutionary potential, and adaptability of the species or of the stock of marine resources. It's also provisioning and sustaining benefit, including fisheries and also aquaculture, as well as commercial benefit, including nutraceutical, domestic, food additive, and pharmaceutical. So this is why we, Indonesia, really interested on not only doing a research for research, but also what is the benefit to the society at large. So this is the fact that we currently know. First, marine biodiversity is the foundation of all marine ecosystem and their functionality. I think everyone is aware, especially as scientists. Unfortunately, marine biodiversity also threatened by overexploitation, habitat loss, degradation, and climate change. One. Second, understanding of marine biodiversity, both genetic or species diversity, is key for informing conservation approach. Understanding marine biodiversity also has resulted in the development of new commercial application. Informing conservation, for example, an issue on conservation approach. So how this, our research, genetic studies or species studies, diversity, has to provide a solution at the local or national level. That's important, I think. We understand that marine biodiversity can create a potential application like industrial drug, for example, for anti-cancer treatment. All this, if we look at in detail, is very important for the economy of the country. The third, the capacity to access and share the benefit of research and use of marine biodiversity is unequally distributed among nations in the world. Most developed country has the capacity to access the marine biodiversity, even beyond their national border. While developing country or less developed country has not access, because of their capacity. Therefore, the rule of share the benefit is really important. The fourth fact about biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. This is a hot topic at a global sphere, but the issue does not permeate to the research institution and university in Indonesia. But in developed country, this is a really interesting research area. Yeah? This is the fact number 2, for example. If you look at publication of scientific literature on marine genetic resources. The most productive, yeah, if you look at top 10 author affiliation related with research on genetic resources, biodiversity. You see in here Inframer, the top one, and then Woodhull Institute, Japan, China, and also I think mostly in Paris, I think, in France. If by country, number of publication, so US is the highest, right? So where the Indonesia, who said that we are highest biodiversity, potential economy. So this is challenging for us. So that's why this is the last 3 slides. Question to Pak Philip, Pak Lorong, and Pak Regis. First, for Pak Philip, what real action or effort do we need to conserve Indonesian marine biodiversity in the next 5 years ahead? The real action, both what research that we really need, yeah, to speed up if biodiversity is decreasing, and also what kind of development that we need at a local level. Question for Pak Lorong, how many % of Indonesian scientists has led a lead author of scientific publication from the first Langguru project? Because I knew that Pak Lorong was a principal investigator, so I just would like to know how many % of Indonesian scientists as lead author for marine biodiversity publication. Yeah. On the issue of Selamat project, this is a new proposal, project proposal. Yeah. So I'm not familiar with this, but at least I would like to know what geographic area or ecosystem will be covered in this project, and how this Selamat project link between work of Pak Philip and Pak Regis. For Pak Regis, what is the potential application of this tool, environmental DNA, beside as a conservation area management? Is there any tool for economic aspect? Second, is environmental DNA can be applied at open sea, such as biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction area? So that's my comment and question to 3 speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Zainal Arifin, for your very interesting response for the 3 speakers. Even not coming from the marine biological part or marine biodiversity field, but I can see your strong interest and your strong support for this activity. So thank you very much. And also you come out with many questions that are very important, not only for scientists, but also for community. So I think the next step will be answer from the speaker. So I will give a time to Pak Philips, Pak Lorong, and Pak Regis to answer one by one. Please, time is yours.
Okay, I will answer to the first question that Pak Zainal addressed to me. Well, Pak Zainal asked what should be done and what kind of research should be done to improve our response to the biodiversity loss, to the threats that that affect, that concern marine biodiversity, especially in tropical countries like Indonesia, and tropical and highly diverse countries like Indonesia. Please, Regis, could you, there is one mic functioning. I'm not sure which one it is, but This makes a lot of noise. But anyway, I will try to answer Pazainal's question. We are in the middle of a biodiversity crisis. It's not something coming, it's something which is already there. Many species have already disappeared, especially in the terrestrial environments. We thought for a long time that marine ecosystems and marine species were rather immune to that biodiversity loss because, well, the fish, they are plenty in the sea and they spawn hundreds of thousands of eggs and the sea is infinite and so on. So we know now that this is totally wrong. We know that fishes are being depleted. Many fish stocks are being depleted. That was the main topic of Kim Friedman's presentation. And regarding sharks and rays, they are the vertebrate group, the most threatened, even more than terrestrial vertebrates. Actually, we have slow growing, slow maturing and animals with low fecundity. One stingray, like the small one we have been working on with Irma, it's the most abundant in Indonesian catches, actually. It's 40% of the landings of stingrays. It's not a big stingray, it's 40 centimeters large at most. Yet, this animal cannot reproduce before 5 or perhaps 10 years old. And it produces two young pups each reproductive season, which may not be even every year. So these animals, because of their reproductive strategies, are highly vulnerable. Also, they are vulnerable because of their habitats. Stingrays, most of them inhabit the coastal areas where artisanal fishermen, fishers can operate. And there are plenty in Indonesia. There are hundreds of thousands of fishing boats in Indonesia alone. So artisanal fishing boats. So, and there is also industrial fishing, which takes everything from the coast to the pelagic to the deep sea, everywhere. So that crisis is really, we really need an urgent response. But also any response in policy by policymakers has to rely on good science. And as a scientist, my recommendation would be to hire as many researchers as possible. But of course, and to fund the research as much as possible and to work on all possible aspects of marine biodiversity. Of course, this needs skills, money, government will from the governments and the institutions. And I'm not specialist of government policies, but I believe it's really urgent now. And the call for doing something about the climate is, so there is a call worldwide about doing something about the climate, and the governments do not listen. So I think marine biodiversity is even in more urgent need of attention. So my recommendation means nothing. It's really, there really needs to be a sensibilization, if I can say, of governments, but governments, they act only if the public is aware of the issues, so of the public, and to know exactly what to say to the public, you need research, you need good data. So, and you need researchers who who speak loudly to the public as well. Well, that's my response, my reply.
Thank you, Pak.
Bu Yuli masih mute.
Thank you, Dr. Philip. So next we want to hear the answer from Dr. Lorong. Time is yours, Pak Lorong.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, still we can hear you.
So I've rapidly made a count about publication related to Languru project since several years. And if I'm not wrong, for around 30 international publication, 2/3 of this publication were first authored by Indonesian counterparts, meaning close to 20% as first author. And globally, around 95% of the publication, you have one or more Indonesian co-author. Concerning the specific question asked by Pazenal about the EGL, I think it's better the PI answer to this question, but easy to answer. So I give, I cut first.
Hello. So I'm going to answer about the question for CELAMAT project. First, about the geographic areas. The aim of the CELAMAT project is to work all over the Indonesia countries, all over the Indonesia archipelago. But we have to focus in the first step in some areas. On the areas are described in the project. You have three main areas. The first one is the West Papua. Why? Because we are working in West Papua since a long term, so we have a nice collaboration. We know the area, so it's easy for us to continue in this part of Indonesia. And it's also very interesting to work in Indonesia because the biodiversity in West Papua is a little bit different than other region of Indonesia. It's the earth of the coral triangle. The second important region we focus is the north of Java island, with the different islands. And we have also a focus area on Bali. The reason of this choice or the location of the partners institution. So we have RCOLP, we have other partners, and they are close from this focus area. And the main interest of North Java and Bali are that the habitats are more disturbed than West Papua. So we have two contrasts, or three contrasted areas to start the CELAMAT EGL project. About the second question, the question is about the works on the links between Philips and me. So Philips and me working already, we already works together. I work for IRD in Montpellier. Philippe work for IRD in Montpellier. So we are colleagues, and we already works on of data and sample from Indonesia on ray sharks, In the framework of the Selamat EGL, each works, the works of Philippe and mine, are very complementary. I explain. Philippe have a very strong skills on taxonomy about determination of ray on sharks. And as I explained to you just before, we need to fill the reference database to have more efficient result for eDNA methods. So the work of Philippe is very, very important to fill this reference database. And for eDNA, we need this result to assign the sequence to know which sequence is coming from which species. So we have a complementary job on Philippe's and me are involved in a Selamat project. So the links are very strong between us. And about the last question about eDNA, the question is, can be applied it at OpenSea? Yes, you can apply the eDNA method in different kind of habitats. It's very relevant for coastal area due to the proximity of the habitats, but it's also efficient in open ocean or in deep sea areas or at the interface between the seawater and sediments. So it's very interesting to use DNA in this different kind of habitat, even if in open ocean, the concentration of DNA traces is less important. You just have to adapt your protocol. You have to increase the volume of seawater. You have to filter. But we are already working on open ocean in other countries, like Colombia in South America, and we work in open ocean with a nice result.
Thank you, Regis. How about the answer, Professor Jaina? It is okay?
Yes, okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
So I will ask later on if there is still time.
Yeah. I think you're asking about the proposal, whether it is proposed under proposed time or it is already run. I read one question about the proposal status. You asking about that?
No, actually, I just infer that Selamat project is a new research proposal, right? It's
Yes.
not started yet.
Yes, the new one.
Yeah,
Thank you. Okay, we still have two other panelists, Ms. Ashila and Dr. Intan. So I will give a time first to Ms. Ashila. Time is yours.
Good day. Is my voice audible?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay,
yeah.
Great.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Lipi, for this wonderful opportunity. I think this is a very important forum where not only this is the concern of people coming from natural sciences approaches, but also people from the social and humanitarian backgrounds like me, which is pretty much compared to all of the speakers and the panelists. I'm pretty much the oddball. My background is actually in law, and I may have a different perspective. And I really use this opportunity to learn from everyone here of the fascinating issue of marine biodiversity, in which we have to push more interest. So thank you, Bu Yulia. It's a pleasure to meet also Pak Regis, Pak Philippe, Pak Laurent, Pak Zainal, Bu Intan, Enchanté. Je parle un petit peu. And maybe before I start my very, very short presentation, since I only have 5 minutes, my question probably to Pak Regis is how do we benefit from genetic sequencing in this digitalized world? Because there is an increase of interest on the genetics, and from the presentations before, we heard very much the topic on conserving large quantities of animals and how they are as commodities. But then when you shrink it into size, and then you think about the future developments of it, either to use it for conservation or use it for medicinal purposes or to make it into other things along the value chain. How do you say about those? Because of course, young Indonesians need to know about that. And either to Pak Philip or Pak Laurent, maybe from the existing project from the area that you made as the observation, is it an area with a specifically strict no-take zone? And how does it deal with other stressors? Because when you look at the ocean, it's like sandwiches. If you put a biodiversity perspective, then you're just looking at your research area. But if you look at in a more spatial perspective, then there would be areas where there are still fishing activities, there are still ships passing by. And I know that this is scaled well within the Indonesian waters. But then again, when it comes also to the question of converting it into open seas or maybe projecting it outward more and more specifically of the coral triangle, we have other countries as well. How do you make better management to achieve those conservation measures when there's lots of instances where we may have different perspectives on what a marine protected area means? Maybe some countries think of a marine protected area as a reservoir, and maybe some would say this is an area where we protect our cultural maritime heritage, and so on and so forth. Maybe these concepts are not colliding with each other, but does that really raise issues in practice? So I would like to try to share my screen here. And I think to view it, it's okay. All right. And so I come from a legal background, and this is how I look at there's basically lots of policies intertwined. From my perspective, I've worked on lots of issues relating on the sea, and also there's issues relating from the terrestrial. As I agree with what Philip has said, that we are in a crisis when it comes to biodiversity, and there is increasing attention on the ocean part now, not just the terrestrial part. Although I do wonder whether there are maybe good concepts or best practices that we could learn from the terrestrial aspects that could be applied as well to the ocean scope. And I do note that before there was a talk about natural resources accounting. I know that there are many practices and issues of rainforests and how they capture carbon and such. But in the case of oceans where you don't, it's hard to dissect which area is within a country and which is not and which is shared. And again, the issue of biodiversity that goes into places they don't have passports, they go across borders. How do you really calculate that into a bigger picture? And so what I see from a legal perspective is that when you view protection areas, you talk about in situ conservation. When the CBD says there is a duty towards in situ conservation, and it is also important to see how the law of the sea and also the Convention on Biological Diversity sees biodiversity. So in the law of the sea, you have many semantics really of of saying biodiversity as natural resources, marine mammals, in which much of the interpretation is commodities, and hence you have the CITES and such, and living resources in the high seas, whereas in CBD, it goes closer to biological diversity, resources, genetic material, and genetic resources. On the issue of space, as I mentioned earlier, it is probably then becomes a question that if you select an area which is an MPA, but then some part of the MPA is a particularly sensitive area based on International Maritime Organization standards, or the FAO standards for vulnerable marine ecosystems, or other ecological conservation management, then does it really get the goal of the protection going? And also, talking about the axis of biodiversity, the CBD explains so much of what it means to access it from an in situ standpoint, from ex situ in proprio, but the Law of the Sea, as this is a really increasing concern of the Law of the Sea community, is the issue of ex situ and in proprio, because the Law of the Sea regime does not say anything about such. And again, relating to Zainal's part about the maritime zones, it's just a dichotomy of the maritime zones, but not much as very specific as the CBD, as detailed below and the below part of the presentation. And for the next slide is, I think, another concept that we need to think more about and have more discussion, maybe another theme for an upcoming symposium by Lippi, for example, is if we want to benefit from biodiversity, then at which stage? Because this takes time. I congratulate the speakers here for their effort. It must be a very, very tiring process, and there's lots of uncertainty involved. And it's interesting to know under the discussions of access and benefit sharing, at which point pretty much will the interested communities be able to cooperate further and really get the most of their projects together. And so my slide is that another thing we have to think more on is, do we have the same understanding? Or further, do we need an uniformed understanding? Because on plain text, the issues of conservation, protection, access and benefit sharing, capacity and transfer of marine technology may be something literal, but at a legal perspective, this really needs to be described further by the communities interested on making that project. Yulia, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Asila. Yeah, first panelist, I think mostly focus on what you are doing or what the speaker doing. But from Ms. Asila, I can catch that she coming from the outside Indonesia. We are a part of globe, we are the part of international. So what we should do with the rule, international rule, it is important for Indonesia, but also important for a world community. So this is from this part, I think it is coming from her so many questions. So I should let you know that Ms. Asila also now working in the Indonesian embassy in Spain, but she also involved. Yeah, we involve me from the scientific part and Ms. Asila from the government part. We join for as a national team for BBNG, Indonesian BBNG. That is why it is also our consideration, not only from scientists, but also from the government. So I think if we still have at least 5 minutes, if someone from 3 of you want to give an answer, I will give a time. Or 3 of you will be, it's also okay. Please, time is yours, speakers.
So, as I see no sign of life of my two colleagues, I will answer first. I will answer just two comments. So Ashila asked whether there were enough no-take zones, or do we need more? I think that was the question. No-take zones are too few. Why? Because no-take zones are the only refuges where a number of species can survive. Given the level of fishing, which is actually now overfishing in coastal areas in the Indonesian archipelago, given that level of fishing, so overfishing for the most vulnerable species, only no-take zones can save them from extinction. I think there were recommendations for a certain percentage of marine protected areas in our seas, with including no-take zones, but we are still far from what would be needed. Now, if there are no-take zones, they must be enforced. So that's another problem. To enforce no-take, how will you do? Someone was talking about the Bajo people. So what will you do? You ask the Bajo people, hey, that's a no-take zone, you've been there for a while. No, now you go away. That's not easy to implement. So the people should be involved in that policy. And it will take time. I'm afraid that we have no time to save a number of species.
Excuse me, Dr. Phillips, I think we cannot hear you now. Okay.
You hear me again?
Yeah, now it's okay. And but
okay.
Please more louder, because you cannot hear you also clearly.
Yes, there is a kind of parasite noise, but okay, now it has disappeared. So, well, no-take zones are too few, and they would benefit communities, because no-take zones, that's where some animals take refuge. I think it was a talk that I saw about no-take zones in the North Sea. There were no-take zones at the place where in the North Sea, there is windmills. So you have fields of windmills in the North Sea. The fishing boats are not allowed to go there because of the risk of damaging the installations, the windmills. And that's precisely where some rays stay. They go inside. They don't go outside of that area because they know that they are safe there. Now we have intelligent animals also in the sea. They know after a while they can observe where they can be caught or where they can be safe. No-take zones will allow these animals to survive and prosper and spill over. So it will benefit the fishermen anyway. The problem is to make the fishing communities aware of that, and that they agree with that. And there is a lot of work ahead for that. Another question, another point you said, marine species can travel lots of space. Well, they are very mobile. So only fishes and fish-like animals are mobile. And some of them actually, even though they are mobile, they don't move. The stingray we have been working on with Irma, that animal in its entire life, that is 25 or 30 years or more, only moves 100 meters. That's the results from a study in Australia. So they don't move that much. And if they are, say, in a bay, if a bay is overfished, then an entire population is depleted, which is what actually is occurring, probably. And last, I would like to address the issue of Nagoya Protocol. So that was CBD and Nagoya protocols were supposed to protect biodiversity by assigning the biodiversity a value. So each species had a commercial value. I'm afraid it's relevant only in a few cases for where species have some molecules that are of interest to the big pharma industry. but for most species, it's not relevant. And if we want to save a number of species from extinction, I think Nagoya Protocol or CBD will do nothing for that, unfortunately. Well, I finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Phillips. I think it is a very nice answer also. And we still have another panelist. I will give at least 3 minutes for Dr. Intan to give a question. This time is yours. Do you have any question or something to say?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm just gonna share this. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Pak Lorong, Pak Philip, Pak Regis for excellent presentation. And I can only congratulate you for your long-term collaboration. I know it's not easy working in any country to work on studying and also saving marine biodiversity in Indonesia, which is a very important place to study. I just want to, in the interest of time, I just want to keep everybody's eyes on the prize. I know 2020 hasn't been the most kind year for all of us, but we have much bigger challenge in front of us. Recession maybe, climate change definitely, and definitely biodiversity collapse if we're not having a long-term view. So thank you for your long-term collaborations, and let's keep maintaining our long-term view on this saving marine biodiversity. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Intan. Very short, but very important. Okay, I think, yeah, I'm afraid I will lose you in this session, but finally you come out, so I'm so happy. Thank you so much. So everybody, I think we already take at least 5 minutes for the next step or next session for the closing. But before I say goodbye to all of you and meet you in next agenda or next event, I want to say thank you very much. Everything you talk today, you have a discussion today, it's very important, not only for Indonesia, but also for international community. I think some of the audience coming from outside Indonesia. So again, thank you so much. I hope to see you again someday in the near future. Thank you very much. And I will give back this session to the MC. Good afternoon. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you to all. Thank you, Regis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Haji Yulia Sugeha, for lead the third session. And also thank you to all speakers and also all panelists for the third sessions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, proceed to the next agenda. We will have a closing remarks from our Deputy of Earth Sciences, Indonesian Institute of Sciences. Kindly be invited, Professor Dr. Oki Karnarajasa.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Honorable speakers of the symposium and all the participants of the conference, on behalf of the chairman of Indonesian Institute of Science, please allow me to deliver my closing remarks. It's been very productive day today, since we have spent from morning to this afternoon a very important issue on the marine diversity as a national treasure. I'm very delighted to learn that this conference also covers so many topics that can be categorized into 3 different categories. Number 1 is the present status of Indonesian coastal and marine biodiversity, and then bioeconomic value for future generation, as well as conservation value and the future prospect. Also very important to note that this conference has been attended very broader stakeholders, especially from academia, government, non-government organization, as well as young scientists around Indonesia and also from abroad. I believe that this conference serves as an excellent platform to exchange and discuss so many important topics that related for marine biodiversity. And I also recognize that the contribution of speaker, especially from abroad, has enriched value and the importance of this conference. And I believe the organizing committee will soon try to compile all material and the video recording of the presentation delivered today to increase the impact of the program on coastal and marine biodiversity. It is very important for LIPI, especially in the transformation period, that it is the time for us to strengthen our research on biodiversity, especially on marine biodiversity, because this is nicely in line with the National Research Priority 2020-2024, in which biodiversity has been decided as one of the multidisciplinary and cross-sector topic. So in this regard, LIPI will try in our best to meet the high standard of the infrastructure that will meet the demands of research, especially on marine diversity. And also, I recognize that the importance of this conference, especially to improve the international scientific collaboration, which I believe it is not only the need of a developing country, but also the need of a developed country. I have seen the establishing of new network as well as strengthening the link between those interested in marine biodiversity. So to the end of this conference, please allow me to express my gratitude and thanks to all speakers, to the Ministry of Research and Technology, as well as the Chairman of LIPI, and also the Director of Research Center for Oceanology and his team that tries so hard to make a great contribution so that today's conference has been very successfully implemented. So with this, I would like again to congratulate all of you, and please allow me to officially close today's conference. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Thank you to Professor Oki Karnarajaso for the closing remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of International Symposium on Coastal and Marine Biodiversity, ISCOMBIO 2020. Present and future of Indonesian coastal and marine biodiversity as a national treasure. We would like to greatly thank you to the Minister of Research and Technology, Head of National Research and Innovation Agency, Chairman of LIPI, all the speakers, moderators, panelists, and also official committee for today's International Symposium. And for all the participants, thank you for your active participants during the webinar. On behalf of the official committee, I would like to apologize for the inconvenience matters during the webinar. See you on the next event and stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Pak Oki.
Terima kasih.
Samuel, Pak Nugroho, Bu Yuli, dan teman-teman.
Terima kasih Pak. Terima kasih Pak Deputi. Thank you, Philip.
Thank you. Bu Asila juga terima kasih dari jauh. Pak Jenal, terima kasih. Philip, thank you very much, Philip.
Terima kasih Pak Ogi, terima kasih Pak, terima kasih Pak Zainal.
Ya.
Pak.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Asila.